Ooh, my camera didn't turn on automatically. That took me by surprise. How are you all? And Melvin says, I didn't get a notification, so I assume I did not win anything yesterday. We actually, Melvin, we didn't run the giveaways yesterday. Reason was there was a problem sending me the email. I get an automatic email. Actually, as of yesterday, I thought it was automatic. I suspect someone's involved in it. At 6:30 a.m. my time, which is a couple of hours ago, I get an email with the registrants up to that point at 6:30 a.m. and I didn't get it yesterday, so it wouldn't have been fair to run the giveaway because I could have only have gone on the numbers from the people before, and that's not right. I think it's important that everybody gets a chance if they've registered. Lots of people saying hi, Melvin, that you will be included today, so don't you worry, you're in there. And Patrick's now saying hello from his other Google account. I saw old software turn up. I'm like, oh, okay, so he's going to be off today. So it is what it is. Melvin says the system is rigged. Yeah, it is rigged. Basically, if you're registered, you're rigged. You're into it. Yeah, it's. I try and make it as fair as possible, and that's why I didn't run it yesterday, because if you've registered, I want to include you. And the only way I've got of knowing who you are to be able to send you the giveaways if you've been picked is by picking the random names from the list of giveaway people. So that's what I did. And we've got all sorts of people checking in. So we'll do that quickly because we've got quite a full day today. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 sessions, although one of them is not quite turned up. And one of our first session guests is already in the green room. Bon Dieu. I hope you're doing well. And lots of people saying a hi, Ian, a hi from Lewisburg. JP is there as ever. And hi from beautiful Pensacola. Wonderful. And hi from Romania. Hello there. All of our Romanian people. There are quite a lot of people in Romania who use the software. Hi from St. Louis, a bit nearer to me nowadays, St. Louis. And hi, y'all. Do not despair. Giovanni's back. Great. Good. I'm pleased to hear it. And Ronaldo from Sao Paulo, beautiful Sao Paulo. Our first session this morning is actually in Brazilian Portuguese as well. So with the translation at the bottom, subtitles. Keven actually did her own subtitles this time as well, and I included them. So. And Matthias Bollinger says, peace to you, my friend. Peace to all of you. Actually, at this time of year, for those that believe in this time of year being a religious experience, and peace to you, and goodwill to all humans on the earth, and dogs and cats and everything else as well. Hi from Portugal as well. Hello, Lilia Ferreira. Yes, quite a few people from Portugal. Okay, so we are going to have a busy day, so I need to crack on and do our first session. Kevin's already in the green room, so I'm going to wave at her. I can't see her because she's got a camera turned off, which is fine, but she is ready to go. So what have we got coming up? Let's look at the overlay, and I'll show you the sessions we have today, and then I'll talk about one of them in particular. Okay. So today, coming up next is Keven Emmer, a very, very good MVP from Brazil. And she does all sorts of things. She's on social media quite a lot, but she knows anyone who's everyone, I think, who are MVPs out there. And by the way, she's got a wonderful family as well. I follow her on Instagram, and she's a friend of mine as well. And she has the most photogenic children of ever seen. I mean, they look like little models or something like that. Her and her husband make very, very, they look like movie stars, shall we say? They're very movie star type children. But she's a great person anyway, great personality. She's been trying to learn English. She knows more English than I know Portuguese, so that's for sure. And she's always nervous about speaking English. So, Keven, I will speak slower, don't worry. After that, in Spanish, we have, so the first session is in Brazilian Portuguese, subtitled. Second session is in Spanish, even though he speaks fluent English and lives in England. and that is from Antonio Zapater, and it is basically creating web pages with web stencils. That's the translation, with Rad Studio. So creating web sites with Rad Studio. It is subtitled in English. All of these sessions that are not in English are subtitled in English, so you've got the opportunity there to see what's going on. What else have we got? Oh, and actually, I'm just going to show this on the screen. Volker Hillman says, hello from Germany. Good luck with the conference. If you go to our blog at blogs.embarcadero.com, you'll see Volker turn up quite a lot. He's a C++ MVP, and he's written some truly excellent C++ articles. He does them in German as well, because obviously he is German, but he also does them in English. Great articles, extremely well written, well laid out, and very popular. They're probably some of the highest rated C++ articles we've had. So thank you, Volker. I don't think I've ever talked to you directly, but thanks for all your input and your effort there. I really appreciate it. And we've also got Poland, and we've also got Portugal saying hi as well. So yeah, there's a lot of people hanging around. So anyway, after Antonio Zapater, his session, and I'm gradually trying to say his name more Spanish and really doing a bad job of it. He's a good friend of mine as well, and a colleague. After that, we have a session in English by Ziad Alahi. I would say that some people are more experienced than others at making videos, and some people do their videos in sort of regularly. And Ziad's audio quality is not that great. There are subtitles with it, but even with the subtitles don't do a very good job because he has some background music to it and things like that. I've tried to polish up the audio, but I got the video a little bit late in the day to do much with it. So the video itself is excellent, and it's only short anyway. And I'll be doing the giveaway after that, after Ziad's session. But just be aware that it's a little bit a few issues with it. After that, weirdly, Patrick Premartin has got a video in English, and I'm subtitling all the videos, so it is subtitled in English as well. But Patrick also has a version in French, I'm sure. Those of you that are ever coming to our chat on the live chat, on the live video sessions, they will know Patrick because he's always in there. He's a very popular guy, very knowledgeable, very, very helpful. He's one of our Spirit of Delphi award winners previously, and I can't say enough good things about him. But he's about a game and the evolution of a game that he produced called the Christmas game. And just going into that and talking about it, Patrick says, yes, I confirm. Yes, there you go. So that's Patrick. After that, this session is not quite arrived yet. He's having some trouble, so I'm hoping it will be around, but we'll deal with that when we come to it. And that is from Miguel Moreno. It's called How to Create a Server Background Process in C++ Builder Without a Server. So it's quite a well expected video, so I hope he manages to get to it. He's having some trouble. He's already told me about it, but if not, then we'll put something suitable in place. And after that, the final session of the day is from Eliseo Gonzalez, and I believe that's in Spanish with subtitles, but it's an excellent video, very much worth watching. So quite a mixed bag of sessions today. We did want to do some in different languages, and everybody stepped up to the mark. So I'm very, very grateful to all of the presenters that we've had over the course of these 2 weeks, because it's a lot of effort goes into producing these videos. And not everybody can get it done in time, and that's fine. I know some people have to drop out, or they can't quite get their act together, for whatever reason, personal reasons, work reasons. And I never, I never hate on people for doing that, if you see what I'm saying, to be a bit of a street kid language there. It is what it is. Life gets you sometimes and makes it difficult, but the ones that make it, I really appreciate the efforts that they put in. And also, I also appreciate the support that all of you give to our presenters as well. I know they're putting a lot of time and effort in, but things like saying hello to Keven in Brazilian Portuguese is great. That's very good. So, without further ado, we're going to start with our first session, and that is from the wonderful MVP, Brazilian MVP, Keven Emmer. It's about 40 minutes long, and Keven is going to bravely join me live in the studio after that. So see you in about 40 minutes time for a live Q&A with Keven.
Olá, bem-vindos a mais um CodeRage 2025, né? Semana passada teve mais, né? Mas estamos aqui novamente hoje para falar sobre o poder do software legado e como modernizar sem medo. Bem, por que falar de software legado é uma coisa tão importante mesmo nessa era da IA, na era das grandes novidades, dos robôs chegando para dominar o mundo? É que a gente, né, que é do Delphi, a gente sabe que o Delphi cresceu muito na década de 90 e que até hoje a gente sim dá muita manutenção nesses softwares que foram criados lá atrás e que na qual era comum essa situação aqui, né, que vocês estão vendo. Isso aqui tá até muito bem organizado, né? Porque existem data modules que não tem nem mais um espaço em branco para a gente colocar mais componentes. E o que tem aqui, né? Queries duplicadas, client dataset duplicados, muita coisa perdida sem documentação, muita coisa que poderia ser reaproveitado, mas a forma como foi reconstruído é muito, muito grande a chance de dar problemas e a possibilidade de a gente conseguir desenvolver um sistema com teste unitário, com várias formas de automatização, até mesmo para entregar para uma IA nos ajudar hoje a mexer nesse sistema, é de uma complexidade gigante. E essa é a materialização, né, do software legado, é só um pouquinho da bagunça, né, da tragédia que é a gente mexer no software legado, do quão difícil é isso e o quão isso faz com que a gente se pergunte, né, o que a gente vai fazer agora com esses sistemas que estão por toda parte. E essa palestra vai mostrar não só essa parte de como modernizar o software legado, mas também o quão ele é poderoso hoje no mercado, quantas empresas usam e o quão isso é importante na economia nos dias de hoje, mesmo com essa vibe toda de IA e tudo mais, né? Mas, para quem não me conhece, eu sou a Keven Emmer, eu sou MVP em Embarcadero, eu sou certificada Delphi Developer pela Embarcadero, sou instrutora oficial do curso de capacitação para desenvolvedores Delphi, lá da Udemy. Então, para quem domina a língua portuguesa, né, brasileira ou de Portugal, ou de outras regiões do mundo, recomendo dar uma olhadinha nesse curso, que é oficial da Embarcadero, que ensina a parte do Delphi, desde o if, do else, do while, até a parte de criação de aplicativos Android, iOS. Então, para quem está começando, é excelente para ter essa visão mais ampla ali de como utilizar a IDE. Eu sou criadora de conteúdo, tenho a minha página @Delphi no Instagram, sou palestrante desde 2022, sou desenvolvedora Delphi há 14 anos, né, desde o Delphi 5, sou formada em análise e desenvolvimento de sistemas e tenho uma forte experiência nessa parte de modernização de softwares legados. E eu amo tecnologia e sim, eu amo mexer com software legado. O que eu mais amo de mexer com software legado é essa possibilidade de a gente ter oportunidade de contribuir e melhorar, né? É muito interessante a gente ter um relatório lá levando 5, 7, 8, 9 horas para gerar e a gente fazer ele gerar em minutos, né? O usuário vai ser eternamente grato a ti no momento em que tu conseguir fazer isso. Então, eu amo trabalhar com isso e, como eu falei, né, pelo fato de o Delphi ser uma linguagem que está há muito tempo no mercado, de forma muito ativa, e os sistemas têm grande estabilidade, né, as empresas ainda usam até hoje. Então, existe essa necessidade de a gente entender o que é um software legado, quais são os prós e os contras e como fazer com que, sim, que ele deixe de ser legado e se torne cada vez mais competitivo no mercado. Tá certo? Então, espero que gostem dessa palestra. Vou colocar a legenda aqui depois em inglês, mas espero que vocês entendam algumas analogias ali que envolvem também um pouquinho da nossa cultura, mas eu vou tentar deixar da forma mais clara possível, tá certo? Bem, então, levando isso em conta, vocês vão ver que eu vou usar várias analogias baseadas no setor imobiliário. Meu marido trabalha com essa parte de vendas de imóveis, então eu resolvi fazer algumas analogias para a gente conseguir entender alguns pontos. Uns tempos atrás eu descobri o house flipping, que ele consiste em adquirir imóveis subvalorizados e reformar eles e adaptar de maneira que recuperem e ganhem valor e sejam posteriormente revendidos por um preço mais alto. Essa técnica, enfim, essa palavra de flipping vem dessa coisa de tu comprar algo que está desvalorizado, que não é mais tão bem visto, e tu reformar aquilo e vender por um preço mais alto, né? Pensem que da mesma forma que a gente pode fazer isso com imóveis ou com outras coisas, ou com carros, isso também se aplica aos softwares. Da mesma forma, a gente pode ter um software que tá feio, que tá demorado, que tá lento, né? Que não tá de acordo com a legislação, com as leis ali que o teu governo, enfim, faz com que seja obrigatoriedade dali em diante. Mesmo um sistema que parece que não adianta, tem que botar foco em tudo, não adianta, não tem o que fazer. Tem várias técnicas que a gente pode utilizar, várias coisas, para que a gente possa, sim, tornar essa aplicação moderna e para, né, ficar ali competindo, sim, com as aplicações que estão sendo construídas hoje, com tudo que a tecnologia hoje a gente tem, né, de comunicação com IA, de MCP, enfim. Inclusive, outras palestras vai falar justamente sobre isso. E é interessante esse ponto de vista da gente entender que o software legado, ele não é uma coisa ruim, que ele é uma coisa boa. O legado vem de essa coisa de termos uma herança, né? Alguma coisa muito boa que alguém deixou para nós. Isso vem dessa palavra legado. Então, o legado não tem que ser visto como algo ruim, sujo, que não deve mais ser cuidado, não deve mais ter manutenção. Mas, pelo contrário, é algo que está maduro. Então, tem vários pontos de vista, né, interessantes sobre o que é um software legado. Eu fiz algumas pesquisas em vários livros, que eu vou até citar depois, no fim da palestra. Mas, basicamente, né, o software legado, no ponto de vista dos desenvolvedores, envolve o quê? Tecnologias ultrapassadas, né? Porque pode ser muito caro ou demorado, ou até mesmo impossível de adequar a novas tecnologias. Pensem que a gente tem lá aquele Nokia lá bem, bem velho, né? Lá da década de 2000 e pouquinho, ou aquele celular que aqui no Brasil a gente chama de tijolão, aqueles bem grandes, né? Então, imagina que tu tem um celular muito, muito velho. Tu não vai conseguir instalar um WhatsApp nele, tu não vai conseguir acessar o Instagram. Isso é impossível, né? Porque são tecnologias que são, não estou falando de Delphi, estou falando no geral, né, das linguagens em geral. Isso é muito difícil da gente fazer essa migração, impossível de fazer, se torna muito caro de fazer, muito trabalhoso de fazer. Então, essa é uma das características do software legado. Também apresenta alta dívida técnica. É o famoso tá funcionando, não mexe, né? Ninguém sabe como é que funciona, ou não tem documentação, frágil, acoplado, depende de infraestruturas antigas, não segue padrões de segurança e modularidade. Então, é aquele código que não dá para te dar manutenção, não tem o que fazer, não dá para te fazer uma melhoria nele, porque ninguém sabe como funciona, e entender aquilo ali vai se tornar realmente muito caro, muito difícil, vai exigir muito tempo. Uma outra característica, e eu acredito assim que pelos livros que eu cheguei a ler, mencionava de uma forma muito forte, é a falta de testes automatizados. Porque cada vez que a gente mexe no código, dá uma dor de cabeça, né? Porque a gente não sabe o que quebrou e aonde e por quê. Então é uma chance muito grande, uma chance gigantesca disso acontecer. E com a falta de testes automatizados, isso aumenta exponencialmente. Porque a gente sabe como é if atrás de if, while e o if também, tudo atrapalhando ali a nossa vida e fica cada vez mais complicado a gente adicionar alguma coisa ou corrigir alguma coisa, porque são funções, são classes imensas e isso torna cada vez mais complicado de fazer qualquer tipo de alteração. E para o mercado, temos outros pontos de vista com relação a esse assunto. É feio, é lento, né? Nós amamos a beleza mais do que nunca e precisamos de rapidez e produtividade. Inclusive, tem várias pesquisas mostrando que telas feias afetam a saúde mental dos usuários, de quem está utilizando aquela aplicação. E o que faz todo sentido, né? Porque afinal tu fica o dia todo olhando para aquela aplicação, esperando ela executar alguma coisa, e isso acaba te frustrando, né? Acaba te deixando triste, desanimado. Então é uma característica bem marcante de software legado. Não é mobile nem web. Então a mobilidade, né? A gente sabe que de 15 anos para cá deu toda a modinha lá, que ainda se. A modinha não digo, né? Mas toda a tendência ali de a gente poder levar a nossa informação onde a gente quiser, seja numa viagem, se estiver na rua, quando estiver no ônibus, de tu ter ali acesso às tuas informações, de ter acesso à tua aplicação. E isso é muito rico e é uma coisa que não adianta, não vai voltar atrás, né? É uma coisa que a gente precisa, então é uma das características também. Não dá para fazer. Gente, essa é uma coisa que a gente que é do software legado escuta muitas pessoas falando, me disseram que não dá para fazer, né? Limitações técnicas claras, como eu falei, na questão lá do software legado, né? Da falta de testes automatizados. Exige grande esforço para se adequar às tecnologias atuais, né? Ou exigências governamentais, justamente por não ter teste automatizado. Então fica bem difícil fazer uma melhoria ou fazer alguma alteração importante ali no teu projeto. Então, levando isso em consideração, né, essas características aí de software legado, vamos levar em consideração também o quê? O poder dele, né? Qual que é o poder do software legado? É muito interessante a gente entender isso aqui, ó, onipresença. 92% das empresas ainda usam tecnologias legadas como Visual Basic, Power Builder ou Classic SP. Isso acontece apesar dos riscos de segurança e dos desafios de manutenção associados a esses sistemas. Então, gente, 92% das empresas, e muita onipresença, né? 70% dos bancos globais continuam dependentes de sistemas legados, eles dependem desses sistemas, todas as regras de negócio estão lá dentro. Então, esses dados indicam que 95% das transações em caixas eletrônicos ainda são processadas por sistemas baseados em COBOL. Gente, não estou falando de Delphi aqui, estou falando de sistema legado como um todo. Isso faz com que a gente entenda o quê? Grande parte da tecnologia que move hoje o mundo, seja da parte de banco, da parte de mobilidade, enfim, ela sim está em cima, funcionando lindamente, perfeitamente, às vezes não, né? Mas sim está funcionando em cima de software legado. Então, a tecnologia que a gente usa hoje, em sua grande parte, é software legado. Por quê, né? Maturidade igual valor, né? Softwares legados demoraram anos para ser construídos. De novo, voltando a essa ideia de uma herança, né? Algo que alguém deixou para alguém. Eles demoraram muito tempo para serem construídos e moldados de acordo com os processos da empresa e, portanto, são valiosos para o negócio continuar funcionando. Alguém estudou aquela empresa, entendeu todas as regras de negócio de ponta a ponta e desenvolveu esse software. Isso custa muito para a empresa, porque no momento em que ela quiser trocar, ela vai ter que vai ter que reanalisar novamente todos aqueles processos e dificilmente um software, seja construído nos nossos dias agora, enfim, vai se encaixar na realidade daquela empresa, porque cada empresa tem o seu universo, tem as suas regras, tem as suas seus vícios, e isso está intimamente ligado a como o software foi construído, e isso é maturidade, e a maturidade é valor. Estabilidade. Muitos softwares legados estão em operação contínua há décadas, processando milhões de transações com estabilidade. Esse histórico de funcionamento consiste em gerar confiança para os clientes, algo que sistemas novos ainda precisam conquistar. Então, essa parte de estabilidade também é muito interessante e valioso para a empresa, afinal, a empresa precisa continuar funcionando, né? E isso também, aí de novo, né, o poder dele de se manter funcionando durante muitos anos, mesmo com muita coisa acontecendo. E é isso que não adianta, o mercado precisa disso. Bem, o custo dos softwares legados. Para tudo tem um custo, né? Então tu deve escolher qual que tu vai ter, né? Temos aqui a perda de competitividade, porque essas organizações que dependem dos legados têm 33% menos de chance de cumprir metas de transformação digital. Justamente por essa falta de possibilidade, né, de poder fazer alguma modernização, melhorar alguma coisa ali relacionada às tecnologias que estão chegando no momento. Temos também a parte da expansão, que as empresas geralmente relatam dificuldades da integração e do crescimento devido às limitações desses sistemas. 53% das companhias afirmam que as restrições de TI afetam sua expansão. Segurança, gente. Quem é que antigamente se preocupava com segurança? Ninguém. Quem é que se preocupa hoje com segurança tendo um software legado? Ninguém. Isso é um problema gigantesco, afinal, nos dias em que vivemos, cada vez mais a gente tem ataques, né? Ataques cibernéticos, seja de várias formas, e que esses softwares legados estão completamente expostos a esse tipo de problema, o que pode causar danos irreparáveis nas empresas, né? Por que reescrever do zero é arriscado? Destruir tudo e começar de novo custa caro, né? Então, depois a gente vai entrar um pouco mais nesse assunto. Mas imaginem que vocês têm uma casa que ela tá com a parede mofada, tá com o teto estragado, tá com o piso quebrado. Tu vai pegar e vai destruir completamente aquela casa e construir outra. Isso vai ser extremamente muito caro, extremamente caro, muito caro e arriscado. Bom, aqui menciono alguns riscos, né? Essa questão de tu ter construído do zero, assim, a chance é muito, 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 muito grande de acabar saindo do orçamento absurdamente, levando 2 a 4 vezes mais tempo que o estimado. Então, isso é muito difícil de tu medir e entender a complexidade e conseguir fazer esse tipo de migração. A perda de negócio, né? Sistemas legados acumulam conhecimento institucional codificado, regras de negócio, exceções, processos raros que ninguém documentou. E então, nessa coisa de tu modernizar agora. Por quê? Modernizar vai permitir com que tu adote tecnologias modernas como cloud, API, microserviços, gradualmente. Isso melhora a manutenção, escalabilidade e inovação. E por que eu digo modernize agora? É uma coisa que precisa ser feita de forma contínua. Não é, assim, às vezes eu vejo algumas empresas montando equipes de modernização, de inovação, mas a verdade é que todos os desenvolvedores têm que estar empenhados e engajados nessa modernização, e não só uma equipe específica, porque as outras equipes precisam, né, cada vez que for mexendo uma coisinha, né, poder estar melhorando aquilo ali aos poucos, tirando, eu vou mencionar ali alguns problemas ali, né, de lentidão, enfim, e tudo isso vai, em um longo período de tempo, ter uma melhora muito significativa no sistema. É por isso que temos que ter em mente sobre o débito técnico. Pessoal, débito técnico é nada mais, nada menos do que tu ter uma dívida. Pensem que vocês foram lá, né, e fizeram um empréstimo. Não adianta. vai ter que pagar depois. Então, aquele pessoal que... assim, aquele pessoal não, né? Nós, seguidamente fazemos isso todos os dias. Tem pressa para entregar, né? Tem que fazer do jeito que tem que fazer. Não tem jeito. Isso sim vai se tornar um débito técnico e não tem para onde correr. A gente vai ter que voltar naquele código em algum momento para melhorar alguma coisa, para consertar algum bug, para fazer alguma coisa, porque a gente não pensou, a gente fez com pressa e tinha que entregar. Ah, mas então isso quer dizer que a Keven jamais faz isso? Não. Gente, nós trabalhamos com software legado, nós trabalhamos com prazo, nós trabalhamos com datas. Não tem o que fazer a menos que o teu cliente entenda a importância, né, a necessidade de tu ter esse tempo, de tu fazer um código limpo que não vá custar mais a ponto de tu ter que voltar lá de novo e refazer alguma coisa ou consertar alguma coisa que tu deixou errada, porque realmente não tinha tempo. Então, não adianta, a gente não vai conseguir fugir disso, faz parte. Mas, Kevenzinha, como eu vou fazer isso, né? Bom, como eu mencionei anteriormente, é um processo contínuo, não existe milagre, mas quase isso, né? Então, faça o seu melhor conquistar o teu alcance. Ah, Keven, eu não tenho dinheiro para pagar um Delphi novo. Ah, eu não tenho como atualizar meu banco de dados. Ah, eu não tenho como um programador suficiente para fazer tal coisa, tal coisa, tal coisa. Então, assim, vamos fazer aquilo que está no nosso alcance. Se a gente não consegue, digamos, atualizar algum componente que a gente gostaria, a gente pode migrar para um componente open source. A gente pode, ou talvez não isso, não tenha tempo de migrar. Vamos só trabalhar nos tricept, vamos trabalhar em melhorar a performance das queries. Aos pouquinhos, de pouquinho em pouquinho, a gente consegue melhorar e muito o sistema. Antes de iniciar, primeira coisa, dica 00, use o Git. Por quê? Toma água. Devemos usar o Git. Não tem como modernizar sem o Git. Por que eu digo isso? Parece tão óbvio. Mas sim, existem muitas empresas que não utilizam ainda o Git, que salvam no Google Drive, enfim. Só que imagina como é que tu vai trocar um componente, mudar alguma coisa no teu sistema, mudar a estrutura de alguma coisa, sem saber onde é que tu tá mexendo e como tu tá mexendo e onde é que tu alterou. Isso é a receita para desgraça. Então, a sugestão, inclusive, de um ex-colega meu, né, de colocar essa sugestão, essa dica, use alguma forma de versionamento aí para te ajudar nessa caminhada. Limpe o seu software legado. Não permita vazamentos de memória. Objetos criados sem destruir vão manter presos consigo pontos da memória e isso deixa seu sistema cada vez mais lento. É muito comum mesmo, né, a falta do free and new em softwares legados. Então, não adianta, a gente tem que cuidar isso, né, colocar ali o ponto create antes do try, né, deixar a parte ali do... tudo que aquele objeto vai fazer dentro entre o try e finally, dá o free and new, não vamos entrar nesse aspecto, mas enfim. E também podemos utilizar o report memory leaks and shutdown, que, como true, ele vai te mostrar lá uma janelinha dos vazamentos de memórias que estão acontecendo e tu vai poder acompanhar ali se tá diminuindo, se não tá, conforme as partes que tu mexe. E tem várias outras ferramentas também que ajudam a gente a fazer isso, que são bem interessantes. Mas recomendo fortemente começar por isso, né? Não permitir esses vazamentos de memória. Ah, mas eu não tenho tempo de ver todos os códigos que já passaram. Então, daqui pra frente, né? Cuidar bastante isso. Porque, sim, isso vai tornando o teu sistema cada vez mais lento. Então, isso é bem importante. Ficou um pouquinho fora do caminho aqui, mas enfim. Jamais faça a função retornando objetos. Bem, quem faz nascer deve ter a responsabilidade de matar. Se você fizer funções retornando objetos criados, vai esquecer de matar. Tá aqui a parte que eu queria. Bom, por que é tão importante a gente utilizar a interface, né? Justamente pelo próprio compilador, né? A parte do garbage lá, cuidar disso, pra gente, sem a gente se preocupar com se vai dar free news, se não vai. Isso é muito interessante e, infelizmente, se tem essa má prática de retornar objetos. Por que eu digo má prática? É porque a chance de tu ou o desenvolvedor que vai trabalhar com aquela função acabar esquecendo de matar aquele objeto. E, de novo, aquilo vai tornar cada vez mais lento e mais difícil de dar manutenção e com mais bugs e mais problemas, e aquilo só piora. A gente sabe bem disso. Não permita warnings e hints. Então, eles deixam a compilação demorada e com tantos deles, né, fica difícil ver se, por exemplo, alguma função não está realizando um retorno. Então, parece bobagem, né, mas sim deixa a compilação mais demorada. E tem várias situações, né, por exemplo, eu não me lembro se era um warning ou hint, em que ele mostra que não tem nenhum result para uma função. E isso pode ser muito útil, dependendo da regra de negócio, do que estiver acontecendo. Então, tem várias coisas importantes a gente manter a parte ali das mensagens de warnings e hints o mais limpo possível, para a gente poder perceber funções que não estão sendo usadas, variáveis que não estão sendo usadas, para evitar problemas e deixar mais clean, né? Deixar mais suave. Vou tomar água de novo. Não deixe exceptions vazias. Isso aqui é desgraça em produção. Porque a gente deixa as exceptions vazias, e isso se torna um problema gigantesco, porque tornam bugs imperceptíveis em produção. É o tipo de coisa que acontece em produção e a gente não sabe o que deu, por que deu. E as exceptions são interessantes para N aspectos, mas uma coisa que eu mais gosto é a gente poder criar as exceptions, dependendo de cada caso, e fazer, personalizar ali elas mesmo para dar alguma mensagem específica ou fazer alguma outra coisa. Então, recomendo vocês fortemente a darem uma olhada nisso e dar essa atenção, né, das exceptions no sistema, e sempre cuidar para realmente não deixar as exceptions vazias, ou até mesmo tratar o exception como if else, né? Isso aí é polêmico. Organize seu software legado, né? Então, não dá para fazer uma sala com a internet das coisas com roupa espalhada. Organizar é vital. Então, retirar todo o código que não está sendo utilizado, queries e classes que não sendo utilizadas, comentários explicando o óbvio. Por exemplo, aqueles comentários onde tem uma função assim, retorna cliente, aí tu comenta em cima, função que retorna o cliente, sabe? Atrapalha muito o raciocínio, a gente precisa estar com a cabeça cada vez mais limpa na hora de programar, e esse tipo de comentário acaba afetando, deixando mais sujo e mais complicado. Isso pode atrapalhar bastante. Então, retire os whiffs, né? Os whiffs são um problema, afinal são indebugáveis, e para quem já viu o whiff dentro de whiff sabe a dor de cabeça que é. Né? A gente não sabe se o close está fechando a tela, se ele está fechando a query, é uma loucura. Bom, divida as pastas conforme os assuntos. Essa parte é um pouquinho complicada, porque, afinal, não é simplesmente dividir as pastas, né? Mas no sentido de tu ter um pouco mais de organização, não ter tudo numa pasta, né? Será que a gente pode colocar as coisas de cliente só numa pasta cliente? E tem várias frameworks, formas de a gente fazer essa divisão. Então, recomendo a vocês darem também uma pesquisada nisso, porque facilita bastante. E lá no curso da Udemy, da certificação, da capacitação para desenvolvedores Delphi, eu mostro como transformar uma aplicação Windows em microserviços, enfim. Então, lá fala bastante dessa parte de a gente transformar um monolito em um MVC, transformar em um microserviço, e a importância de ser bem modularizado, que acaba facilitando lá no fim. Então, para quem fez o curso ou para quem vai fazer, vai conseguir entender a importância de tu ter bastante essa divisão aí das pastas. Nomes são importantes, né? Então, variáveis erradas, confusas, passos fora do padrão, embarcadero, né? Sempre que possível arrume. Parece besteira, mas é muito complicado quando a gente tem um nome de variável de uma coisa que não é aquilo, ou que tá tão é, diminuído que não dá para entender. Enfim, tudo isso acaba complicando e a gente leva mais tempo para entender algumas coisas que não precisava. É por isso que os nomes são tão importantes. Organize seu software legado. Não dá para fazer a sala internet das coisas com roupa espalhada, né? Organizar é vital, né? De novo. Por quê? Repensar os componentes, né? Repense seus componentes. Hoje em dia, há muitos componentes open source, né? Que facilmente substituem componentes caros antigos. Se não usa mais, retire sem dó. O que tem de aplicação com componentes instalados que não está sendo usado em lugar nenhum, gente, né? É muito importante a gente fazer essa limpeza. Até na hora que a pessoa for, né, instalar ali o Delphi e começar a utilizar a aplicação, ela pode acabar se confundindo ali muitas vezes por causa desse tipo de bagunça. Não tem a pena de código duplicado, então para que se preocupar mais de uma vez, refatore códigos duplicados e pense em formas de ser melhor, né? Não comente e use o Git. As modinhas passam, mas o que mais vale é o que funciona. Então, o que vai continuar funcionando é adequar às tecnologias que ainda serão inventadas. Então, a gente tem que, assim, acabar não dando tanta atenção a essa coisa de, agora é moda ou tal coisa. Não quer dizer, né? Afinal, o nosso cliente final, ele não tá nem aí se é feito em Java, em Python, em COBOL, em Delphi, com IA, sem IA. O que ele quer é que resolva o problema dele. E isso é o mais valioso. Então, a gente sempre tem que ter esse momento de se perguntar, né? O que faz sentido para o nosso cliente final. E isso é o mais importante. Claro, código organizado e tudo mais é para o cliente também, né? Eu sei que vocês vão dizer assim, mas o meu cliente não tá nem aí se é com interface, não é. Sim, porque ele não tem esse conhecimento, mas a gente que é entendido do assunto, né, é que sabe o que é melhor para ele, no sentido dele ter um sistema que não vai dar tanto problema, que não vai dar tanto bug, que não vai ter tanto estouro de memória, que tá pronto para receber novas melhorias e inovações e tudo mais. Refatório, né? Então, seu software legado. Outro ponto bem importante. Aplique Solid, né? Se não sabe interfaces, comece pela responsabilidade única, pelo menos pela parte de essa classe serve para isso, então ela não vai fazer outras coisas a não ser isso. Não tenha medo de criar novas units e evite variáveis globais, né? Porque variáveis globais confundem a nossa cabecinha e temos que simplificar as coisas. Se precisar de 2 scrolls, refatore. Então, funções e procedures muito longas são difíceis de manter e entender. Se tiver dificuldade, pergunte para a IA. Né? De novo, a IA pode nos ajudar nisso. Na verdade, em todo o processo de modernização. Justamente porque quanto maior a função, a procedure entra naquela parte da complexidade ciclomática do teu código, e isso acaba afetando até mesmo na hora que a gente for fazer o teste unitário, vai ficar muito mais complicado da gente implementar. Não deixe código que não possa ser testado. Então, um código sem teste automatizado é um código legado. Então, a gente precisa aceitar isso, né? É triste? Dá trabalho? Bastante. Mas não tem jeito. O teste automatizado é um mal necessário. É um mal necessário. É que dá muito trabalho, a gente desenvolver e pensar no teste automatizado, mas a IA tá aí para ajudar a gente, né? Então, eu acho que é o grande momento da gente começar a pensar nisso, principalmente para quem trabalha com software legado. E agora quem poderá me defender? Bom, ferramentas de análise de código, Pascal Analyzer, SonarQuib, FixInsight e muitos outros podem ajudar, né, nessa parte de código duplicado, falhas de segurança, partes depreciadas e muito mais. Também tenho visto o pessoal usando algumas outras ferramentas de IA, como por exemplo o cursor IA. Tem bastante essa parte também de análise de código, que também é bem interessante. Tem também o CNPEC, que ele mostra as uses que não são mais utilizadas. Isso é vida, maravilhoso. Parece que dá um outro ar na tua aplicação. E temos o Refind, né? O Refind, gente, ele me ajudou demais, principalmente no período em que não tivemos ainda, não tínhamos ainda a IA para nos ajudar. Ele é um conversor inteligente no Embarcadero. Eu digo que um pouco que ele é a grande estrela dessa palestra, porque basicamente, ele é da Embarcadero, né? Por exemplo, ele é capaz de migrar de IBDE para Firedac. Então, se vocês irem nas pastinhas, lá nas pastinhas da instalação do Embarcadero, vocês podem encontrar esse tipo de template, tá? Vocês podem ver ali, tem essa parte de in use aqui, né, em que ele retira da parte uses da tua Unity. Tem o remove, que daí serve principalmente para DFM, para ele remover certas partes. E o migrate, né, que ele vem aqui, ele substitui, por exemplo, Translation para TFD, TX Isolation do Firedac, e ainda coloca Firedac.option na uses da teu.pass. Assim, ó, é maravilhoso, tá? Gostaria até de... Não teria tempo de eu mostrar aqui, mas enfim. É muito legal, mas eu particularmente tenho utilizado esses mesmos templates, né? Tem templates de várias coisas, não só de BDE para Firedac, mas tem, enfim, tem para relatórios, tem para vários tipos de migrações. Eu tenho utilizado com a IA, então eu entrego basicamente esse template para a IA e digo para ela fazer esses replaces para mim, e ela tem feito maravilhosamente bem. Então, eu recomendo bem essa forma, não só de trabalhar com o Refind, mas trabalhar com a IA, dizer para ela o que ela deve substituir de componentes, enfim, que vocês não querem mais utilizar. E é isso, né, gente? O BDE não adianta, tem que arrancar, né? É a vida, dá um trabalho, mas é necessário, ele tá bastante depreciado, e eu sei que tem muita gente que utiliza ainda, e então recomendo essa forma de fazer essa migração, tá? Mas também tem várias outras coisas, outras dicas aqui pra gente utilizar, como o MMX, né, que ele é muito bom para resolver problemas de dependência circular, principalmente quando a gente está fazendo a migração de uma aplicação muito, muito antiga, ele ajuda bastante. Temos o Midas Converter, o que eu achei sensacional, que ele é capaz de migrar a VCL para FireMonkey. Claro que a gente não vai migrar aquela tela feia para FireMonkey, eu sei, mas dependendo do projeto, é interessante pensar nisso, principalmente tendo em mente essa ferramenta. O TMS componentes também, né, que eles são bastante alinhados com essas novidades do mercado, então é bem interessante a gente conseguir incorporar eles nas aplicações legadas, porque tem um ganho muito grande. E a IA, né, como eu falei ali, a gente tem utilizado o cursor IA bastante, o Codex integrado com o VS Code, tem também, para quem já utiliza o Delphi mais recente, tem integração também com a IA. Então, eles podem ajudar nessa parte de fazer replaces e notar possíveis pontos de melhoria. Então, também recomendo fortemente. E por que migrar a versão, né, do Delphi? Gente, não tem para onde correr. Beleza, é uma coisa muito importante no mercado. Como eu falei antes, as pessoas dão muita atenção para isso. A todo mundo dá, né? Não adianta. E aquela card nos 95, né, igual essa cozinha aí da década de 80, 90. Não temos mais esse padrão de beleza hoje, né? Hoje já temos essa cozinha aí bonitona, né? Então, isso é um dos grandes ganhos de a gente poder migrar a versão do Delphi e torna a tua aplicação, assim, outra, completamente. É quase reconhecível, né? Ele pode até continuar lento sem try file, sem nada, mas ela vai estar muito mais bonita, né? muito tempo para fazer isso, tá? Mas é que já é um ganho muito, muito grande aí na tua vida, né? Além de outras coisas, como a parte do High DPI, os temas, os componentes modernos, a melhoria na experiência do desenvolvedor, tudo isso agrega bastante. Suporte ao Unicode, generics, métodos anônimos, Skia, web stencils, biometria, GPS, muita coisa. Esse aqui é o curso que eu comentei com vocês da Udemy, né, de FireMonkey. Aliás, FireMonkey. Ele vai desde o if do else e também fala de FireMonkey, suporte 64 bits. Então, assim, esse curso fala justamente desse poder de tu ter um código e multiplataformas. Então, pense que tu tem hoje um código só Windows, mas essa tua aplicação ela pode ser, sim, iOS, pode ser mobile, pode ser um back-end, uma web, tudo né, totalmente possível, levando em consideração também as versões do Delphi, principalmente se a gente conseguir daí a mais recente, é bem interessante. Para finalizar, né, dicas adicionais da Kevenzinha, alguns livros para ler que ajudam bastante nesse momento aí de modernização, né, do software legado. Então, recomendo bastante darem uma olhada. E também temos aí esse white paper, né, desenvolvido pelo Marco Cantu ali, falando principalmente dessa parte de Unicode para quem está fazendo essa migração aí de Delphi 3, Delphi 5 para o mais recente, ajuda bastante. E também tem essa página de migração e upgrade da Embarcadero, que tem várias outras dicas que é extremamente enriquecedor, então, assim, ó, super recomendo. Belezinha, pessoal? Então, muito obrigada. Amei participar. Eu tô muito feliz de estar aqui com vocês. Muito obrigada por terem me escutado nesses 42 minutos. Espero que tenham gostado, espero que seja muito prático na vida de vocês. E depois me contem, me procurem para me contar, né? Como que tá sendo essa aventura aí de não só manter, mas também modernizar o software legado, tornar ele cada vez mais importante aí no mercado, tá certo? Muito obrigada. Thank you.
Brilliant. I loved that. That was great. And I'm pleased to say that in the background, she's actually just turned her camera off. So maybe she's not. There you go. She's back on again. Is Keven, how are you
Hello.
doing? Hi.
Fine, and you, Ian?
Yeah, I'm good. Yeah, I'm good. That was a really great presentation. I really enjoyed
Thank
it.
you.
Yeah, I mean, what I like about it is the fact that you kind of showed the different things that are available. We were laughing at your graphics with the kitchens, like the old kitchen.
Yes.
It's a good metaphor. And I also think I grabbed this screenshot from your Instagram as well, because in fact I'm going to put your Instagram up there in the top corner so people can go and if they need to know more about you. You're on LinkedIn as well. I think you mentioned that on your link tree on Instagram. But let me just grab this graphic. The Keven I've met. For those that you don't know, I've actually met her in Brazil, and there's some really great video from her. She's very, very good at doing social media videos. You hang out with all the MVPs as well. I often see you with lots of them, right? There's different ones you know. Yeah, you're
Jim McKeith made me MVP.
Yeah, there you go. So, well, but this is the one thing that you need to know about Keven here. I hope this overlay works. Look at her T-shirt that says, "I'm the documentation." I love that T-shirt.
Yes. These T-shirts are make success on Embarcadero conference.
Oh yeah,
I'm documentation about legacy softwares.
Yeah, I saw you wearing it when I met you. You were wearing it. You're quite tiny as well. You're like 5 foot tall or something. I'm not sure how many meters that is. And I'm kind of tall, so in the photographs, I think I'm having to duck down so I fit in. Yeah, it's good. That was a really good session. Thank you so much for that. And
thank you, Ian.
thank you for providing the subtitles as well. Not a lot of people do, but you did. I think Patrick's one, he's translated it all with AI as well, so on his one. But I think it was you brought up some very important tips, and a lot of people are saying nice things. Forsa1 Dev, who's based in London in the UK, says thank you very much. Patrick Premartin, who Patrick is, I'm sure, he said it was great. And Ignacia said, thank you very much for this review. Yeah. And in fact, there's a lot of people. Dion Carlos, well, you know who Dion is, right? I mean, obviously. So he says it's good. And GMB Drum says, Keven rocks. Did you see? I'm sure you saw it, but they're talking about getting a rock group together now. Did you see this? That who is it? Gustavo, I think, or someone does drums.
Yes. Amazing.
Yeah,
nice guy.
That's very worrying. The next event when I'm in Brazil, maybe I'll bring my drums. My drums are over here or something, but I don't know. But or my guitar. I have a guitar. I can't point to it. There it is. Yeah, it's by spot.
You must to Gustavo teaching you to play drums.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes, it's a good idea.
Yeah, it's great stuff. He's a good guy as well. I really like it. I mean, all of the Brazilian MVPs, you work so hard, all of you, and you are, you're a standout contributor anyway. You work very hard in promoting Delphi. You're a senior developer. I've seen you work at various places as well. You know your stuff, and that's really good. And you have,
thank you.
Yeah, because we're friends anyway. I follow you on Instagram, and your children, your husband and your husband's a very nice looking guy, but your children are like movie stars or something. Whenever I see them, they're like little shrunken versions of you.
Yes. My family is very creative,
Yeah, it's very
amazing.
Yeah, I mean it's great, and it's good to see you. Having a normal life as well as a programmer, because many programmers end up like me, just like with all the junk in the background and being completely crazy. And
yes,
it is what it is. Yeah, it's really good. And lots of people still saying, hey, thank you, and all the rest of it. Having listed like things like help a lot of migrations. That's true. And people were amazed at your data module, how neatly laid out it was as well, because normally it looks like someone went through all the tables and everything. And Martin said, thanks for the subtitles as well. So.
Thank you. I am worried about this because my English is not so good. I can communicate, I can understand, but about the entire presentation, I couldn't only in English. In Portuguese it's okay, but English I could making subtitles. It's okay because I can communicate. I'm happy with this.
See, I'm very lucky because I speak English. I can just go, no, I don't speak Brazilian, and everybody goes, oh, okay then.
Yes.
Yeah,
I have been studying a lot.
Yeah, I can speak French. But not very well, and I've forgotten most of my French. And I always say to Patrick Premartin when I see him, I speak French like a tiny little baby.
Yes, like me English
is good. It's
yes,
because you went to did you?
I tried.
Or something. You went to a camp or something to learn English. I seem to remember seeing on Instagram you went to a place, the forest. Yeah.
Yes, I had English immersion. 2 days only speaking English, only English without Portuguese. Yes, but I could, Ian. I had a lunch and jokes every time, and I could speaking a lot English. I learn a lot. And I felt so happy because I can.
Yeah. Well, it really is as simple as that. I mean, I'm sure if I lived in Sao Paulo or somewhere, I'd pick up Brazilian. But I'm learning more. I now have double the words. I can now say "Olá," "Bom dia," Tudo bem. Yeah, and
Ian.
which is the most important thing of all. Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
and about the Dinos deve fala pessoal, tudo bem?
Yeah, wow, yeah, I can say that as well. It's like, yeah. See, I'm fluent in Portuguese already. It was easy.
Yes.
Yeah,
Portuguese is very hard. English is good.
English is very difficult. I don't know how anybody learns it. I grew up speaking it, but there's so many words that they're spelled the same, but they don't mean the same, and they don't even rhyme. They sound differently.
Like I go, I goes, I went. What? I went?
Well,
I go.
English place names, names of towns and city in England have a long history. Some of them are from the Vikings, some are from thousands of years ago. And Musa says, Ian, don't forget obrigado. Yes, because I can say obrigado as well with the
Obrigado.
Yeah. Yeah, we like to tease Americans because English place names like Bicester, Bicester, it doesn't look anything like the way you would say it. We do it.
Yes,
I'm sure the Vikings did it to confuse everybody. So
yes,
yeah,
very confused. I understand.
Yeah.
Like throw. Wow.
Yeah.
Throw. Very difficult.
It's deliberate, I'm sure. We're trying to make it complicated for everybody. So.
Yes.
All right.
But I can communicate, and I am happy.
Yeah, you do fine. The times I've met you, we've been perfectly okay. We understood each other, and that's the most important.
Yes.
So, but I wanted this time for CodeRage for people to be able to talk in their own language, and I want to. We have a lot of Brazilian developers, so I wanted some sessions in Brazilian Portuguese, so that you are talking directly to other Brazilians and Portuguese in Portugal, although they're Portuguese people will say, "Oh, it's not the same." It is. Come on, it's like British English and American English. They're similar enough they can understand. So, like Mexican Spanish and Spanish, they're the same.
Yes.
But I wanted to make sure that, first of all, that people get to see Brazilians speaking Brazilian Portuguese, but also people could then understand the sessions better in their language. And I'd put subtitles for everybody. So even the sessions that were in English, I subtitled them so that if you are watching an English session, many people can read and understand better than they can hear. So, and there's one session coming up there where that is definitely the case. So I wanted to make sure this year CodeRage was a bit more international, and we'll be doing more of it in the future. Yeah. All right.
I agree with you.
Yeah, well, obrigado. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, and I will see you again at some event or maybe in Brazil. Next year, I will be going to Brazil.
Wow.
I will make sure the visa works.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Okay. We miss you on the Embarcadero conference, Ian.
I know. Everybody says, "Why didn't you come?" I was at the airport. I couldn't get the visa. It's our government's fault and everybody's government's fault. They're all the same. All the same. It's good. And someone says, looking up Keven Emmer, they are all telling me of his contributions to the developer community. Well, that's AI being stupid and assuming that people are male when in fact they're actually, particularly in Portugal, in Brazil, I think we have several MVPs. I can think of at least 3 who are women and young as well, not like old women or anything like that. No, there's you. There is Salady, and there's another girl whose name I can't remember, but she's got short hair, curly hair. Maybe she's not an MVP. I'm not sure, but I've seen her present at conferences.
Only 2.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe we need to fix that then. Perhaps we'll see.
Yes, you have power.
Yeah, well, I don't want everybody to think it's just a bunch of guys talking about software development, because there are more men. I know that's just unfortunately the way society works. But in Brazil, there are plenty of women out there as well who code as well, and it's good. So definitely a girl. What can I say?
Yes.
Yeah. All right. Well, girl power.
Yes.
Yes. And I'll see you another time, Keven. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Ian. Bye-bye. Thank you.
Bye-bye. Yeah. Okay, that was Keven Emmer, and she's you can see she's super fun, always bubbly. She's always like that, always super happy and very confident, extremely good presenter. And I'm glad her session was in Brazilian Portuguese, because you got to see much more of her skill level as well, and her ability to explain concepts well as well. And it's difficult. If I was speaking in French, I would be awful. I would be a terrible presenter, because although I can speak French and I can read French, it's different trying to do a presentation in French for me, for example. And nearly everybody that you hear who's got an accent talking in English during CodeRage, I don't know how they do it, because it's hard enough, asking for a cake in another language, let alone explaining a technical concept like programming or something like that. Anyway, we have to move on to the next session, and people chiming in saying excellent presentation, and also indeed a splendid presentation as well. Well, there you go. That's great. Thank you for supporting our speakers. So our next session coming up is from a colleague of mine who lives in the UK, lives in England actually, and but he is actually Spanish. And for the first time ever, it's going to weird me out, because I have plenty of meetings with Antonio on a regular basis, and I know him well. I've met him in all sorts of events. We've done events together, where he's always speaking English. Now, I have heard him speak Spanish once, and it was a bit of a culture shock for me, because, oh yeah, I keep forgetting you're Spanish. But his presentation is in Spanish. It is subtitled in English as well. But again, someone says cake. But we did want to make sure that we are talking to developers in whatever language they speak in as well. We all use the universal language of Delphi and C++, but our spoken language, sometimes you need to hear an explanation in your own language. So this session is from Antonio Zapater, and it is just about an hour long. So we will be running a bit late today, I think. And we'll be doing the giveaways today as well. So stick around for that. And web stencils, web design with Rat Studio from Antonio Zapater. See you soon.
Hola, muy buenas. Mi nombre es Antonio Zapater. Soy un consultor de preventas en Embarcadero. Aquí tenéis mi email en esta pequeña tarjeta, en el caso de que tengáis cualquier consulta. Igualmente lo veremos nuevamente al final, y siempre me gusta enfatizar que cualquier consulta o pregunta estoy totalmente disponible en mi correo electrónico. En esta sesión vamos a hablar de Web Stencils, que es una tecnología para generación web que se introdujo en versión 12.2, aunque ha recibido varias novedades, principalmente en versión 13. Se ha reforzado bastante esta nueva tecnología. Me gusta igualmente enfatizar que estamos creando todo el contenido que podemos en cuanto a documentación y demostraciones. En la parte superior tenéis un código QR para poder descargar el libro gratuito que tenemos sobre esta nueva tecnología. Todavía no hemos introducido las novedades de versión 13, pero estamos trabajando en ello y esperamos tenerlo listo en los próximos meses. Pero la verdad que como introducción y puesta en marcha de la tecnología es un libro 100% válido. En esta presentación lo que me gusta hacer siempre es explicar primero qué es un template engine, ya que suele haber bastante confusión en cuanto a qué es esta tecnología Web Stencils, ya que mucha gente espera encontrarse un entorno tipo VCL o FireMonkey, que es drag and drop, que tiene estos componentes visuales, y en este caso es una engine que lo que nos permite es convertir unas plantillas, que en este caso van a ser de HTML, aunque se puede utilizar para otros casos igualmente, y utilizando una serie de placeholders o palabras clave, lo que hacemos es reemplazamos diferente código que tenemos en Delphi, objetos, datasets, a digamos un HTML final. Esto lo que nos permite es tener separado lo que es el business logic de nuestro diseño. Por lo tanto, podemos tener nuestro código Delphi por un lado, o C++ Builder, y por otro tenemos nuestras plantillas HTML. En el caso de que no estés familiarizado con este tipo de tecnología, que existen múltiples lenguajes, me gusta enseñar un pequeño ejemplo. Aquí podemos ver en la parte superior izquierda lo que sería un ejemplo muy básico de plantilla. En este caso los placeholders utilizan llaves, no es la sintaxis de web stencils, pero por ejemplo, para utilizarlo como ejemplo es más que suficiente. Entonces creo que es bastante explicativo y visual, ¿no? Tenemos la plantilla en la que tenemos dos placeholders que son name y company, y a la derecha tenemos los datos, que sería lo que inyectaríamos desde Delphi. Tendríamos, por ejemplo, un objeto tCustomer con nombre y compañía, y el resultado, una vez procesamos esto a través de un template engine, sería: hola John, bienvenido a Acme Corporation. ¿Por qué usar un template engine? Como he dicho, te permite tener la lógica de tu negocio separada de la lógica de presentación. Es decir, tenemos el backend y el frontend separados, pero en este caso todo se gestiona desde un backend. No es como la tecnología web más moderna, digamos, que no me gusta utilizar la palabra moderna porque en muchos casos se podría debatir. De hecho, se está viendo una tendencia bastante clara a vuelta a backend. Se puede ver con React y con otras tecnologías web en las que parte de los componentes frontend se renderizan en el backend automáticamente. Esto lo que nos permite es, como digo, separar la lógica de puro código de Delphi o C++ de lo que son las plantillas del HTML puro. Mejoran enormemente la mantenibilidad y legibilidad del código, ya que no mezclamos... ya que he visto ejemplos de gente trabajando en web con Delphi, que lo que hacen es, pues bueno, mediante cadenas, generan el HTML y bueno, hace que todo sea un poquito más complejo de leer. Y al tenerlo separado en ficheros físicos, es mucho más mantenible. Permite igualmente que usuarios no programadores modifiquen diseños, ya que utilizamos HTML estándar. Sí que es cierto que añadimos un poquito de código con estos placeholders que estábamos comentando, pero cualquier diseñador web va a entender perfectamente en cuestión de minutos los templates que se utilizan para un template engine. Y igualmente facilita la reutilización de elementos de diseño, ya que podemos seguir un enfoque, podríamos llamarle tipo componente. En este caso serían templates que reutilizamos, les inyectamos los datos que queremos renderizar y podemos reutilizarlos. Características típicas de un template engine, pues os lo podéis imaginar: sustitución de variables, como hemos visto en este ejemplo pasado, declaraciones condicionales, es decir, podemos utilizar if statements, tenemos bucles, un for, etcétera. Inclusiones de plantillas anidadas, este ejemplo que digo de pseudo componentes, en los que tenemos una plantilla que podemos reutilizar en múltiples sitios. Y luego herencia de diseño, que lo que nos permite es, como veremos en un ejemplo a continuación, es tener una plantilla base, por ejemplo, con todo el HTML que va a ser común en toda la página web. Te puedes imaginar el navbar superior con el menú, que queremos que se repita en todas las páginas, el footer, el CSS que quieres inyectar en tu página. Todo eso es contenido que vamos a reutilizar a lo largo de toda nuestra página web. Por lo tanto, podemos definir una plantilla base que automáticamente se hereda al resto de páginas sin tener que duplicar código. Siguiendo esta tecnología de un template engine, lo que hemos preparado en Embarcadero ha sido la tecnología Web Stencils. Esta sigue digamos, un enfoque similar a Razor para .NET. En el caso de que estés familiarizado, verás que la sintaxis sigue una filosofía similar, aunque no idéntica. Principalmente está enfocado en desarrollo web, pero no limitado solo a ello, ya que al final esto no deja de ser un fichero de texto, que en este caso elegimos que sea de HTML, pero podríamos utilizarlo perfectamente para, por ejemplo, generar emails si quisiéramos, si no vas a utilizar emails con HTML, o para cualquier otro tipo de generación de informes o sencillos en texto o lo que fuera. En cualquier caso en el que tengas que reemplazar una serie de valores con objetos Delphi o datasets de FireDuck, puedes utilizar Web Stencils. Y lo hemos preparado que es compatible directamente con RAD Server y WebBroker, pero hay otros frameworks de terceros que ya están adaptando o ya han incluso adaptado Web Stencils como una opción disponible para poder generar webs. Vale, vamos a ver la sintaxis básica. Cada vez que te encuentres el símbolo arroba, significa que ahí estamos inyectando código web stencils. Los bloques de código se definen con llaves. Y para acceder a valores específicos de objetos, pues hacemos arroba el nombre del objeto, punto y la propiedad que queremos acceder. Esto es la opción más básica, ya que hay muchas más palabras clave que veremos a continuación. Y luego igualmente soporta expresiones simples. En este caso vemos un ejemplo a la derecha en el que vemos ya un poquito de HTML. Vemos un bloque de texto en el que decimos hello, arroba user.name. Ahí lo que hacemos es accedemos al objeto de nombre user y accedemos a la propiedad name de ese objeto. Y luego vemos un bloque condicional, vemos un if que verifica si el usuario tiene una propiedad que nos devuelve un booleano, que es si es administrador o no. Entonces, si es administrador, imprimimos igualmente otro bloque de texto y le damos la bienvenida. Para entender hasta aquí estas opciones, digamos, básicas del funcionamiento, tenemos una demo que vamos a ver a continuación. Todas estas demos que vamos a ver en esta presentación están disponibles en GitHub, os las podéis descargar de manera gratuita y si queréis ya. En este caso es una aplicación FireMonkey, es simplemente para que veáis un ejemplo de cómo no es obligatorio utilizar Web Stencils exclusivamente para web. La aplicación la vamos a ejecutar. Vale, entonces tenemos esta aplicación y vemos que tenemos un ejemplo de texto plano aquí en el que vemos el nombre de una persona, su edad y luego una condición en la que verificamos si esa persona tiene una edad inferior a 10 años. Aquí a la izquierda tenemos el objeto asociado, Alba, que tiene 21 años. Entonces, si esto lo procesamos, le damos a generar, vemos a la derecha que nos coge los datos de Alba y nos dice Alba tiene 21 años y tiene más de 10 años. Si obviamente cambiamos esto y le ponemos y decimos que Alba tiene 9 años y volvemos a generar, podéis imaginar el resultado, nos devuelve que Alba tiene menos de 10 años. Esto es fundamentalmente la opción más sencilla de utilizar Web Stencils, pero obviamente esto lo podemos enriquecer utilizando HTML. Si venimos aquí, vemos que si ya empezamos a mezclar HTML básico, en este caso tenemos una lista no ordenada y una serie de ítems dentro de la lista, y tenemos el nombre, la edad y luego igualmente el método que nos verifica si Alba tiene menos de 10 años. Entonces, como veis, esto se nos convierte en ya HTML feo, pero podéis entender un poco la idea. Esta es una demo muy sencilla, la clase tPerson es muy básica, simplemente tenemos, como he dicho, varias propiedades expuestas que tienen que ser públicas para que Web Stencils pueda acceder a ella. Y simplemente es esto. Obtenemos y luego obviamente tenemos el formulario en el que hemos definido, bueno, utilizando FireMonkey, una aplicación muy sencilla y con los componentes que veremos a continuación de Web Stencils. Cerramos esta aplicación. Volvemos a la presentación. Vale. Tenemos bastantes más palabras clave que, como podéis imaginar, enriquecen mucho más lo que es Web Stencils en sí mismo. Tenemos @query, que lo que nos permite es acceder a los parámetros HTTP. Si estáis familiarizados con web, pues bueno, sabréis que en una URL podemos concatenar al final, después utilizando el símbolo de interrogación, podemos concatenar parámetros adicionales a esa consulta. Pues bueno, con @query podemos acceder automáticamente a esos parámetros. Podemos definir comentarios, definiendo el rango entre arroba y asterisco, abierto y cerrado. El if, que ya lo hemos visto, que igualmente lo podemos hacer negativo, es decir, if not, el valor que sea. Tenemos dos opciones en cuanto al for each. Personalmente prefiero la primera. La segunda es un poco más compleja de entender bajo mi punto de vista. La primera es muy representativa, ya que es for each. Tienes una lista de objetos que puede ser un list, puede ser un dataset. Sí que es importante que los objetos sean, puedas iterar a través de la lista que sea. Es decir, una lista de genéricos o de lo que sea, pero tiene que estar heredado de creo que era del interface iterable, pero bueno, cualquier lista estándar podrás iterar a través de un for each y nos guardamos el valor en una variable. En este ejemplo que vemos es var object, es decir, cada item que vayamos leyendo en el for each se irá guardando en object automáticamente para que dentro del for podamos hacer lo que queramos. Tenemos import, que como decía, esto es para importar pequeños trozos de otros templates parciales, que se suelen llamar. Entonces esto te permite reutilizar parte de código en múltiples sitios. Y en versión 13 hemos implementado switch, que al final es un if en esteroides. Lo que nos permite es ahorrarnos mucho código, ¿no? Y hacer el código mucho más legible. Switch sería un equivalente al case de Delphi. Lo que nos permite el switch es eso, evitarnos mucho código de mucho if-else, y así tenemos el código mucho más legible. Vamos a ver ejemplos de unas cuantas de estas palabras clave. El for each que estábamos comentando, bastante sencillo de entender. Tenemos un product list que vamos iterando, nos vamos guardando los valores en product y vamos imprimiendo una lista con product name y product price. Y a la derecha vemos el ejemplo que comentaba del import. Tenemos el if, verificamos si el usuario está logueado o no con la propiedad isLoggedIn. Y luego hacemos un import del panel de usuario. Esto podríamos, sin ningún problema, meter todo el HTML ahí directamente dentro del if. Pero de esta manera lo que nos permite es tener el código mucho más ordenado y sobre todo reutilizarlo. Es decir, imagínate que tuvieras que utilizar el template user panel en otros sitios. El import lo que te permite es hacer justo eso. Es decir, lo tenemos solo en un sitio y si lo queremos importar en múltiples sitios y modificarlo en el futuro, sabemos que solo tenemos que modificar user panel y se cambiará en todos los sitios automáticamente. Más palabras clave. Como he comentado antes, es posible heredar los diseños, es decir, no tenemos que estar repitiendo constantemente, ya que si estás familiarizado con HTML sabrás que tienes que definir un head, tienes que definir el body, que son palabras clave estándares para cualquier HTML. Entonces todo este código, luego en el head tienes que poner los CSS que tienes que utilizar, si utilizas algo de JavaScript lo tienes que meter igualmente ahí, etcétera, etcétera. Entonces lo que podemos hacer es utilizar layout page, que lo que nos indica es qué archivo de plantilla base se extenderá. Veremos un ejemplo en breves que hará que entendamos esto mejor. Y render body lo que nos define es en qué punto podríamos llamar plantillas hijas, donde van a inyectar el contenido que generen esos hijos. Y luego tenemos igualmente extra header y render header, que lo que nos permite es inyectar en casos puntuales, si necesitamos, por ejemplo, una librería JavaScript o un CSS específico, pero solo en unas páginas concretas y no queremos definirlo a nivel global para todo nuestro layout, podemos hacerlo de una manera más granular y definir items que vamos a meter en el header de manera específica en páginas concretas. Como un ejemplo, hace que se entiendan las cosas mejor. Tenemos este ejemplo de aquí, que podemos ver en la parte superior izquierda. Tenemos un layout principal, extremadamente básico. Esto es estándar de HTML. Tenemos el tag HTML, que se abre y se cierra. Tenemos el head, que se abre y se cierra. Y el body, que se abre y se cierra. A esto le llamamos layout HTML. Y veis que hemos puesto dentro del body, hemos puesto render body. Y dentro del head hemos puesto render header. Esto lo que nos permite es este layout reutilizarlo en múltiples páginas. Tenemos un ejemplo de página en la parte inferior en la que hemos llamado index.html. Entonces, al principio de esta plantilla, lo que tenemos que hacer es decir de cuál se extiende. Entonces decimos, esta página se extiende desde el layout HTML y eso lo que nos hace es automáticamente extendernos el layout que hemos definido en layout HTML. Por lo tanto, ahora solo tenemos que poner, en el caso de que queramos inyectar algo en la cabecera, en el head, podemos utilizar extra header y luego el contenido que venga inmediatamente a partir de ahí para abajo va a ser el contenido de la propia página en sí mismo, que obviamente puede tener ifs, puede tener bucles, etcétera, etcétera. Entonces, si todo esto lo procesamos por web stencils, lo que nos genera es el resultado de la derecha, en el que veis que el script, ese pequeño JavaScript que necesitamos justo en index.html, pero no lo queremos definir a nivel global, nos lo inyecta en la posición render header y en el cuerpo nos ha puesto el contenido de index.html de la parte inferior. Vale, ¿qué componentes vienen con Delphi? Es decir, componentes que podemos o bien crear en tiempo de ejecución o podemos hacer un drag and drop. No son componentes visuales, pero podemos arrastrarlos. Tenemos el Web Stencils Engine y tenemos Web Stencils, el procesador. El Engine lo que nos permite es gestionar múltiples plantillas de una manera mucho más cómoda, ya que luego igualmente si lo enlazas con WebBroker o con Rad Server nos permite hacer el enrutamiento más sencillo en base a nombres de archivos, por ejemplo, y hace mapeos automáticos. Y él automáticamente, por detrás, cada vez que necesita un procesador de Web Stencils, lo crea automáticamente sin tú tener que hacer nada. Y luego igualmente es una herramienta muy sencilla en el caso de que luego tengas que crear procesadores manualmente, en función del código que tengas que crear, no vamos a entrar mucho en detalle, pero si tú tienes que crear tus procesadores propios de Web Stencils, lo que puedes hacer es enlazarlo con el engine y automáticamente hereda todas las configuraciones definidas, como por ejemplo una muy típica es dónde están en la máquina, dónde están todos los templates. El procesador es realmente el que hace todo el trabajo y es el que se encarga de procesar archivos y plantillas de manera individual. Tiene múltiples propiedades como input file name, input lines. Igualmente el procesador, en este caso estamos hablando de que vas a leer el fichero de alguna parte del disco, pero el procesador igualmente permite inyectar una cadena de manera automática y utilizarlo en tiempo de ejecución. No es, obviamente, si quieres hacer una página compleja, obviamente no es la forma más cómoda, pero ahora además que soportamos desde versión 12 variables de multilínea, que no tienes que andar concatenando cada línea, pues para una solución sencilla puedes inyectar directamente el template sin necesidad de tener que guardarlo en un fichero físico. Y como digo, se puede utilizar de manera independiente sin depender obligatoriamente del engine. Vale, ¿cómo le decimos al engine o a los procesadores a qué datos van a tener acceso? Ya que por defecto Web Stencils no sabe nada de tu código. Es decir, Web Stencils es agnóstico en cuanto a tus objetos y tu código y eres tú el que le tiene que decir a qué partes tiene acceso. Obviamente todo esto es por razones de seguridad. No podemos exportar de manera automática todos los objetos que tengas en tu código. Para ello tienes dos opciones. Bien puedes utilizar el add bar, que es una opción muy sencilla, como podéis ver en el ejemplo inferior. Simplemente, en este caso, le estamos diciendo a un procesador, vas a utilizar esta plantilla, en este caso es un fichero, y tú vas a tener acceso al objeto userObject, que a su vez podemos igualmente renombrar. Es por eso que veis en ese ejemplo en la parte inferior que lo que estamos haciendo es que el objeto de Delphi de nombre userObject, dentro de Web Stencils, el nombre va a ser user. Es decir, para acceder a user tendríamos que hacer @user.lo que sea, propiedades que tenga userObject. Hay otras opciones, igualmente puedes utilizar atributos. Si tú tienes un objeto o un dataset y le pones el atributo que veis en este ejemplo, Web Stencils var, y entre paréntesis le ponéis el nombre, lo que le estás diciendo es que el objeto que esté inmediatamente debajo va a ser expuesto a Web Stencils y tendrá el nombre que le pongas entre las comillas, ¿vale? Para replicar el ejemplo que vemos abajo, pues tendrías que poner justo encima de userObject este atributo y dentro del paréntesis pondrías user. Hay eventos igualmente en los objetos, o en el componente, de procesador, que es onScaffolding y onValue. El onValue es el más interesante de ambos, personalmente, ya que te permite crearte keywords propias, en el caso de que te quieras crear lo que sea, ¿vale? Por ejemplo, @timestamp, si quieres que se imprima automáticamente la fecha y hora del servidor, te lo puedes personalizar creándote las tuyas propias. Ya es un tema bastante más avanzado que no vamos a ver en esta introducción a Web Stencils, pero permite una enorme flexibilidad en el caso de que necesites cosas más personalizadas. Vale, ¿cómo enlazamos digamos, los endpoints, o en el caso de WebBroker, que son actions, cada ruta, ¿no? Le llamamos, genera una acción. Para ello simplemente pues tienes que crear una acción. En el caso de que quieras utilizar solo procesadores y no crear el engine, necesitarás crear dentro del evento de la acción, pues crear un procesador o reutilizar uno si quieres usar el mismo, aunque bueno, lo ideal sería crear uno por acción. Y simplemente procesas el dato y devuelves en la respuesta, como podemos ver en este ejemplo a la derecha. Abres, en este caso estamos abriendo un dataset que se lo pasamos al procesador y en la respuesta del contenido devolvemos el punto content del procesador, que eso lo que nos genera es el HTML o el texto, digamos, que se genera una vez se parsea o se procesa todo el fichero. Si utilizas el Web Stencils Engine, el mapeo será automático, ya que en función de donde digas que están tus plantillas, el Web Stencils Engine lo que intentará hacer es, cuando se intenta acceder a una página, comprobará si esa página existe. Es decir, si tú tienes creado un /clientes y tienes una plantilla que se llama clientes.html, el engine automáticamente mapeará ese fichero con la página web de manera automática. En RAD Server, bueno, no vamos a entrar en detalle, pero bueno, igualmente se pueden mapear las cosas de una manera bastante automática. En versión 13 hemos incluido una novedad muy interesante, que es la gestión de sesiones, ya que hasta ahora se podían obviamente integrar, pero no dábamos nada, digamos, preconstruido para que pudieras gestionar autenticación directamente en WebBroker. A su vez, todo esto se ha enlazado con Web Stencils para que toda la información de la sesión sea accesible de una manera sencilla. Todos estos componentes los podéis encontrar en la paleta de componentes dentro del grupo Internet y hemos creado 4. Como digo, esto es exclusivo de versión 13. Los componentes son T-Web Session Manager, que lo que nos permite es gestionar todas las sesiones que haya activas en nuestra aplicación. Se ha creado igualmente T-Web Session. Este no es un componente en sí mismo, pero sí ahora forma parte de WebBroker y cada vez que trabajamos con acciones, etcétera, podemos acceder a la petición y al contexto específico de esa petición y saber si el usuario está autenticado, quién es. Igualmente se puede personalizar las sesiones con objetos propios, es decir, podemos inyectar objetos propios dentro de la sesión del usuario y acceder a eso posteriormente en cualquier acción de WebBroker. Proporcionamos 2 componentes, el más típico, sobre todo si vas a trabajar con Web Stencils, es Web Forms Authenticator, que lo que nos permite es linkar 2 páginas de login y logout para que si un usuario intenta acceder a una zona restringida, automáticamente se le redirige a la página de acceso. Y luego tenemos el Web Authorizer, que lo que nos permite es definir qué endpoints o qué partes de nuestra página web son accesibles de manera pública, cuáles son privadas y a su vez también definir roles, ya que en la sesión podemos igualmente guardar qué roles tiene esa persona que se ha logueado. Obviamente en el componente Web Forms Authenticator tenemos un evento para verificar la autenticación de ese usuario con si utilizáis una base de datos, usuario, contraseña, etcétera, etcétera. Eso es completamente abierto para que podáis utilizar el sistema de autenticación que queráis. Y una vez simplemente tienes que dar el OK de decir, pues sí, este usuario está autenticado y además forma parte de los grupos o de estos roles específicos para que posteriormente podamos verificar eso. Entonces, con Web Authorizer lo que podemos hacer es precisamente eso, verificar si el usuario que está autenticado forma parte de o tiene un rol específico. Toda esta información de sesiones además es accesible desde Web Stencils con un objeto que está expuesto de manera automática, que es @session, y podéis acceder no solo a las opciones propias del objeto de sesión, como es el ID, el usuario, etcétera, sino que además podéis acceder a los objetos que hayáis podido inyectar vosotros de manera específica. Es decir, si necesitáis linkear a una sesión un objeto vuestro propio para que luego sea accesible y vinculado de manera exclusiva a esa sesión y a ese usuario, igualmente se le podéis renderizar esa información en Web Stencils de manera automática. Igualmente, en versión 13 se ha añadido una nueva funcionalidad en Web Stencils que lo que nos permite es acceder a los metadatos de FireTag. Hasta ahora era posible acceder a una consulta en sí mismo, a una query, y podíamos iterar por todos los registros de una query y renderizar o acceder a los campos de la query. Por ejemplo, si tenemos @query.name, eso automáticamente nos renderizaba el valor del campo, del field by name, de comillas, name, etcétera, etcétera. Ahora hemos ido un paso más allá y lo que podemos acceder igualmente es a los metadatos de esa consulta de FireTag. ¿Qué es lo que nos permite eso? Por ejemplo, generar una plantilla. Yo os pido perdón que esta diapositiva no está traducida. Lo que nos permite es, como digo, exponer todos los campos, las propiedades de esos campos, si son visibles, si no son visibles. Entonces, de esa manera lo que hacemos es, podemos generar formularios en tiempo real, sin necesidad de tener que escribir el código de todos los formularios. Veremos un ejemplo en un segundo que tendrá más sentido. Como digo, hay un repositorio en GitHub, que ahí tenéis el QR en el caso de que lo queráis escanear, en el que están las demos principales que hemos creado para Web Stencils. Si venimos aquí, tengo una serie de demos que se crearon exclusivamente para versión 13. Y aquí hay una que es la que quiero comentar, Session Manager. Si ejecutamos esto, lanzamos un web broker que simplemente tenemos que inicializar y ya podemos venir aquí a localhost 8080. Entonces, veremos en un segundo el código de esta aplicación. Bueno, aplicación, entre comillas. Entonces vemos que estamos renderizando una página home. La información de sesión nos está diciendo que el usuario no está autenticado, pero ya le hemos asignado un ID, es decir, los usuarios anónimos igualmente se les asocia una sesión, ya que si se loguean se recicla ese mismo ID para el mismo usuario. Y si intentamos acceder a un menú de autenticación, ya automáticamente nos redirige a la página de login porque el usuario no tiene permisos para acceder. Si entramos aquí como demo, tenemos las credenciales en la parte inferior. Vale, ya nos dice que estamos autenticados, la sesión la tenemos aquí y nos dice que el usuario es demo y que el rol que tiene es simplemente de usuario. Por lo tanto, yo ya puedo acceder a una sección de autenticada, es decir, a esta sección no podía entrar antes, pero si vengo a la sección de admin, nos devuelve un 403 diciéndonos que el usuario no tiene permisos para entrar en esta sección. Entonces, como os podéis imaginar, si yo vengo aquí y accedo ahora como admin, yo ya puedo venir a Only Admin y ya me dice que esta sección es exclusiva para administradores, ya que este tiene el rol asignado de admin. Vale. El código de esto es extremadamente sencillo. Es un web module que tenemos simplemente un engine que tenemos mapeado con donde están los templates que hemos estado renderizando. Y estos son los componentes que quería comentar. Son los de la gestión de sesión, que son nuevos componentes. Entonces, en este es Webform Authenticate, es donde definimos dónde está el login y el logout, que ahora veremos en las plantillas. Y aquí es donde tenemos el evento onAuthentiCate, es decir, cuando intentamos autenticarnos, que vamos a verificar. En este caso, la demo es obviamente ridículamente sencilla, ya que únicamente verificamos que el usuario sea demo y que la contraseña sea demo123, entonces ya sabemos que el usuario es demo. Esto obviamente hay que reemplazarlo por un sistema de autenticación pues, que verifique la base de datos, si el usuario existe, si estamos utilizando Decrypt con la contraseña, verificar que la contraseña es correcta o el sistema de autenticación que utilices. Y ya está, en el momento que verifica esto, le devolvemos un success, ya le estamos diciendo al componente que el usuario está autenticado, por lo tanto ya automáticamente se guarda su sesión mejor dicho, la sesión estaba generada anónima, se cambia el modo a sesión autenticada y se linkea en esa sesión ya el usuario, sus roles y si hubiéramos querido algún objeto adicional, etcétera. Y luego aquí es donde tenemos el Web Authorizer, que lo que nos permite es definir zonas. En el caso, yo he definido que la raíz de la aplicación es libre, es decir, no necesitas autenticarte para acceder. Y para acceder a /authenticated, simplemente tenemos que estar autenticados, me da igual qué rol tengas, pero tienes que tener un usuario y contraseña validado. Y para acceder a admin, igualmente está protegido, pero añadimos la condición adicional de que el rol tenga que ser admin obligatoriamente. Le pongo un asterisco a la derecha, es por si crearas páginas adicionales, ¿no? Subpáginas /admin /clientes o lo que fuera. Esas igualmente entrarían dentro de esta misma directriz. Si venimos a las plantillas que hay generadas para este ejemplo en concreto, esto lo tenemos en... No está en GitHub, esto lo tenemos en Web Stencils, Demo, Session Manager, y aquí tenemos unos templates que, como veis, es extremadamente sencillo. Aquí vamos a aprovechar y vamos a ver un poco los ejemplos que comentábamos. Tenemos el base layout, que si esto lo editamos, vas a ver que únicamente tenemos un ejemplo muy similar al que hemos visto antes, ¿no? De que teníamos el HTML abierto y cerrado con el render header. Aquí tenemos algo más de información, ya que inyecto un CSS, que es Pico CSS, que es una librería muy ligera de CSS. Y luego, pues, los metadatos básicos que necesitamos para HTML. Pero esto ya lo podemos reutilizar para todas las páginas de manera automática. Entonces, si venimos ahora a... ¿Cuál era? Home. Aquí ya vemos que lo único que tenemos que hacer es extender el main layout, que es este que justo acabamos de abrir, y ya le decimos que aquí hay una cabecera, home, y esto nos dice que esto es el home y que no requiere de autenticación. Entonces, esta página es esta. Entonces, solo con ese texto, aquí vemos que igualmente al pie nos aparece toda esta información de la sesión. Entonces, si volvemos al base layout, vemos que aquí no está. Entonces, ¿por qué ocurre esto? En este caso en concreto, como quería tener una página de login, que quería reciclar igualmente todo este CSS, etcétera, si os fijáis, aquí tenemos un menú en la parte superior, Home, Authenticated, Only Admin, y si vengo a Login no veo esas opciones y no veo el footer tampoco. Esto es una técnica que se introdujo además en versión 13, que lo que nos permite es crear multiherencia en descendencia. Y entonces tenemos el base layout, que contiene lo mínimo que necesito, es decir, lo que siempre se va a tener que cargar en todas las páginas. Y luego tengo otro layout, que es el main layout. Si abrimos este main layout, lo que vamos a ver es que extendemos desde el base layout, y aquí es donde inyectamos lo que va a ser la página que se va a repetir habitualmente, pero no siempre. Entonces aquí vemos que es donde tenemos ya el navbar. Tenemos una serie de condiciones. Aquí tenemos un if, que verificamos si la sesión está autenticada o no. Entonces mostramos el nombre del usuario. Si no, mostramos el botón de login, que nos redirige automáticamente a /login. Y luego tenemos en el footer, en el pie, tenemos lo que es la información de la sesión que estábamos viendo en esa página web. Que vemos el session ID, el username, el rol que tiene, etc. Entonces, de esta manera lo que nos permite es que luego para la página de login, que la podemos ver aquí, yo extiendo igualmente desde el base layout porque necesito el CSS. Y de hecho, en este caso, en concreto, inyecto, porque necesito solo para la ventana de login, para hacer el formulario un poquito más estrecho, etc. Necesito este CSS específico, que no quiero que esté cargado en toda mi página, es decir, lo tengo muy optimizado para este caso en concreto. Entonces, esta ventana de login me carga el HTML básico, inyecto CSS concreto que necesito y ya luego simplemente creo el formulario de login. Esta /login que estamos comentando, para definirlo y que el autenticador lo sepa, simplemente tengo que decirle que esto es /login y /logout. Como en el engine yo he definido dónde están mis templates, en este caso como es una demo, lo tengo hardcodeado aquí, que va a 2 directorios para atrás y busca el templates. Esto obviamente en producción pues tendría que ser una variable de entorno o un .ini o lo que fuera. No me tengo que preocupar de definir las rutas, no tengo que crearle el /login, /authenticated y demás, porque él me lo mapea automáticamente en función del nombre del fichero, ¿vale? Es decir, si yo entro en /home, ya automáticamente, barra login, automáticamente me busca el fichero. Si entro en admin, automáticamente me busca el fichero. No me tengo que preocupar de tener que crear acciones para cada una de las opciones. De todas formas, si venimos aquí en acciones, podéis ver que no hay ninguna acción creada en WebBroker. Vale. Vamos a ver igualmente, de manera muy rápida, porque nos quedamos sin tiempo, la demo principal. Esta es una demo muy básica, ¿de acuerdo? Pero que creo que es muy interesante para enseñar todo el potencial que tiene Web Stencils. Pero si queréis ver una demo mucho más avanzada y mucho más completa, tenemos la demo principal que podéis encontrar en GitHub, como comentaba, que está disponible tanto para C++ como para Delphi. Vamos a abrir la de Delphi. Es esta de aquí. Esta es ejecutar y funcionar, no es necesario hacer gran cosa. Es compatible tanto para Linux como para Windows. De hecho, la versión está preparada para que puedas incluso dockerizarla. Tienes aquí en release una opción de generarla para Docker y te generará utilizando WSL una imagen de Docker de manera automática. No nos da tiempo a comentar todo esto, pero simplemente ejecutas la aplicación, se autoejecuta en el puerto 8080 y si volvemos aquí al home, ahora vamos a tener esta demo que ya es, digamos, merece la pena perder unas horas en analizar toda esta aplicación, ya que tiene muchas opciones. Podemos ver aquí una mini tutorial, ¿no? Explicativo con ejemplos. Aquí estamos utilizando ese import que hemos comentado para reutilizar una plantilla. Estos code snippets que estamos viendo aquí es la misma plantilla reutilizada una y otra vez. Simplemente variamos el contenido, que se lo inyectamos de manera automática. Y esto lo que nos permite es esta funcionalidad de poder copiar el código directamente, pues reutilizarla, ¿no? en múltiples zonas. Tenemos igualmente la sección de sesiones en las que vemos todas las propiedades disponibles en sesión. Y la parte más interesante, ¿no? Que es loguearte. Y aquí podemos entrar como demo 1, 2, 3. Entonces ya vemos opciones de menú adicionales. Esto es un poco, ¿no? La demo que acabamos de ver, pero llevada a una opción más visual. Y tenemos una demo que vamos a ver ahora también, que vamos a hablar de HTMX en breves, que lo que nos permite, vaya por Dios, lo que nos permite es tener una aplicación que se equivale muy similar a SPA, con un rendimiento muy rápido, ¿no? Podemos añadir tareas nuevas, podemos editarlas, podemos borrarlas. Y si os fijáis, no estamos refrescando la página en ningún momento, ¿no? Todo esto está mandando peticiones Ajax por debajo. Y luego la parte más interesante, que es la que quería comentar rápidamente antes de volver a la presentación. Si entras como admin, vas a tener acceso a la sección de clientes. La sección de clientes, esto ya estamos accediendo a una base de datos. Estamos accediendo, en este caso es una base de datos SQLite, pero tenemos una funcionalidad CRUD completa, es decir, podemos crear, podemos editar, podemos borrar, podemos buscar. Y el punto importante es que este formulario que estamos viendo aquí está 100% generado con información de metadatos de FireDuck. Si venimos a esta demo y venimos al módulo main y venimos a este dataset que es customers, si venimos a editar y por ejemplo ID, yo le digo que este campo va a ser visible, que ahora mismo está oculto, y yo lanzo nuevamente la aplicación. Esto para que veáis que yo no estoy tocando nada en el HTML, ¿no? Simplemente he cambiado una propiedad de un campo en la base de datos y automáticamente ya vemos el campo ID, sin necesidad de tener que modificar nada adicional en el HTML. Todo esto lo que nos indica es, por ejemplo, si este campo es requerido o no. Eso lo estoy sacando de la query o del dataset. El label que estamos viendo aquí, igualmente lo estoy sacando. El tipo de campo, si es un dropdown, lo estoy sacando también. Incluso estoy accediendo al dataset de lookup asociado a este campo. Si es un campo numérico, ya automáticamente me lo coge sin necesidad de tener que hacer nada. Francamente, es súper interesante que le echéis un ojo, ya que permite crear formularios de una manera súper rápida. Pero no nos da tiempo a hablar muy en detalle de toda esta funcionalidad que se ha añadido nueva en versión 13, pero como digo, aquí tenéis una demostración para que podáis invertir un tiempo interesante en ella. Y cualquier duda, por supuestísimo, podéis preguntarme sin ningún problema, a mí o cualquiera de mis compañeros. Vale, volvemos a la presentación. Y ahora lo que vamos a ver es esta tecnología que acabo de comentar, que he comentado muy por encima, que es HTMX. HTMX es una tecnología que no es de Embarcadero, pero es una micro framework, le podríamos llamar, o micro librería de JavaScript, pero que no requiere dependencias, no requiere de Node instalado, simplemente es añades en el head de tu web una URL y automáticamente tienes HTMX. HTMX, ¿qué es lo que es? Pues bueno, lo que te permite es, como comentaba, acceder a peticiones AJAX, transiciones CSS, WebSockets, eventos enviados por el servidor directamente en HTML, pero usando atributos que te permiten construir interfaces de usuario modernas con la simplicidad y el poder de Hypertext. Hypertext es el propio HTML en sí mismo. Si tú tienes un bloque de texto y le pones clases, class igual comillas, comillas, y le metes los CSS, eso es el hypertext, digamos, es el HTML en sí mismo con las propiedades asignadas. Vamos a ver una serie de ejemplos que yo creo que tendrán sentido cuando pasemos esta diapositiva, ya que, como digo, se lleva francamente bien con Web Stencils, ya que son dos tecnologías que se compenetran muy bien. Por entender un poquito mejor HTMX, lo que utilizamos son peticiones AJAX, o Ajax, en el caso de que no las conozcas, son peticiones asíncronas que se mandan por debajo, ¿no? Es decir, no es una petición completa de la página web con un refresco completo o un renderizado completo de la página web. Hasta ahora Ajax se utilizaba más, pues lo típico para hacer peticiones JSON, ¿no? A una API obteníamos el JSON y eso lo renderizamos utilizando JavaScript. Pero lo que hacemos con HTMX es pedirle al servidor, mediante una petición a Ajax, que nos devuelva el HTML que tiene que reemplazar. Es decir, que nos genere directamente el backend el HTML que tiene que renderizar y reemplazarlo en el DOM. Esto lo que nos permite es actualizaciones parciales, sin recargas completas, como hemos visto en esa mini demo que he hecho rápidamente del to-do list. Y luego tiene una integración muy sencilla con cualquier backend porque es completamente agnóstico. A HTMX le da igual si el backend funciona en Delphi, en .NET, en Node, en lo que sea. Él solo quiere mandar una petición y que le devuelvan un bloque de HTML para reemplazar. Por eso Web Stencils encaja tan bien en esa filosofía. Los beneficios es que es súper ligero. Estamos hablando de 15 kilobytes minimizado y comprimido en comparación con Vue, por ejemplo, que es una librería muy popular también de JavaScript, que pesa 40 kilobytes. Sé que esto suena ridículo todo, ¿no? Estamos hablando en el rango de 15 kilobytes, 14 kilobytes, pero esto es realmente importante porque al final una página web se carga múltiples veces. Y la más importante para mí, que es que tiene 0 dependencias. Tú pones el código en el head y te olvidas. No tienes que hacer npm install, no tienes que actualizar dependencias, no tienes que hacer nada, no hay subdependencias. Por lo tanto, se reduce la complejidad JavaScript enormemente y sigue un enfoque familiar centrado en HTML. HTMX resuena mucho con desarrolladores no familiarizados con JavaScript porque, aunque es JavaScript en sí mismo, pero no utiliza la sintaxis estándar JavaScript. Vamos a ver un ejemplo rápidamente. Aquí vemos un botón con una serie de tags que tiene asignados. Cada vez que veas un tag que comienza por HX, eso es HTMX. Pero lo que nos permite es poner ese código directamente en el tag, en este caso de un botón. Entonces, lo que estamos haciendo en este botón, le estamos diciendo que nos mande una petición GET a la URL /endpoint y luego que el contenido que devuelva ese endpoint lo quiere meter en el destino, en el target, lo quiere meter en result, que como veis es un ID que tenemos en la parte inferior. Y ya está. En el momento que te haga el clic, el endpoint lo único que tiene que hacer es devolver un bloque de HTML y eso se inyectará de manera automática en el div de result. Bueno, aquí vemos un poco lo que estaba explicando. Y vamos a ver, para replicar esto mismo en JavaScript puro. No vamos a utilizar React, no vamos a utilizar Vue, vamos a utilizar JavaScript. Como veis, para empezar, tenemos que abrir un block script. Tenemos que buscar el ID, tenemos que añadirle un evento que escuche el click y qué es lo que tiene que hacer después. Tiene que hacer un fetch y cuando esto llegue, pues lo metes en el response. Bueno, como veis, bastante más complejo y sobre todo para mí lo que más me confunde siempre de JavaScript es que el código vive por un lado, el HTML vive por otro. Entonces con HTMX tenemos todo más ordenadito, ¿no? Porque ponemos el código, los tags los ponemos directamente en donde ocurre el evento y permite una legibilidad mucho más sencilla. Este ejemplo obviamente es extremadamente sencillo, como os podéis imaginar. HTMX tiene muchos más atributos, pero tampoco muchos más. La documentación, que la tenéis en la parte superior derecha, si queréis escanear, te la puedes leer en un día prácticamente. O sea, no añade muchísima complejidad y tiene mucha flexibilidad. Los atributos principales, como podéis ver, son pues, los estándares de get, post, put y delete, depende del tipo de evento que quieras lanzar. O la petición al backend, pues puedes definirlo directamente ahí. El target también, como el ejemplo que hemos visto, pero luego el swap, que nos permite también decir el target, que es cómo tiene que interactuar. Es decir, ¿qué vamos a cambiar? Vamos a cambiar todo el bloque del HTML, incluyendo el target. Vamos a inyectar ese HTML dentro. Lo vamos a añadir a lo que ya está. Y si lo añadimos, ¿dónde lo añadimos? Al principio, lo añadimos al final. Es decir, todo eso podemos controlarlo de una manera muy granular. Y luego podemos definir triggers también, que son muy interesantes. En el ejemplo que he enseñado he hecho un poquito de trampa. Tampoco trampa, pero el botón no tienes que definirle un trigger. No tienes que decirle en qué evento tiene que ejecutarse, porque se asume que en un botón el por defecto va a ser un click. Es decir, no, si quieres hacer un load o un change, pues bueno, se lo puedes definir a un botón, pero no tienes que decirle en un clic en un botón. Si quisieras hacer, por ejemplo, en un div estándar, que cuando hicieras clic ahí se ejecutara algo, pues ahí sí que tendrías que definirle un HX trigger, que cuando se haga clic ahí se ejecute X. Pero igualmente puedes personalizar mucho, hay un montón de eventos que luego incluso te puedes crear propios también. Y uno que me gusta a mí mucho, personalmente, que es súper claro en cuanto a leerlo, ¿no? Que es decir, cada 2 segundos ejecútate. Y lo defines así, tal cual. En el ejemplo, como estás viendo, le dices cada 2 segundos esto se va a ejecutar para que se me actualice el dato X. Y luego tenemos igualmente los event listeners de JavaScript, pero los vinculamos utilizando hx-on en el propio objeto tag de HTML. No necesitamos sacarlo fuera en otro script, por lo tanto ya nos da una pista, ¿no? de que si hay algo enlazado a ese tag específico, lo vamos a ver directamente en el propio tag. Comparándolo con otros frameworks de JavaScript, pues bueno, para mí la principal ventaja es que el source of truth ahora lo tenemos en el backend. Si has trabajado con frontends con backend y frontend separados, es un auténtico dolor de muelas el gestionar los states, porque por un lado tienes el state del frontend, tienes el state del backend, tienes que tenerlos sincronizados. Entonces añade muchísima complejidad al desarrollo. Y sí que es cierto que para aplicaciones muy complejas, o si vas a montar Amazon, pues sí, obviamente necesitas un tipo de arquitectura que permita escalar, ¿no? y tener las cosas más abstraídas. Pero para el 95% de las aplicaciones del mundo, tener separado el frontend y el backend añade una complejidad que yo personalmente pienso que es totalmente innecesaria. Y lo mismo ocurre con el rendimiento. Digamos, el navegador, ahora ya no tiene que estar renderizando, utilizando JavaScript, como ocurre con React y Vue, que está renderizando completamente todo el rato el Virtual DOM, ¿no? Ahora es súper sencillo, ya que solo mandamos la petición al backend, nos devuelve el HTML generado por el servidor y lo reemplazamos, directamente. Por lo tanto, personalmente, para mí resuena mucho más este tipo de tecnología también con el desarrollador Delphi estándar, ¿no? O típico. Este tipo de tecnología hace que la web sea mucho más accesible, sin toda esta complejidad, que en muchos casos es totalmente innecesaria. esta demo que he estado comentando, lo podéis descargar y probar si tenéis Radio Studio 13 sin ningún tipo de problemas. Tenemos un par de minutos. Vamos a ver rápidamente la demo nuevamente. Ya que la tenemos aquí, la he dejado funcionando, creo, sí, correcto. Vale, si volvemos a HTMX, yo creo que esto ahora va a tener bastante más sentido, ¿no? Lo que hemos estado comentando. Pero podemos venir al código y verlo, ¿no? Toda esta demo que hemos visto ahora tan completa es esta web que estamos viendo aquí a la derecha. Entonces, por ejemplo, por ver rápidamente al home, que es la página principal, como veis, estoy haciendo una extensión del layout page. Y aquí simplemente estoy importando un parcial, que es el hero, que el hero, si no lo conoces, pues bueno, el hero es este bloque central, ¿no? Que es la página, la imagen central de la página. A mí personalmente me gusta siempre tener templates lo más pequeños posibles, para que sean lo más legibles. Prefiero tener muchos ficheros, que igual para muchos esto puede parecer muchos ficheros, ¿no? Pero prefiero tener ficheros pequeños y se me hace más mantenible. Si venimos ahora a la demo que estamos comentando de los tasks, es esta de aquí. Aquí hacemos una verificación de simplemente si el usuario es admin o no. Pues bueno, para mostrar el mensajito de decir que el rol que tiene. Pero básicamente lo que hacemos es extendemos del main layout, inyectamos en esta específicamente HTMX, ¿vale? Porque no queremos HTMX cargado en el resto de páginas porque no lo utilizamos, solo lo utilizamos aquí. Por lo tanto, utilizamos el extra header. Y luego, si venimos para aquí abajo, aquí es donde ocurre, digamos, lo que es la tarjeta o el card de las tareas. Todo este código adicional es simplemente para mostrar, pues bueno, los botones que estamos viendo en la parte inferior, que son estos de aquí, esta parte de aquí de que era admin user y demás, pero este bloque, que es la tarjeta, digamos, donde están los to-do, es simplemente esto de aquí. Entonces lo que estamos haciendo es importamos un parcial que está en tasks. Si venimos a partials, aquí tenemos uno que será tasks. Y aquí tenemos la tarjeta. La tarjeta a su vez, tenemos muy poquitas líneas, 25. Aquí importamos los stats, que los stats es la parte superior. Esta parte de aquí que nos dice cuántos hay hechos, cuántos hay en total, etcétera. Y luego tenemos igualmente partido en cachitos lo que es cada ítem, es decir, lo que es cada ítem, digamos, de la lista en sí mismo, y qué ocurre pues cuando haces clic en el botón de borrar. Pues bueno, mandamos una petición al backend de tipo delete. Cuando es una modificación, mandamos uno tipo put. Entonces, bueno, y podéis ver un poco la idea, ¿no? Del swap, que es lo que tenemos que hacer cuando reemplazamos. Entonces tenemos todo separado en función del tipo de acción que estoy tomando, que aquí hacemos el bucle, ¿no? Para renderizar todos los ítems que tengamos en tasks, que obviamente esto es un objeto Delphi, ¿no? Es una lista de objetos de task. Y si volvemos a la demo, lo que quería enseñaros es, si venimos al inspector, podemos venir a Network y podemos ver que, por ejemplo, si le doy a editar a esto de aquí, hemos mandado una petición al backend de edit. Y si venimos a la respuesta, lo que nos ha devuelto es este cacho de HTML, que es una lista, pero aquí ha metido un pequeño form con un edit, con el input aquí, con el texto del propio task. Entonces, si yo ahora esto lo modifico y le doy al OK, lo que me manda es otra petición al backend para que nos guarde esto en la lista, ya que obviamente esta lista se queda guardada en memoria. Porque si me voy y vuelvo, obviamente la lista se mantendrá como la deje. Pero de esta manera lo que nos permite hacer es esto, como os comento, que es mandar de una manera más granular justo las peticiones que necesito y sin necesidad de tener que cargar la página completa. Poder manipular el HTML de una manera mucho más ágil y obtener se llama snappy, ¿no? que sea muy que responda de una manera muy ágil la página web. La verdad es una tecnología muy interesante que os recomiendo que exploréis y que hagáis pruebas, ya que es muy sencilla, y súper escalable. Vale, pues hasta aquí. Vuelvo a recordar que tenemos un libro, está en inglés, o está traducido de hecho, que se tradujo al español, está en múltiples idiomas, portugués también, es verdad, está en alemán. La podéis descargar de manera gratuita desde ese QR, y el repositorio con todas estas demos que hemos estado viendo, tenéis igualmente el QR ahí. Si queréis entrar en github.embarcadero.com podéis localizar igualmente el repositorio y podéis descargarlo sin problemas. Y muchas gracias por asistir y bueno, vamos a ver qué preguntas tenéis.
Great, now do it in English. And he's joining me live.
Hello.
Hello. Hola. Yeah,
Hola.
very, very good. And it had my favorite Spanish words, which is tarjeta. Is that correct?
Tarjeta. Yeah, it's card.
Card. I love that word. I don't know why. It's like, in French, my favorite word is coquelicot, which is a ladybird. So I like parapluie as well, which is so French, against the rain. It's an umbrella. So there you go. But anyway, I love work. I mean, as a poet in the past, you'd imagine that I would like languages, and Spanish is so beautiful, and French is just so kind of. You can always insult people in French and make it sound like describing something beautiful. Yeah.
I fully agree. There's this game that you can play if you speak in Spanish, and based on the tone I use, I could be insulting you heavily, and you would think that I'm saying the most beautiful thing ever.
I told my ex-wife that when I first met her. I said the thing about British English is it's very nuanced, and someone could be saying to you, "You're so clever." And as long as you can see their face, you know they don't mean they think you're clever. I guess it's true in Spanish as well. It's really funny. I mean, a lot of people like Patrick Premartin, which you've obviously met Patrick several times because I've been with you when you met him, and we're both going, "Oh, it's weird. We haven't heard him speak in Spanish before." So I have actually heard him talk in Spanish before, but yeah, it was quite funny. It's one of those...
some people forget that they also speak Spanish, because I mean, in Embarcadero we're always speaking English, and some people freak out when they find out that I can also speak Spanish.
Wait, you're Spanish? Hello? Yeah, exactly.
At the moment, I'm learning Portuguese. So.
Oh, really? Oh, no! Now you're really going to show me up. You're already too good. Stop it! Stop getting better. We can't have you getting better.
I'm trying.
Yeah. Lots of love for your presentation. Renee said, my Spanish is cool, but Antonio speaks so clearly, I can follow most of it.
Oh, there you
go.
Yeah, thank you very much.
And someone not understanding the concept of multitasking, which is, how do you do it? You speak Spanish and write English at the same time. Well, you've got a skill or you haven't got a skill.
I have to apologize for a couple of slides that I forgot to translate, and I didn't see them. Honestly,
we also thought it was hilarious that the AI kept translating fire duck in a number of ways. At one point, it called it fire duck, which I thought was very good, and then another time it called it fire dark, which was like, that's for the dark web version. It's very good. A couple of questions which we did answer in the questions, but I'd like to sort of bring them up anyway. One of them, is it possible to use web stencils with intraweb? We kind of talked about this. The problem with intraweb is it wants to control the connection and be the web server, and web stencils really designed to be part of a web server that is a proper web server, or running as a fast CGI or something like that. Do you want to talk about that very briefly?
I mean, I guess you could make them work together if you really want to, but I think you're going to be fighting more than taking advantage of the tech. I think that intraweb is great. It's a great technology, but I think that they serve different purposes. And maybe you could sneak some web stencil for processing some specific stuff if you go like in manual mode, but intraweb is more of a drag and drop kind of ECL approach.
Martin did go on to say in intraweb there is a work, they are working with templates. That's why I'm asking. Yeah. The engine for the templates in IntraWeb is completely different from the Web Stencils engine. They do similar things, and it's a bit like Conrad's.
Sempre. And also Daniele from the MVC, he also has Template Pro. I mean, there are multiple alternatives, and as I usually say, every time I see someone doing anything that is not VCL, I'm more than happy to see someone using Delphi with some not the standard. I mean, we're great with VCL, let's be honest. I mean, Delphi is the best solution for creating Windows applications, but you can do much more with Delphi. And every time I see someone doing something different, I'm more than happy to help and start breaking things, because that's what I love doing.
Yeah, me too. And I mean, people keep saying, oh, you know, why isn't there built-in such and such or something like that? Well, that's the whole point of the way that Rad Studio and Delphi works, is component-based technology or library-based technology. Find someone who's written it already, and you have, say, 10,000 people using it. It's safety in numbers. You know that those first 20 people that used that library years ago probably have ironed out all the problems for you now. So, you know, why reinvent the wheel? Why the amount of times that people say, I'm going to write my own web stencils thing from scratch, and you think, why? You know, there are very good developers, you know, Dimitri and a few others behind the scenes that are working on these things and doing a very good job of it. And I'm pretty sure I would want to try and reinvent
I mean, I don't want to open it, the kind of worms that is the average Delphi developer. But sometimes we tend, I mean, I include myself, we do like to reinvent the wheel multiple times.
I'm lazy, so luckily I avoid that. I just go, is there somebody else done this before? Good, problem solved for me. And there was a little bit of discussion about hosting it, how to host Web Stencils.
Yes.
Which was a good set of questions, really. So
usually people think that Web Stencils itself is the technology, and Web Stencils is just something you put on top of something else. And in this case, Web Stencils is something you put on top of Web Broker or RAD server. Those are the technologies we provide. But for example, Daniele already implemented Web Stencils with the MVC. So you don't host Web Stencils as such. You host whatever technology you have under Web Stencils. Web Broker is compatible as a standalone. It's just an executable. You can work with Linux and Windows. Or you can create Apache modules. You can create IIS DLLs. You can use now, since version 13, you can create a fast CGI for NGINX. But yeah, and the MVC also follows a very similar approach. You can compile it in multiple ways. So yeah, you don't host Web Stencils as such, but the technology you choose to use Web Stencils with.
The minute I saw it, I went, oh, at last, we've got something really, really good, I think, for the web. And with 12, for me, it was the killer feature for 12, really. I mean, there were a lot of good features in 12, but Web Stencils was a standout thing where it was a game changer, I think, for what you could do with dynamic web pages built in. And then 13 is built on top of that. Largely, I have to say, down to, people don't know this, but behind the scenes, Antonio has been very instrumental in getting some of these features implemented. He works very closely with the team that work on the product. And I get to see all the emails because of my role in the company. And lots of Antonio saying this and the developers going, oh, that's a good idea. Let's do that. And then it comes to life. So,
I mean, this is a team effort, really. It's just we have a great team behind the scenes, and I don't want to put medals on me specifically. But yeah, most of the 13.
Don't do yourself down. You know,
most of the 13 features for Web Stencils were after me really trying to push it to the limit and thinking, for example, the whole FIDAC metadata access. I thought that would be a killer feature to
and it is. Yeah,
to build stuff dynamically, and I mean, it's quite cool to see it.
And the fact it now implements an allow list and a block list of certain properties as well, because this was one of the things. If you're going to allow people to access certain types of metadata, there's some things you don't want them to access. And
because I remember with the first alphas we were playing around for version 13. we found a lot of security issues that you could expose, like the SQL statement and stuff like that. So it was, yes. So yeah, eventually the whole, which, I mean, security and convenience don't get along very well usually.
No.
But you have to find the right balance, and I think we hit the nail on the head. We give the default ones, the most common ones, already whitelisted, the ones we believe are safe to whitelist by default. But then you have the flexibility to add whatever you need. And in the demo, I was showing FireDAC with metadata access. It's just one line, really. So
yeah. Excellent. I think a lot of people are very excited about it, and a bit of Spanish congratulations there. I'm going to try and say it in Spanish as well. This will butcher it. Y magnífica presentación, Antonio. So there you go.
Perfect Spanish. Muchas gracias, Álvaro. Un placer.
Yeah, there you go. So I mean, I thought this time around in CodeRage, in Jim McKeith's defense, he has thought about doing it in the past, multilingual. And for whatever reason, it didn't get organized. I think it's important. I think that, by having Brazilian Portuguese, Spanish, English, we haven't got any Germans, but kind of everything. But having those languages, you are reaching far wider audience, because a lot of people, English is not their first language. So if we have 2 weeks of presentations only in English, I think it's not an insult as such, but it's missing a trick, I think, for people.
Absolutely.
That, to hear you speaking in Spanish and explaining it in Spanish, plus it's your native language, so you're probably more expressive. I mean, you speak perfect, fluent English, but I'm sure
I know what
Spanish,
you mean. Yeah.
It's
easier for me. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, which is what I said to Keven as well, because to hear her in Brazilian Portuguese, I've heard her present before, but can you imagine if she was trying to do it in English? I would stumble in French. I'd sound like, Daddy use click mode, Yeah, it's good. Well, thanks a lot for that. I really appreciate the effort you put into it. And
always a pleasure.
Yeah, and we'll bump into each other again. We're in lots of meetings together and various other things as well. And events. We keep turning up at the same events and go, hi, everybody.
Ironically enough, I was a couple of weeks ago in Madrid in a live event as well. And I did, well, not this one specifically, but I also did a few sessions in Spanish, which is also very refreshing to go to a live event and speak in my mother language.
If they get me to go to the events in Spain, I'm afraid it'll be in English. They can put I'll hold up cards or something inside.
We have technology nowadays. I mean, the subtitles, we're making jokes about FireDAC and stuff like that, but the web, like 95% spot on.
Yeah, that was the what I was aiming for. I tried to get the best. There is a system I use, and I can't for the life of me remember it now because my brain is dead from lack of sleep and stuff, but there is a transcription service I use for some of the videos, not your one, but some of them I transcribe using this service, and it is very, very accurate. It would have got web stencils and FireDAC and all those correct. I don't know how it does it, but it uses some AI service in the background, but yeah, it's good. And as Matthias says, agree, web stencils and pushing for HTMX got Delphi hot again. Oh, well, there you go. Oh, I think that's a good thing. It's
I fully agree.
Yeah, and
more to come, which is the important
part. It's the website at the moment. We can just briefly talk about this because our next session is quite short. The company website at the moment is being redesigned, and part of that is there will be a new section that is dedicated to web stencils to give it the room to breathe that it is. I think they've done some updates, but there are some more bigger updates coming to explain web stencils a lot more because it is a key technology for the company, and it's something we're going to keep kind of iterating on and surfacing more and more functionality, and just making it better whenever we can. It's pretty good now, but you can never stand still.
Yeah, I mean, that's my motto.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, the website at the moment, what we're trying to do is tune it in the future so that it talks to people who are not existing users, and another section that talks to existing users, because at the moment it's all kind of like, hey, you're already a Delphi user, here's all the new features, and that's not really a very good policy. So that's what we're doing behind the scenes, people. Stay tuned, you'll see all sorts of things happening on the website. Okay, all right, well, thanks a lot, Antonio. Thanks for taking the time to talk to us.
Always a pleasure. Well, see you around. And as I said, if you have any extra questions, or if you see this offline or whatever, just feel free to drop me an email. More than happy to answer any extra questions.
Yeah, perfect. Excellent. All right. Well, thanks a lot.
Guys.
I'll see you soon. Bye.
Okay, bye.
Okay, that was Antonio Zapater. I'm still practicing his name. I will get it perfect one day, but I'm getting there. Or Antonio Zapater, if you want to, Zapater, if you want to be really crazily British about it. So the next section is from Ziad Alahi, and after that we've got Patrick Premartin. In fact, let's just show what we've got coming up. Good news is that my video that I thought might not arrive has actually arrived, and that's from Miguel Moreno as well. So all of the sessions that we've got planned for today are going ahead, which is great. Now, Ziad's session is only 14 minutes long. So after he's finished, and I don't think he's taking part in the Q&A, after Ziad is finished, then I'll be doing the giveaway. So all those that have registered up until now, you're in the giveaway. I've got the sheet. It arrived for me today, and we've still got some great stuff to give away from our sponsors, including all sorts of wonderful things, but I'll talk about that later. So coming up next is Ziad Alahi. After that, at 1 p.m. my time, US Central, will be Patrick Premartin, give or take. And then at 2 p.m. will be Miguel Moreno. His session will be how to create the server background process in C++ Builder without a server. Very interesting. We want more C++ content. I'm actually planning a C++ specific event in January, if I can pull it all together, and I can still remember it after the Christmas period and the holiday period. And then the final session of the day will be in Spanish, and it is by a colleague of mine, Eliseo Gonzalez. And his session is turn your idea into a mobile app. It is subtitled in English as well, so you'll be able to understand it if you don't speak Spanish. So that's what we've got coming up, and I see Miguel is visiting us in the green room. Miguel, I'll be seeing you in a couple of hours' time. Let me go back and get rid of this graphic just 1 second. Okay, so the next session is the power of dealing with in databases with the high professionalism. Now, I just want to talk very briefly about this video. Some people have better capabilities of producing videos than others, and because of the timing, because of the way it went on, because we had a couple of people that were a bit late handing in the videos, and Ziad was one of them. It was very difficult for me to get his audio legible. He unfortunately has some music playing in the background. If I'd had time, I would have asked him to try and re-record it without the music, but it is subtitled. But the subtitles, because of the music and because of the quality of the audio track on it, the subtitles are not that great either. So there's a kind of like a double whammy for Ziad. But nevertheless, the actual content itself, the slides and everything, is pretty good. So we'll see how it goes. And people still saying, thank you, Antonio, you're a great presenter. Oh, don't be nice to him. He's too good already. Anyway, let's go to the next session, Ziad Alahi, and after that, we're going to do the giveaways. See you soon.
Hello and welcome. Good morning. Today, I want to show you for the case for the Delphi how to create a database. Code Reader 2025. There is still power and still a professional create database for solving many problem and many problem of startup company and large company and the mid company, solving for accounting system and lab system and CRM system. Okay, this presentation made all the content made by Delphi. This presentation is pages by Fast Report. Okay, this page is contained in Delphi connective and ability to connect to database, Oracle, SQL Server, and MySQL. FireDuck, fast access component and high speed. Okay, both this for speed VCL application VCL or FMX. Okay, then so this a presentation on simulation. I want to use FD memo table. Okay. This a new application. VCL. Okay. Edit. This. FT memo. Anything easy, maybe default by solving like create application, printer voucher, database for information personality, like a client, customer. Great. It's simple. Okay. Auto. Click loop. New string. Mobile.
Gosh.
String. And this. String.
This is
Email. String. Size. And select all and then drag
Makes it.
and this and fix.
And that tells everybody else if when they check, they will see that.
Size. And then the width.
Okay. Okay, so please, but
Then click on show FD memo.
you need no servers to deploy.
Open. Then so here DB good DB navigator. Show. DB. If our XDB data set 1, then properties data set, select FD memo table here, and then here, edit report, and then in here, new page, then report title, and then summary, and then column header, and then master. Here select report data, then select this. Okay. Then here solve let's see. ID, name, and mobile, address, and so on. Email. Counter of maybe customer, maybe clients, customers for clients. Data set, data field, ID. Import. And shows new page photo. Select system memo. Page. Property. Frame. All this true. FT left, FT bottom, FT top, and so on. Same, and this same. ID. New. Wow. Email. Address. Off. Sorry. Hands. Three. 5. Hands with culture. Appearance. Appearance here. Signal. Front. Then up. So for example, insert enemy, time, insert, insert, polygon, insert, here go, and insert, focus. Yeah, right. It's all presentation for definitive. All is here. It's easy. Yeah. It's blocked. It is moved as data. Then save email saved me and then insert another name polygon, insert books aircraft. This is step our database flexibility and reliable and solving any problem for any company and any department of the company. Okay, thank you. Bye bye.
Well, I liked the session and I liked what he was showing, but the audio was very strange. And the funniest thing about it is, and Ziad is a very talented guy, but the funniest thing about it is that's after I enhanced it. I actually edited that audio and improved it, but the AI couldn't keep up, and you know, respect to him, English is not his first language. So anybody presenting any videos, my hat's off to them, because it is not easy to do. I know I just talk nonsense all the time, and I make talking nonsense an art form, but yeah, as Matthias said, the sound was really bad, but FD main table was good to push for. Yes, exactly. I think we speak a universal language, all of us that understand Delphi. When you see someone using Delphi and doing stuff, then you don't necessarily need to understand the language to see what they're talking about. But that was Zid Alahi with a slightly novel video, and as he says, absolutely Zid. Yes, true. And love Fast Report. You can do it RAD server as well. Good how good how-to kind of thing. Yes, Fast Report. I am actually going to be doing some sessions about Fast Report probably in the new year. We're not likely to get any time to get things ready, but we will be showing Fast Report in depth. There's a new distribution deal with them and things like that. So most people that have got RAD Studio or Delphi will actually have a copy, at least the Embarcadero version of Fast Report. And I don't think I talk enough about Fast Report because it is an amazing package. So come the new year, it's one of my lists. And actually, if there's anything that you want me to do a session on, not necessarily me present, but other people present, and maybe I host it or we push it out on our channels or whatever, let me know. You can always email me with suggestions for sessions, and I would rather that you do email me as well, because I don't want it just to be stuff that comes out of my head when I'm thinking creatively. I'd like to be presenting stuff that you want to hear and you want to see. We've got some UI-based things going to be coming up. Doing some advanced FireMonkey stuff and some advanced VCL and some web pages using web stencils. I've got a very beautiful web stencils demo, but I can't do it right now. We just had so much content for CodeRage that I just can't fit it in. It's as simple as that. But any ideas that you have for a session you'd like to see, not necessarily on CodeRage, but just in general, from January, I'll be doing at least 1 or 2 webinars a week again. And like I say, we've got an event plan which is completely C++ focused as well. So any ideas that you've got, email me here, and a good idea is a good idea, and we'll try and do it. So let's see what we've got. Good show is what I mean. Oh yes, thank you. I thought it was a good presentation for those who have never used Fast Reports before. Yes, exactly. He did a good demo of it. I'm not knocking him. I'm just saying that the audio was like, I mean, I don't think anybody could ever claim the audio was great because it wasn't. But it was unusual. If he'd been live, I probably would have said to him, "What is that music in the background?" Because it was quite intriguing. Someone said it was very restful, like being at sea, floating away and hearing from it. But yes, it was great stuff. Right. So without further ado, we need to go and do some giveaways, because I've still got some licenses to give away for all sorts of stuff. Let me just see what we've got. I think we've already given away the Nostige stuff. Yes, we have. But we've got some licenses of DevArt and a few other things. So our sponsors have been incredibly generous. For example, the Paganza things we've already given away, except for Pascal Expert. We've got a full license for Pascal Expert to give away. And if you want to have a final go, tomorrow is the final day of the giveaway. So anybody that registers who hasn't registered, you need to go to here to register, blogs.embarcadero.com/CodeRage-2025. If that doesn't work, I will put the other link up, which is this one, but it's not been redirecting for some people, and I haven't had time to find out from our web squirrels why not. But CodeRage.embarcadero.com. When you go to that link, it will actually redirect to here, so it's the same thing. Now, what will you see when you get there? Well, let me pull this over to my other screen so I can show you. when you redirect to the right place, you will go to this page, which is the one that I just showed you. And I'm just going to take away the QR code for Paganza for a second. And this is the landing page. If you want to see what giveaways we're giving away if you register, and I managed to pick you, here's all the giveaways. So we've got a whole ton of them. Now, we have already given away a big chunk of stuff, okay? The only way I have of picking you, because you know you can watch this on YouTube and on LinkedIn, you do not have to register. The content will go out LinkedIn, Meta Live, Instagram Live, YouTube Live, Facebook Live. I think you know, you don't need to buy anything from us. It's completely, you know, we do CodeRage, and you can see that the content is not about selling you the product. It's just showing you what's possible and some general topics as well. We've had some computer science topics and that. But anyway, if you do register on that thing that I am showing over there to my right, you can go to the giveaways, and you've got a chance for us to give away to you some of these things. Okay. DevArt, that's devart.com, very generously gave us, I think, 10 licenses for 1 year professional license for DevArt's Unidac product. Very nice product, very useful product. 10 licenses to give away. Mitov Software with Boyan Mitov, who's quite often in the chat, even though he said he can't be with us live, which is fine. Complete sets of all Mitov software products without source code. And again, some of these have already been given away. In fact, both of those have been given away. Mitov runtime licenses with 20 licenses to give away. I mean, how generous is that? He's a small businessman, and he's giving these things away. So please support, you know, mitov.com, spelled as it says there, mitov.com. Please support these people, because they are small businesses. They're not big conglomerates, you know. Visuino standard license, and I do believe I have some of those still to go. Yes, plenty of my Visuino standard license. If you do any Internet of Things, Visuino is the thing to use, honestly. It's great, drag and drop, and you know, all the rest of it. Visuino Pro license, we don't have any of those left. We've actually given all those away now. But even so, actually, I think I could be wrong. I'll check that. We may have still one of those left. I'll check that in time for tomorrow. Nostiche, they said pick one of these. Any one of these things, go to nostiche.com. And by the way, if you do buy anything from Mitov Software, and again, it's a small businessman, you know, support him. He got stiffed by the Digital River collapse, as did several other, like Paganza, for example, was also stiffed by them. Support these people, because if you don't support these businesses when you're trying to use some software or something like that, they'll go away. They won't be there anymore. And he's giving you 25% off for the duration of CodeRage, which CodeRage ends tomorrow. But CodeRage 25, use that as a code. Paganza, as I said, they were also stiffed by Digital River. They told me that. I can't, you know, judge whether Digital River were okay with what they did. All I know is that these people suffered consequences for what went wrong there. You know, I make no judgment on anything else other than to say they didn't do well out of that, and that's not right. CodeRage 2025 sponsorship from Nostiche, eDoc Engine, PDF Toolkit, or Document Studio. You could pick one of those. We've actually given, I believe, all of their licenses away now. And we only have now a Pascal Expert, I think, to give away. Yes, we do. One more. Let me just check before I talk out of place. Yes, Pascal Expert, one more license to give away. And finally, Steamer, who are the famous people for T-Chart. And I don't actually see that in my little list here. I have to talk to our team, but Steamer have also very generously offered 6 licenses for T-Chart Pro to give away. It's an awesome package. If you don't know what it is, it's every version of Delphi that you can ever think of has always had a free version of T-chart in there, and this is the pro version, which does all the things free version can do, obviously, plus a lot more. If you want to see what that does, go to their website and steamer.com and look at their dashboard demo. For example, there's a blog post about it by me. It's one of the first blog posts I ever did, I think, for Embarcadero, and it's incredible the kind of things you can do. They also have a BI product, a business intelligence product as well, that they've just open source just recently. So very nice of them. T-chart Pro. Just making sure we include that in our little list of licenses. So those are the giveaways. Now I'm going to pick some people now to give some of these things away. So how do I do it? Well, if you haven't watched before, the way that I pick people is to use the Google. I'll just show you the address there. It is google.com, and then I search for random range generator, and this is Google's random number generator, not mine. Someone did send me some source code for a random number generator, but I'm not using it because I didn't want to have someone saying, oh, we've messed with the code, source code, oh, there's a RTL problem, oh, and if you used an int instead, then I didn't want to get into that. I wanted to take away any influence that we could possibly have and use something that's publicly available over which I have zero control, and that is Google's random number generator. So the way that we're doing it is we're ignoring line number 1 because that is the heading, and we have 2,380 people registered. Okay, if someone has won before, then I've highlighted the row in red, and I'm afraid they can't win again because there's so many licenses I can give away. But if you haven't won before, then your name is in the list as long as you've registered. So what I do is I go to the random number generator and type in 2,380, and we're starting at row number 2. And then what we do is we literally go into, I just need to make sure I'll take a note of this. Over here, so I don't miss anybody out, and keep watching to make sure I don't make a mistake. But it's all on record, it's all on video, so nobody could accuse me of getting it wrong. So let's hit the button and pick someone to win a 1-year professional license for DevArt's Unidat product. Good luck. Row 613. Now I can use the I know there's a Control-Alt-G or something like that, but if I do that, it actually messes with my broadcast software. So 613 is Eric Himmer. Congratulations, Eric. DevArt will be in touch, and so will we shortly, to give you your license code for 1-year professional license for DevArt. Okay, congratulations. So let me just type that in here so I don't lose it. Sorry about this. I know it's all a bit Heath Robinson, Eric Himmer. Right. And the next one, we're going to give away the following DevArt Unidat product tomorrow. Now let's give away some Mitoff runtime licenses with source code. Row 1,514. We've got so many people registered now. Let's get that hand, isn't it? 1,540. If people are highlighted in red, it means they've already won, and therefore I cannot give them. Again, 1,540 is Sohail Yousaf. So 1 year. Let's see. The details are a Mitoff runtime license with source code. So that is Sohail Yousaf. And just to remind everybody, we can only give away what we're allowed to give away if the law prevents us. from doing that, or a law prevents the company giving away the products, a Mitoff or Devart or whoever, we have to comply with the law. So if the law says we can't do it, then there's nothing we can do it. So we're going to go for another Mitoff runtime license with source code 2292. 2292. Victims of own success 2292. Walter Schwegel, I think that is how you pronounce it. Congratulations, Walter. I'm going to copy that because there's no way I can spell that on my keyboard. Walter Schwegel. I'm just making sure I copy your name over, and we'll go for another license. 1275. 275. And I really want to thank Boyan Mitoff for doing this. I really appreciate his generosity. 1275 is oh God, 1275. Excel, I hate you. 1275. Laura Kirkinen. I apologize if I'm spelling your name wrong, but let's do that. That's Laurie Kirkinen. Laurie Kirkinen. Laurie, I know this is not very exciting presentation, but that's how it is. But I guess if your name's on the list, maybe it is a bit exciting. And finally, for now, a Visuino standard license with 1 year of update coverage. Again, this is from Mitoff Software, and we're going to hit the random number generator. 901. 901 is Shan Yan. Great name. Shan Yan. And that is a Visuino standard license. And we'll do one more actually. Let's do another one as well. So Visuino standard for another person. 129. 129. What time is that? Oh yeah, just in time. 129. And that is Dales Pereira Anderson. Okay. Not quite sure what that name means. I might need to check. If that's an employee and I won't know without checking, then unfortunately that name will not receive it. But if you're not an employee, congratulations. You get a Visuino standard license. I think it could just be that sales PA area is different things. But that's a Visuino standard license for you. So and some sales and some sales. Congratulations. Okay, that's all I'm going to do for now, and we may do one a little bit later on if we have time. We've got plenty more to give away, and congratulations to the winner, says Boyan. Yes, thank you, and more importantly, thank you to Boyan for what he's done. I'm going to say stop screen sharing for a second. But as I said before, Boyan Mitoff is actually an incredibly generous guy, and I really appreciate him doing that. So if you can support him by going to his website, that would be great. If you're looking for any Internet of Things devices, and components and all sorts of things, I really do recommend looking at what Boyan's got, because he's got a whole ton of stuff, and a very underrated guy, complete genius. complete genius. And Boyan, one of your people here, so just bought a couple of packages. Only thing is, you can't add multiple products to the shopping cart. Ah, well, yeah, but thanks for the promotion code. Good. And he said, thank you. Yeah, I had to move to Fast Springs and still trying to figure out how to configure it best. Yeah, I mean, the collapse of Digital River, which very, very popular with a lot of people, a lot of services. Digital River, if you just Google them, and they basically stopped trading. And people like Boyan, I know, and Paganza, who also told me about this as well, Krista, actually ended up losing money. I don't know whether that was ever sorted, Boyan, but I think last time I spoke to you, you said no, you didn't get it sorted. And that's a really difficult time for a small business. I mean, who can afford to lose money, right? Nobody. I mean, maybe, Elon Musk or someone can go, yeah, I'll just throw away $1 billion, I don't care. But most of us know, every penny makes a difference. But yeah, great stuff. And so congratulations to the people who took part in the giveaway. Is Boyan running EMS server? I don't know. You would need to ask him directly. Anyway, that's the prize winners. Or not winners, but giveaway recipients is the language. And we're going to go on to the next session. Now, this is, weirdly, it's in English, but it's from a person who speaks fluent French, because he is French, Patrick Premartin, good friend of mine, Spirit of Delphi award winner as well. And he's used AI voiceover, and he was a bit worried about it. He said, would it be okay? And I said, yeah. I mean, nowadays, most AI has got to the point where actually it sounds pretty good. And I'm all for it. I think that I don't think we should blindly use AI, but I think that using AI competently and to enhance what we can do, and we've had AI subtitles, which sometimes did some random things like translate fire duck into fire duck, but I think things like this voiceover for Patrick is perfect use of it, and it allows the subtitles that I put on to be more clear as well. So those that don't know Patrick is a very active guy. I guarantee he will be in the chat. And Stefan is already saying, "Go, Patrick, go! I've been looking forward to this." No pressure, Patrick. Anyway, Patrick Premartin, it's a 50-minute thing. I'm pretty certain Patrick won't be joining for the live Q&A. He says he is. Oh, actually, I see on the thing he says he will be. So we shall see what's happening. And actually, Boyd says someone else said they do use EMS server for their backend. It's fantastically fast. Oh, great. The English French speaking version will be available if anyone wants it, a full French version in a few days. There you go. So if French is your thing, if you speak French better than you understand English, then this session will be available in French as well at some point. But he's a great streamer, and enjoy 50 minutes of Patrick. And I believe he's joining us for the live Q&A as well, which will really challenge us all. Speak to you soon. And I'll remember to turn
the Christmas game evolution. Hello everyone, as you may know, I'm actually going to attempt to create this video in French, but you'll probably hear it in English with my accent translated by Hagen if the system works as intended. In this particular case, since Ian suggested I do it this way simply, and in the end I chose this solution rather than a subtitled version. Feel free to mention in the chat if you have any issues or leave a comment on the video or on the replays. I'm going to talk to you about video games once again, about a little game I created for the occasion. A little game that ended up being a bit bigger than expected, just like this presentation. So why did I make another presentation about video games? For the same reasons as always. Creating games allows you to ask yourself questions that you don't usually consider with standard software. When you're working with database management, you don't necessarily always think about things like optimization, animation, or user interface. Sometimes we're a bit too set in our ways from the past 10, 20 or 30 years. And sometimes seeing what can be done in FireMonkey in particular can inspire you or give you ideas for traditional applications, or of course for making small video games as well, since it's quite fun when you have ideas and want to bring them to life. So my name is Patrick Premartin, and I am an Embarcadero MVP, a freelance Delphi and web developer, a corporate and private trainer, as well as a content creator, especially active on platforms like Twitch, YouTube, and several other sites where you can easily find me when you search for Delphi or my name. I've included a few helpful links on the page, especially the one that will allow you to contact me directly if you have any questions or would like to connect. I've also added links related to Delphi books for the catalog of books on Pascal and Delphi that I try to keep up to date. The blog developerpascal.fr, Learning Delphi for VOD, which actually contains some courses, some training sessions, and all the presentations I've done online or even offline for that matter, since some of them were recorded and are or will be posted online on the site. You'll also find some of my software directly on Getit, or from within Delphi, of course. Well, Delphi or C++ Builder, since some are available for both. In 2018, during the CodeRage conference, I created a little game called Christmas Game, which was a simple clicker, a game where you had to tap on falling items on the screen while avoiding the bombs. I showed how to use FireMonkey to slightly tweak Delphi's standard event and click system in order to make a small game. I recompiled the program for Windows and macOS. They are available for download from the game's website. I recently put the website back online along with all the others. This year, I'm going to try the exercise again. So mixing standard Delphi elements, in this case Delphi 13 Florence or Delphi Community Edition, with open source projects, mine in this case, and also a few small utilities that I originally created to make my life easier, but which I've made available and that you can download yourself. Just like the previous one, you can download the game in its CodeRage 2025 version from the website christmasgameevolution.gameolf.fr. The PDF of this presentation, the links, the replays, and other materials will also additionally be available online as well. I've put them and will be putting them, depending a bit on when you're watching this video, on apprendredelphi.fr, so you can find them there whenever you need. In a link that will redirect you to a repository on Codeberg for now. For the past 2 months, I've been playing Plants vs. Zombies 2 on my iPad, and this old free game that still works and is still maintained by its publisher has given me a few ideas. So here, in this particular case, between 2 advertisements and 2 prompts to pay for in-game items, you'll find something interesting. It's a bit like the kinds of things we also see in other modern games, let's say, that do well on the app stores, especially on Apple, with engaging actions and a variety of mini-games inside that are specifically designed to make users want to come back to keep earning even more points, which allow them to get more items and rewards in the game, and so on. Most of these games depend on playtime, either to earn items for free or to encourage in-app purchases. This game actually gave me a few ideas. For quite some time I've been creating little games on my own, but they don't have any mechanics that encourage players to come back. So unless the game really interests them, they tend to abandon it pretty quickly. In Christmas Game Evolution, I wanted to try out some things I found in Plants vs. Zombies and other video games. I'll bring back several activities, including the clicker like in the 2018 version. In the match 3, you'll also find an inventory of items to collect and a system of objectives. The player won't be able to stop the current game unless they choose to, and if they do, they'll have to start over from scratch. They'll simply have to get the highest score possible, a score that will then be shared online with other players of the game in versions that will be released later. Access to activities will be exclusively through objectives, and of course there will be everything needed to generate them automatically within the app. Other activities may be added later on. The CodeRage 2025 version of the game is not complete. It was developed in just a few days on Twitch in November 2025, and I included the basic features so I could present it to show how it works, but the system is not completely finalized. The public versions will, of course, be complete and will evolve over time depending on whether or not there are players, of course. Before we continue and get to the heart of the matter, I'm going to show you a short 30-second video that was recorded on November 24th. That is, before I added sounds to the game and before I included the warning about the game being incomplete and only in a CodeRage version, as you can see in the screenshot in the middle at the bottom of this screen. Just so you know, there is no sound in the following videos, in the short demos. I prefer to record them as they are and let you see what happens. Aside from the marketing aspect and the story, video games essentially depend on three things: the game engine, the graphics, and the sounds, whether it's background music or sound effects. Christmas Game Evolution is no exception to this rule. We're going to take a look at all of that in the following pages and minutes. During the dev days of summer 2024, I presented an entirely new project, Gamolf FMX Game Starter Kit. It's a starter kit for creating video games in FireMonkey with Delphi. It's a far cry from what's available in Castle Game Engine and others. I keep things pretty basic in terms of how it works. There are no tools and there are no built-in game mechanics. It's mainly a set of features, classes, and units that bring together everything you need to make a basic game. I'll show you. More things in other videos soon, including a template I added a few days ago. The 2024 presentation is available on Embarcadero's YouTube channel in English, and I also made a French version on my own YouTube channel, which you can also watch on PeerTube if you prefer. The links are on the screen, and you'll also find them in the code repository for this presentation. Gamolf FMX Game Starter Kit is a set of native features for creating video games. It supports scene management, screens, interface buttons, whether they're real buttons, radio buttons, checkboxes, or others, depending on how you implement them. By the way, in Christmas Game Evolution, you have several examples of this. I also handle interface elements accessible via keyboard, mouse, or game controllers, background music, sound effects, and translation, meaning text display and a few other small things like toolbars and so on. The starter kit is based on other repositories, which I'll show you in just a moment. You can download it at fmxgamesterterkit.developer-pascal.fr. I prefer to give you the links to the websites of the repositories rather than the repositories themselves, since I'm currently migrating everything from GitHub to other platforms, so the links will be more permanent. There were several ways to use the starter kit. Either the method I use myself, doing everything by hand from the start, or creating an assistant for the IDE and offering you an interface directly integrated into the development environment to create video games, or making a zip file with everything inside and delivering it to you as is. I chose this solution. I submitted a zip file to get it for the first version, which is the one I used in the template video that I'll show you later, with all the pre-installed projects. A program that just needs to be renamed and then completed with your own game mechanics. Obviously to add your screens, your buttons, your graphics, and so on. The zip file is also downloadable from its code repository. Here, exceptionally, I've provided you with the codebug link. It will also be available from the presentation, just like the starter kit website, since it's closely related to that. Video games based on the starter kit therefore use several other repositories. The one I use for the About dialog boxes. A dialog box with just an icon, the software information, and then 2 input fields, or rather display fields, that allow you to provide the license and the project description. The CLT-SEG API project, which is my license and file version manager, which is also integrated by default but is not active unless you specify it directly in the programs. The Delphi Game Engine, which was a set of libraries that manages game controllers, music, and other small things that are very useful for video games but also for other projects. And my toolbox, my Pascal and Delphi libraries that contain functions and components for RTL, VCL, and FireMonkey. And a little bit around Skia as well, since I used Skia for Delphi for certain things. The code repositories, libraries, and components can also be used independently. You don't have to use them through the starter kits. You can simply take the relevant unit or the code repository that interests you. The About dialog boxes, like my toolbox and libraries, are used in all my software. The code repositories oriented towards video games can also be used for things other than video games. For example, I use Delphi Game Engine in ZigPlay, an MP3 player. I use the part that handles music playback, loops, and other information that is managed directly within it. You can also use parts of my libraries directly in your own personal projects, exactly like Gregory Berseguet did in the game that he recently released called Nagori. It's a fantastic little arcade game that you'll be able to download from December 2nd directly from his website or on itch. On gbsoft.fr/Nagori, let me show you a few seconds of it. The source code for everything I distribute is available on Codebug or GitHub and will soon be on other source code hosting platforms as well. Everything is available under the AGPL version 3 or MIT license. My libraries for Delphi and web scripts are distributed under the AGPL version 3 license, and my software, once compiled, are distributed as shareware. They are free, but you are encouraged to purchase a user license. If you can afford it and want to support my work, I have provided the links to the 2 stores that handle licenses, especially for developer licenses for the libraries. If the AGPL version 3 license doesn't suit you, you can opt for a standard developer license. And for the software, store.olfsoftware.fr. Just a quick reminder, even when something is free, sometimes you still need to pay because open source project developers, just like with free software, creators, musicians, and illustrators also need to eat, live, have a place to stay, and clothe themselves. And they do all this in their free time. So don't hesitate to support them if you can, especially if you use their projects in your own. As for the graphics, in Christmas Game Evolution, actually there are only... The game's credits screen is the only one that contains a classic visual component, the t-text, for displaying something. Everything else comes from bitmap images or SVGs, with the SVGs being processed by Skia to convert them into bitmaps. I mainly use images, rectangles, and circles to display all these elements, stacked in the screens along with lots of other positioning components. I do this because my program doesn't require a lot of animation. None of this is really CPU intensive, so I can afford to do it this way. Obviously, for a project with a lot of animations, especially explosions, battles, or similar effects, it would be better for you to draw directly on the Forms canvas or the Skia canvas if you have the opportunity. Let's say I'm mainly addressing developers, and I'm going to assume that you're not any more comfortable than I am with drawing software. Still, for a video game, it's somewhat useful nonetheless. You need to be able to handle Illustrator or equivalent vector drawing tools, Photoshop or similar programs, and other sources of information. We'll look at some basic operations, especially how to extract SVG and PNG images from an Illustrator document. Then we'll see how I can suggest ways for you to use them in your Delphi projects, whether it's for a video game or something else. Because, of course, anything that's a vector image can be used as an icon in image lists or directly on the screen. So I'm going to offer you 6 short introductory videos, again without sound, just with on-screen information, each lasting from 1 to 4 minutes. First, we'll look at how to export PNG and SVG files from an Illustrator document. The screenshots you have don't match the video I made. Here, it's related to a graphic font. In the video, I used more common images that could be used as icons. But the principle remains the same. We start from Illustrator, open the file, try to group or ungroup the elements to have coherent components, and rename them. Then we use the global export tool to retrieve the PNG and SVG files. I'll let you take a look at that. Next, once we have our PNGs and SVGs, we'll try to import them into Delphi. The first step is to put the PNG files into a TI image list. The FireMonkey image list is multi-resolution by default, just like the Timage collection in VCL. However, it doesn't have the same image import tool. So when you have 100 of them in 5 or 6 versions, it's just not doable in FireMonkey from the development environment. Or else you could spend days on it. I developed a small tool called Folder to FMX image list that does this with drag and drop. I'll show you how it works right now. Using PNGs is great, but when you have large ones and a lot of them, and on top of that, in multiple resolutions, the size of the executable files can quickly skyrocket, and it's not always super convenient in some cases. If you can use vector images, it's always better. In this case, vector images are just text, so I thought, why not integrate them directly into Delphi source code? I developed a small utility for that, which retrieves files from a folder and generates a unit for us with Pascal classic string constants, or in multi-line version since Delphi 12. I'll let you see how it's used. In my video games, I like to use graphic backgrounds for displaying text. I had developed a class for that, which is actually based on a tier frame. You can find it in my toolbox, and I'd like to show you how we can use it to display a software title, for example, or text on buttons. In Christmas Game Evolution, I wanted to display a multi-line text, especially for the box indicating that CodeRage 2025 had its own version and that it was limited. It's the box that appears on the game screen with the letters in yellow and orange. Obviously, I didn't draw them one by hand. It's an arrangement that creates itself automatically from the graphical text display I just showed you, but split word by word. I'll quickly show you what the source code looks like. You can go check it out in the code repositories if you want. Finally, the images that were used for the menu with drawings of cakes or cookies were too large to be used as PNGs. So I switched to SVGs, vector images. You just need a container, and to display the letters one by one at the right size, like I did before with the PNGs, but this time using SVGs. In video games, it's not just about text. Everything else is also graphical. In this case, I used the T-rectangle and T-circle components to display the SVGs in their fill.bitmap property. Let me quickly show you how to do this using SVG images that are stored in your project's source code. Where can you find images for your software? Well, I have quite a few sources. I've included some links for you, and you'll find more in the code repository. I'm not going to go into all of that in detail. Generally speaking, what you find on the internet obviously shouldn't be used as is. Every image, every visual or audio content has rights, or rather has an owner. So don't just use them because you like them or because you feel like using them. Instead, use images for which you have obtained the rights, whether they are royalty-free or privately owned. If possible, hire an illustrator or artist to create your own images. It will always be more convenient and better for your projects. As for music, there are two types in video games: background music and sound effects. Background music is what we hear almost constantly in games. We might not always notice it, but it's always there. Sound effects are everything that happens when there's an action on screen or to scare the players a little. In Delphi, there's a T-Media player that can be used in both VCL and FireMonkey to do all of this. That's what I use without really using it directly, since I go through the library I made for video games, which is found in Delphi Game Engine. Gamoff FMX Music Loop seamlessly manages music playback loops, so looped or not looped, but in this case it handles playing a sound. And you also have a T-Sound list, which is a class that allows you to manage a list of sound files and handles a pool of audio players, so you can reuse the elements by playing them alone or several at the same time. It's fairly simple in terms of coding, and the result is actually pretty good. Of course, there are other libraries that don't use the operating system APIs, such as Base, whether open source or not. You'll probably find other options if you look around a bit, but T-Media Player is sufficient for most users. Regarding the starter kit, I always use the same unit, but in reality, the starter kit itself includes background music playback and sound effects. For background music, you just need to set the information in the constants when creating the project. And then for sound effects, you need to customize the unit called uSoundEffects. There are comments in all the files, there are to-dos to handle, and warnings. Feel free to refer to a simple compilation of a blank project. You'll find all the information in there. The configuration for sounds, volume, and whether or not it's allowed by the user is found in the standard project settings. This is also supported and handled by the starter kit. In Christmas Game Evolution, I wanted to offer you several different pieces of music. To do that, I had to slightly modify the starter kit since it didn't support this feature, and now you can directly change the file or files that play as background music through code. Obviously, I made sure that this wouldn't disrupt games already using this feature, since backward compatibility is still a very important point. Changes in the libraries shouldn't break the code of those who use them. So in my game, I created 3 sounds, numbers 1, 2, and 3. They are configured in the UCGE config unit, and selecting a type of sound triggers the playback of the corresponding MP3. It's pretty straightforward in the source code, you can go check it out. As for sound effects, I didn't include any in the base game. The CodeRage 2025 version doesn't have any. There will obviously be some in the public version. If you want to see how it works, take a look at Bidu or Dad48, who use it extensively, or of course the short demos that I will publish as links in the presentation as well as on its code repository. Where can you find sounds? Well, actually, just like with images, there are online image banks and sound banks. Be careful though, sounds are a bit of a sensitive issue. If you use things with questionable rights or dubious sources, you could end up being blocked on video sites or software distribution platforms, or get hit with DMCA notices. Whether they're abusive or justified, it's always a possibility. In my games, I usually go through Humble Bundle, Open Game Art, Game Dev Market, and others like Jamendo, used exceptionally for Pumpkin Killer, which allows me to have dozens, even hundreds, of music tracks on my hard drives and to pick from them whenever I need. Obviously, that doesn't solve everything, since every piece of music sold by Humble Bundle has to be bought by thousands of developers, marketers, and content creators in general. A track purchased from these libraries won't be unique. It won't be dedicated to your game. At best, it matches the atmosphere you want to create, but that's not enough on its own. If you have a budget, or if you want something personalized, you need to hire professional composers. And you can find professionals especially on Twitch and YouTube, since some musicians regularly stream and share their content, their music, or their passion online with us. And in this case, I can suggest 3 French musicians, Saris, Loin du Ciel, and Mr. MV, who can create custom music for you, obviously as a paid service, if you use them in your games, software, or presentation videos in general. Saris, whose real name is Xavier Dang, is a professional composer. I've included some links if you want to check out his work. He notably composed the music together with Mr. MV for the video game Norea the Gold Project, which was published by Some Friends. You can find the music on YouTube on his channel if you want to listen to some of his creations. He is available, responds quite quickly, and can create directly on YouTube or elsewhere. Of course, streaming his creations is not mandatory. Loinduciel is a musician, I know him a little bit. He streams quite regularly on Twitch with a rather astonishing dexterity in mixing notes, instruments, and all sorts of things. He also has a YouTube channel where he posts replays of his streams. He also sometimes composes for video games, streams, charity or commercial events, short films, and movies. Don't hesitate to pitch your projects to him. You may have seen him in the video Triskaidekaphobia, which was released on YouTube and PeerTube following Ian Barker's conference in Brazil last year. Ian had talked about version 13 of Delphi, a RAD Studio, C++ builder, and the number 13, which Embarcadero had decided not to skip, unlike many other software publishers. I mentioned it to Loinduciel during one of his streams. He started a pretty cool improvisation. You can watch it on MakerTube. He also composed the music for the video game Plomtris during a collaborative game jam event in 2023, while he was composing live on his channel and I was coding on mine. The result was pretty funny to watch. Feel free to check out the video game. There are demo videos on the website, and of course you can download it if you want. For Christmas game Evolution, I wanted to try something a little different, so I'm offering you 3 background music tracks made by some friends: Gladys from Le Tango in Paris, Cole Argel from the Pyrenees, and a buddy from Hawaii who preferred to remain anonymous. The singing sessions were recorded. You'll be able to watch them on replay with the links from the presentation. Of course, if you want to hear the music, feel free to download Christmas Game Evolution. In video games, when we talk about screens, we're actually talking about scenes. And here, in this case, that's the terminology I've kept for the starter kit. All scenes must inherit from T-Scene Ancestor, which contains everything needed to handle display and translations. Each scene must register itself with the scene manager during its initialization. Each scene corresponds to a scene type declared in the constants, but a scene can also use several types. If needed, however, a type should only be used in a single scene. If it's referenced by multiple scenes, only the last one will be handled. Scenes are instantiated the first time they are displayed and are never destroyed. So if you display the same scene multiple times, it will always be the same instance. Remember to reset all your parameters in the 2 methods provided for that purpose. Scenes are independent from each other, and so are the units. No scene needs to use the others when it wants to display itself. You have a show scene and a hide scene method to perform your actions when a scene appears or disappears from the screen. You have a method to translate texts on the screen. Of course, you can use whichever translation engine you prefer. This is not enforced by the starter kit. And you have 2 special types of scenes: none, which, as its name suggests, is used when there is nothing to display, and exit. To exit the program, be careful, exiting the program with an exit will not automatically save your data. You need to do that beforehand. In the video game Christmas Game Evolution, there are 8 scenes. In practice, in the source code, you'll find others since I had planned for additional screens, but they were not activated in the CodeRage 2025 version. The splash screen, which is the welcome screen with a progress bar, the clicker, which involves click activities like in the 2018 game, the game credits, the game scene, which contains the list of objectives to achieve and access to the inventory. The game over scene, which is used when you have lost all your lives in the various game activities. The home scene, the start menu that allows access to settings, the game credits, and the game scene itself. The inventory, the match 3, and the options, which contain the standard buttons as well as radio buttons and checkboxes that are interconnected with each other. Feel free to refer to them if you want to see how to reproduce them in a game, or more generally, to be able to handle them with a keyboard or a game controller, since this kind of functionality can also work in real software. And when I say real software, I mean traditional management software, not necessarily video games. Scenes are drawn in the sheet designer using a stack of frames and lines of code. Some frames contain other frames, so be careful as this can cause display issues. Most of them have a vertical scroll bar to avoid problems with screen height. If you're playing on smartphones, the screen always needs to remain accessible. The width is fairly easy to adjust, but the height is sometimes a bit tricky, so a vertical scroll box is used in the background in every scene to avoid rejections from Google, Apple, and Amazon during app validation. In the CodeRage 2025 version, the splash screen doesn't do anything. It's just an image with a progress bar. In reality, there's no action behind it. You can skip it with escape. Obviously, most games download various information at this stage. Here, I really didn't need anything except a screen just to say, hello, the game is starting. So the clicker activity is the same as in 2018, but it's been recoded. I use the background of the rectangle to draw the SVGs and its click event. Actually, not on click, because in Delphi a click action is triggered when you release the mouse button or when you lift your finger from the screen. In a video game, you should use on mouse down instead to trigger the action when you press. Not when you lift your finger, otherwise it can have some rather strange effects. The number of lives, the score, and the number of centers you've collected in the game appear on certain screens. These actually also come from frames, which themselves are inside another frame that serves as a toolbar. The whole thing is fully automated, you just have to place them on the screen. When the information in the current game data changes, it triggers messages that are intercepted by these elements. The match 3 activity isn't coded directly in the game. In fact, it's a T-frame that comes from a demo I published on the FMX Game Snippets repository. It's a collection of example features that you can find in video games, which you have in a separate repository. The games Bideo and Koala Match 3 use the same T-frame. So you have different images, of course, in both, or rather in all three. And you also have different behaviors, since you can override the information from the original form, just as you can inherit from it and change things. I hope you found this presentation interesting and maybe it gave you some ideas. Feel free to discuss it in the chat or later on. I'm always available. If you have any questions, just send me a message, no problem. The source code and executable for the CodeRage 2025 version of the game are available on the website. This presentation will also have links to its code repository. And if you have any questions, as I mentioned, you can also contact me on Twitch when I'm streaming. Just because I'm working on a project on screen doesn't mean I can't answer. I'll let you know clearly if I can pause or not, but generally speaking I tend to be able to digress without any problem, so mostly in French and sometimes in English. Because once I'm on Twitch I don't have HeyGen to translate in real time. I have to speak myself. I've shared a few links with you, so the list of my video games on gamorph.fr, the list of utilities on Gedit or from my websites. If you have any questions or needs, don't hesitate to bring them up. If you have ideas for software that you might not want to make yourself, but that you think would be useful for developers, feel free to mention those too. It could be interesting. And then I redid all the websites over the past few weeks. Those who followed me on Twitch were able to watch and help me with those tasks. All the code repositories are in the process of being moved to a separate site for each repository, so that's about 200 in total. And on each site, at the bottom of the page, you'll find a link called Dev Corner or Developers Corner, where you'll find links to the code repositories, presentations, videos, devlogs on the blogs, and also the documentation for the projects, exported either with Dochinsight or PasDoc, depending on the type of project. You'll also find some links to replays of the Twitch streams, or other videos where I was able to show how the code was written, or do code reviews, or other things related to the project in question. So there's a lot of content, enough to feed Google and the others for a few years and maybe help keep climbing up the pointless TOB ranking. Ah yes, one last thing. I'm going to start sharing through Getit, and some of my colleagues are doing it to source code that you'll be able to modify. Remember to copy the things you download via Getit into your own folder. This will prevent them from being deleted if a cleanup, version change, or removal of the relevant packages occurs. Obviously, if you download the video game creation template and modify it as is in the Getit catalog folder, you might run into some unpleasant surprises sooner or later. So save everything, copy your files into a proper working folder that isn't the default installation folder. Same goes for the examples, and you'll have more peace of mind. And in any case, make backups no matter what. To finish, I give you the download link for the presentation again, which will also include the videos of the recorded replays, as well as quite a few short videos on the topic since, believe it or not, this whole thing has turned out to be a bit bigger than originally planned. So I'll be putting everything online in the coming days, or it might already be online depending on when you're watching this presentation. Thank you for your attention. Thanks to DeepL for its help in translating the slides, and to Heijan for the voice translation. Thanks to Ian, Martha, and the whole team. I hope we'll meet again at some point. See you soon. Bye.
I don't know why I hadn't spotted that. I did not know that was happening at the end of the video. I didn't see that bit when I was reviewing what you'd done. So that was funny. And Patrick is joining us live in the studio. Salut, Patrick. How are you doing?
Yeah.
How's it going?
Fine.
Yeah, I caught you by surprise, I think. Yeah, it's very, very good. Your video, everyone kept saying, what is he using to do the AI voice? Because it's so good. And it was Hey Jen, for those that didn't realize. And it was very good because it translated into English, but it gave you a French accent.
Yes.
Which that was pretty impressive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But sometimes it hallucinates more than me.
Yeah. I think this is the thing that what I like about these AI translations is it increases our understanding, even if it still gets it wrong, because you can look at it and go, what, this isn't quite right, but you still understood what it said. So yeah, Francis says, brilliant finale, Patrick.
Thank you. I don't have my common key, but teddy bear.
Yeah, it's very, very good. And Stefan, Stefan yourself, you've met him a few times. Love it, he says. Yeah, it's very, very good. And the French are out in force. They're all there. Sylviane, we've discovered there are several Sylvianes listening to it and saying thank you as well. So it's good stuff. And Stefan says, good advice on Get It as well. Yes, exactly. This is the thing. Get It needs a significant amount of improvement, shall we say. So how it can do things. Oh, Patrick, what a scene to start my Delphi dev. Yes. And other songs are available from the repositories too. I remember, wasn't it last year that you did Santa Claus or something?
Yes.
Didn't you appear? It's like, oh, God.
With a Jane.
Yeah, that was funny. You did some very good things. I pinned some of the comments, mostly just people saying how good it was. Dion, who you know as well, is a good MVP. Excellent session, Patrick. Implementing games truly feels like fulfilling a teenager's dream. Thank you for bringing this. Yeah. Well, what can we say to that? Huh?
I have a lot of samples if you want, Dion.
Yeah. Well, why not? I have to say, it's been a policy of mine throughout my career never to play video games, and the reason is when I'm so sleep deprived at the moment from work, because I'm doing 16-hour days to get CodeRage ready. But at the end of the day, the last thing I want to do is touch a computer. But I finally gave in and I bought myself my Mortal Kombat 2 because I just couldn't resist it. I'm like, that looks so good. I'm going to have that. So I probably will end up playing lots of games. What's my dog doing? Dude, hey, what's he doing behind me? He's doing something random with his bed. Look at him.
Right.
He's going to dig a hole, I think, down into the neighbours. I'm on the second floor. So, yeah, it's, as you said, we really can do anything with Delphi, even without AI. Yeah, I think you really, you prove the point by showing people, really. I think it's impressive. Yeah, and Fossa One Dev, who's a British guy, says, yeah, I agree. Fantastic stuff. And thank you very much, Patrick. Well, as I've said before, anybody that goes and uses open source stuff, and I'm going to put your GitHub up there above your head, actually. You know, I think anybody that uses libraries, yes, free should not mean free. If they use open source software or they use libraries that they can freely download, then they should understand the amount of time and effort that you put into it. And if it's all, you carry sponsorship, is that right, on your site, or do you not do that?
Sometimes.
Yeah. So I think, you know, everybody who can should. I try to sponsor projects that they like. So if people are using your work, they should definitely look to make sure they give back one way or another. I don't care how they do it, but as long as they do it, yeah, it's good stuff. What have you got planned next then after the Christmas game? Have you got something in the pipeline, or?
This game is only for the CodeRage. I have a real game to do with it. So it will evolve next year because for this Christmas is too late. So I'll work on it in 2026.
Wow.
But I have a lot of projects, current project, future projects. So
yeah.
A lot of things.
Ethico6 says, I love his work and support him. There you go. So, yeah, I mean, those of you watching, Patrick can be found on Twitch regularly. He mostly streams in French, which is fine for me. But if you don't understand French, then, well, you know, learn. But I think I say this about all developers that you watch. I often watch Brazilian developers coding, and I don't understand anything they're saying, but the code is a universal language. Maybe the comments are in French, or the comments are in Brazilian Portuguese, or the comments are in Spanish, or whatever, but it is a universal language because Delphi is Delphi. And, you know, even if the variable is named in a way that doesn't make sense in your language, you can still understand the basics of what someone's doing, I think. So, yeah, it works. It's very good. Yeah.
Some streams are better than others. With real projects, or sometimes I sleep.
Yeah, exactly.
But,
yeah,
it's
exactly.
fun.
Well, you know, you're a great guy, and you're always in our chat. So a lot of people that watch the CodeRage, like, oh, that's who he is. Yes, this is Patrick. You always see him in the chat.
It's written there.
Ah, there you go. Yeah.
In case I'm lost somewhere.
Yeah, and someone says it's Stefan says it's a good reason to brush up on our French skills. Great stuff. Yeah, you know, there are a few Twitch streams I watch, and yours is one of them. And not always. I'm usually, you know, so busy I don't get a chance to do the fun things. I've always got to do the boring things, like have meetings and stuff. But you know, I or process emails. I get so many emails, it's ridiculous. But you know, we've met a few times in person. You're a decent guy. I really admire you. I think you're a very talented developer, and you're a good streamer. And more streaming is a good thing. Having people watch us online, I think, is helpful, which is why I do what I do. I think that showing people what can be done rather than telling people or writing about it is important. You know, so you do some very useful work. You know, thank you.
And on Twitch, I have a lot of viewers who say, I know Delphi, I didn't use it for a lot of time, and I didn't know it still exists.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
And it's so frustrating. Like, yeah, do you know, I say this a lot. Most people who watch this video, we will get thousands watch the replays, and we get up to like 7,000 eventually within a month or so. Most people who don't use Delphi or think it's dead or not, what they don't realize is they have probably interacted with the Delphi program today and never knew it. At the airport, at the train station, buying something online, you know, it's everywhere. On TV, generating advertising, games, and things like that. People don't know it's absolutely everywhere. And why is it? You know, not so wide, because it just works and doesn't go wrong. If it was a problem and everybody was complaining about it crashing, then maybe we would be more visible.
Yes.
It's kind of a vicious circle, really, I think. Yeah. And Kiri,
it's a too good product.
Yeah, Kiri Leocious. I can't really say that username, but merci, Patrick, he says. So,
yeah.
Merci. Okay, excellent. All right. Well, thanks a lot, Patrick. And I appreciate all the effort you put in. And thank you. I never ask you to be on the chat, but you always seem to turn up. And I really appreciate it because it's very helpful. And you often post comments before I get a chance to answer, which is great. And the answers you give are always perfect as well. So someone's saying point of sale in restaurants. They're talking about where Delphi is. Like if you go to buy something in a restaurant and pay, quite often that's in there. Yeah, Paul Jackson, he runs a business that has Delphi software in the background, and they're a wholesaler of alcohol, I think, and soft drinks and things like that as well. So yeah, it's a lot going on. It's everywhere. People just don't know. Well, thanks for spreading the word. All right.
You're welcome.
Okay, à tout à l'heure. Merci.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Okay, that was Patrick. Now, the next session, I'm just going to turn that barcode off. Now, this session, I've got to do something weird, okay? And it might work and it might not. If it doesn't work, then I might have to fiddle around with a few things to get it working. So this session arrived a little bit late. It's just that's the set of circumstances that happen. I'm just going to see if I can do this live. It looks like I can. I'm going to try and upload a video. I do not know if this will work. Video. Okay. All right. So I have no idea if you can still hear me. But it says it's processing, analyzing, processing, because I literally had to do this on the fly. This is why we always ask people to get their videos ready in like good time before we go. 6% processing. Talk amongst yourselves. I can see my video still moving, so I'm guessing you can see me. 14% processing. And it's 19%. Make up a number and let's say, well, come on, video upload, come on, video processing. Now, I have a very fast internet connection, luckily, and it's a 2.5 gigabyte synchronous connection backwards and forwards. And this video is pretty chunky that I'm uploading, but I literally only got it like an hour and a half ago. And it's important, so I do want to show it. And that's why I'm padding for time and making sure we can get it up. 41%. Woo woo! It's going to get there. 42%. Oh, really? Is it going to suddenly just jump up to like 60%, or are we going to be waiting 1%? Dum de dum de dum. Talk amongst yourself for a second. La 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 la. Well, when it's uploaded, because it is still chugging away, it is a video from Miguel Moreno. He was going to do one yesterday and couldn't make it, and because of the processing that we do on these videos, I couldn't let him do it live. In the past, we have done wholly live presentation sessions, but they don't really work out very well. And if it's a staff member, then I can do it because I've usually got access to the material. 60%. But unfortunately, we had to drop his session yesterday. But today, he's managed to get the video to me on time so that I can actually upload it. It is how to create a server background process in C++ Builder without a server. And he's also got a Delphi version of this as well. But this is going to be the C++ one. It is about time that we did a C++ video, and that's why I try to pull out the stops and do it. Processing 84%. Oh, come on, computer. 90%. The excitement is building. Oh, here it comes. Here it comes. 90%, 90%, 90%. Any advance on 90%? Come on, computer. By the way, it's the cloud service that's taking this long. My video was uploaded in 2 seconds. The internet's so great when you've got a fiber connection. 100%. Does that mean I can play it? Come on. You can do it. You can do it. 100%. Oh, don't just pause there at 100% and have everybody just waiting. Come on, computer. There you go. Okay.
Hello, everybody. My name is Miguel Moreno, and this is my presentation today for you, how to create a server background process in C++ Builder without a server. And this would be server power without a server. All right. The introduction is in many integration scenarios, background jobs don't need necessarily to run 24/7 or need 24/7 availability. What if your C++ Builder application could run them for you just by being open? Then today I will show you how to turn your client application into a part-time server without deploying any server at all. First of all, my name, Miguel Ángel Moreno again. I'm an electronics engineer, IoT systems designer, with software developer. I'm also a systems integrator. And finally, I'm an Embarcadero MVP for 10 years now. Then now this is the agenda. This is the topics that we will cover today. Why background processes often require servers. When you don't need a server. Embedded server process pattern, an algorithm, included a multi-client orchestration, then an implementation in C++ Builder, examples of where to use this, and finally questions and answers. All right. The traditional view is that if you need a periodic background job to rerun, we always think that you need to deploy a server. But the drawback is that this requires hosting, whether on premises, if your company already has a data center, or nowadays in the cloud, on a virtual machine, or in a container. So there are several options nowadays, but in the end, it requires hosting a dedicated server. And with that, it comes the maintenance and monitoring overhead. Someone needs to make sure that that server is always up and running successfully and running optimally. Security of the server. As you have a server exposed outside of your company or outside of your home or your whatever environment you need to run this, you also need to make sure that you are not opening doors for hackers or for some malware that can come in. Then you have the cost associated to all this. And in case of the companies, of corporations, it often needs corporate IT involvement. It's not that you just can go and deploy the server on your own. That you can do at your home, or if you have your own company, or it's a pretty small company. But in a medium to bigger sizes companies, definitely you need authorization and need to involve corporate IT. And in the end, all of these may end up being an overkill for very low frequency updates or very basic needs to having a process being run periodically. The typical simple use cases that we are talking about is like when you want to pull data from remote API once every hour or once every day. It's just a very lightweight application, but it's very common. When you want to synchronize inventory or prices from a remote server or from an integration, you're integrating to another system and you want to do these updates. When you need to fetch telemetry or IoT snapshots, that you don't necessarily need to be getting the IoT data all the time. It's maybe once per day or every hour. When you need to send queued events to an ERP system, then that is not happening like at 10 transactions or 1,000 transactions per second. This is something that happens eventually. Usually a human being is involved. So this is a low frequency type of events. You do some cleanup or archival tasks, processes that can be run in a very low frequency. Usually this kind of tasks is run once per day or maybe once per week. So bottom line, all these processes don't need high availability. You don't need a real powerful server with high capacity running these processes all the time. So running whenever the user app is open should be good enough. It's not critical. So this kind of updates usually is when someone is launching your application, that's the time that they need the data to be updated. Before that, since the app was not even open, there was really no need to have the data open, the data updated. The idea is to let the user application be the server when it is running. Your existing client application includes in your code a lightweight update engine, a simple basic server process. It runs a periodic task behind the scenes. This is the catch. The idea is that you are leveraging or taking advantage of your application and the power of today's computers. So the idea is that this process, when it's running, your end user wouldn't even notice. They don't even know that you did this, that you're distributing these background server processes inside the application. Therefore, it is self-contained. You don't need any additional deployment. Everything is already in your own application that you fully control. And again, I just said that again, it's invisible to the user. Now, what is the problem? Why we just don't go ahead and do it? Well, if it's an application that will be used only by one person all the time, there is no problem. Just do it. Go ahead. But usually, in most of the cases, these kind of applications are run by multiple users at any given time. You could have just one person, no person using it, or you can have 10 or 20 persons using it. It's totally unpredictable. Then we need that only one of those applications is running your server process. Otherwise, you have a big problem and you have many processes trying to update the data at the same time. You get duplicated data or you get the wrong results. The idea is that this process is being run only by one of those applications that are being run at a time. Therefore, we need a handover mechanism, some fail-safe recovery. It needs to be simple, nothing rocket science, nothing complicated, and with no additional infrastructure. So everything can be run with your application in a normal user computer. The solution is to have a distributed coordination signal. That's a very fancy name. To just have a light is to have a shared resource available to all clients, like a database row, which is the most common and most efficient to do because databases are already designed to handle many users simultaneously. So the locking mechanisms already implemented in the database is the perfect mechanism to leverage or to use for this kind of synchronizations. But that doesn't mean you cannot use other things. Maybe your application can use some file locking if you already have a network drive in your company or in your office, and you are expecting that no more than 5 or 10 users using it, then file locking could be an alternative. Named pipes or mutex on a shared system, if you're talking of in processes. So in this case, the applications are running in the same machine or within a networked environment with remote procedure call. That's an option. Some specific applications may need this or prefer this. You could also have a very lightweight REST endpoint where you can just send the signal that, hey, it's my turn, I have it. Would not the most efficient way to do it, but if you already have an infrastructure and you already have many endpoints available to you because you're very good at deploying REST APIs and you have the resource, then why not? This is another option. The thing is, think of this as a relay race. only one person has the baton at any given time. And these options I'm showing to you are the ways to implement the baton. Who has the baton at this point in time? Then each instance, which means each instance of your application, is checking if the background job owner exists, if someone already has the baton. If there's no one with the baton now, then you take it. You claim ownership if no one holds it. You perform the work. You are actually, since you have the baton, then now your application will be responsible of running the server process, your background process that you want to run. Then to flag everyone else that you are running it and you are alive, that you are actually still running it and you didn't freeze in time, you need to refresh the list periodically. You need to keep announcing to everybody, hey, I'm still having the baton. I have it and I still have it. And when the application is normally closed by the end user, when the user terminates using your application, then you need to gracefully release the lock. You also need to flag the other potential users that you are no longer using your application, then you no longer have the baton, then someone else needs to take it. This is the architectural diagram of what I haven't explained to you. So I'm hoping this will be make it more clear to you what's going on. So we have the shared coordination signal. Again, we'll go with the best option for my opinion is having a database. Then you have user A. User A launches the application. Your application has the background process embedded in it. It's there. It doesn't mean that it's running, but the background process is there, ready to run if needed. Then your application makes the connection to the shared coordination signal. This is the first user running at this point in time, so there's no one else. That means that the application takes the baton. Therefore, it activates the background process. The background process of the application of user A starts running and is the one running your server process continuously. Later on, we have user B. User B starts using his own application, instance of your application. It tries to take the baton, but when checking the shared coordination signal on the database server, it detects, someone already has it. Then it knows that user A has the baton. Therefore, it doesn't activate his own background process. The background process on user B application is frozen, it's not active, because the baton is right now on user A's application. Later on, we have user C. User C coming into the equation. He also launches the application. Then again, when connecting to the database, the application detects that user A still has the batons. User A is still the one running the background process. Therefore, user A's background process continues to run because he's been holding the baton by updating the signal on the shared resource, in this case, our database. But then user A decides to finish. He's done with what he was doing on the application. He closes the application, and as part of the closing of the application, it clears out the signal. It says, I'm done. I don't have the baton anymore. Here, on a truly random process, whoever checks first whether the baton is there or not, in this case user B, will take the baton, and now his background process on his machine, on his application, will start to run. So it's a kind of a round robin. Whoever, the baton will be always on one of their users running at the same time. The only time that the process will not run is when no one is using your application. So this is the algorithm on a high level. Number one, on application startup, you attempt to acquire the lock with your own app ID, the lock in the shared resource. If the lock is free, no one's using it, no one has the button, then you become the worker. You take the button. If the lock is held by someone else, it means someone else has the button. You just need to keep monitoring and try after the lease, continuously, to monitor until whoever has the button can potentially release it. If you are the worker, meaning you have the button, then you need to run the background job. You are the one responsible now to running the server process. And you need to renew the lock every time, depending on your application. You need to keep informing the rest of the users that you are alive and kicking, that not only that you have the button, but that you are alive. You need to keep refreshing the signal to make sure that everybody knows, oh, you're still alive, okay. When the application closes, you need to release the lock. A clean exit that removes the signal, and that tells everyone else, if when they check, they will see that the flag is cleared. Means whoever checks it first will immediately take it, and then they will have the button. This whole algorithm allows for automatic failover if the owner disappears. Why? Because we are forcing that you need to refresh the lock every period of time. If you don't refresh your lock, that means that something happened with your application. It got frozen, or maybe a process got stuck, or it's delaying too much in doing something else. Then there will be a failover. The other applications that are being running simultaneously will detect that your lease, that your lock has not been refreshed on time, then they will take over, and then they will continue to run the process. So this is the automatic failover mechanism. Okay, demo application. Okay, so now it's time to show you the real demonstration, real code about how to implement the algorithm to have a server process without a server. First and foremost, we need some control server that we can connect to for the demonstration. So here I have created a very simple web broker application that provides some updated prices items. So it exposes with a very simple REST API new items that are being updated into the system, and also when the prices have been updated. It's a very simple thing, it's with some randomness. So I'll show you the application here. It's been already compiled. It will be part of the code that you will be access to. So this is my items catalog server. Again, it's a web broker API with just a single endpoint. The endpoint is items changes, and it uses a very simple array to create the data. The way that we test it, here you have the compile application. I'll call it right now. So I start the server. Start. Now I go to our every time we query the local endpoint, localhost 8080 item changes. Every time I do a refresh of the page, I get a different set of items and prices. It's a combination of new items and updated prices. All right, so this is the web server that we'll be using for this demonstration. It's a local one, and then we will be connecting to localhost 8080 items changes. Now, if you want to try that also as well with REST debugger, you can. We go here on REST debugger. We try that base endpoint. We put the resource here. We send a request. And in the body, you see the data. So either way, either using the web browser or using your REST debugger, you see the output that is being created by this very simple REST API. All right, so we have that now. And what I'm going to show you, this is the key point of our presentation, is I have here a real application. It's a VCL application in C++, of course. This VCL application is a simple window. And this application will try to connect to that REST API server that I just showed to you. And the application will try to get those updated prices and new items. Now, this application, as per the goal of this presentation, is intended to be used by multiple users at the same time. So that is the catch. This application has already implemented the algorithm that I explained to you. So when trying to run the server process that connects to the REST API and then tries to update the prices, it uses the centralized coordination signal with a database, but in this case, I'm doing it with SQLite. So the SQLite database that is being used, you can see the schema here. This is a SQLite Explorer. So it's a very simple table done in SQLite, where you have the ID of the application. In this case, this is the only application being used. But by having this structure, you could reuse this exact same schema for other applications. You could have multiple applications in your company or with your customers or whatnot. By having different IDs, you will have different applications because it only takes one row for having this access control. This coordination requires of one single row. So because we have a table, then you can have multiple rows for each one of the applications that will be implementing this algorithm. So that's the ID for the application. Next one is the owner, who is right now the one with the button, who is the one that is running the process, the server process, and then the lease. The lease is the mechanism that we enforce that whoever has the button needs to keep updating the lease, as I showed in the algorithm. So whenever the lease stops being updated or when the lease becomes null because that person that was running the process has been terminated or the application has closed, then it needs to indicate that with the lease being now empty. All right, so this is the schema, and I will show you now the implementation that we have. So you could see that here is the structure of the application. We can see that we have here the methods that we need. So one method is initializing the database. So the very first time that you run the application, in this case, it will initialize that table and make sure that we have one row for this application. Next one will be to ensure that the log row exists. So the combination of all these methods implement the algorithm. I'll show you just the key ones. The access of the fire lag, that's no special. That's something that you already know. I'll go straight to the key applications. Number one is when you try to get the log. This method here is running these SQL sentences, trying to get if someone has already the log or not. And here, this execution, we will try to get the log, and it will succeed only if the list time of the previous one, the previous owner, is either empty or has already expired. And how has it expired is depends on the least seconds. On this application, we're putting 10 seconds. So whoever has the button is responsible of refreshing his own list before the 10 seconds expire. In this case, this application is doing it with a timer. It's running every 3 seconds. So we have enough room in case that the application gets busy somehow. We still have some room for updating the list time before it truly expires. This is one of the key things that you may need to adjust in your algorithm is the list time should always be with some room to be updated before unintentionally someone takes over control because you delay too much time to update your list time. So this is a key issue. The list time must always be considerable higher than the refresh time that you are implementing. Again, in this case, our list time is 10 seconds and the refresh time that we're doing is 3 seconds. So enough room to have the list time always on time. The other record I want to show to you is the timer itself. In this case, this timer is running every 3 seconds. So if we have the button, if we are the worker, then we do the process. We run the process that is actually connecting to the REST API and updating the data. And then immediately right after that, we do the renewal of our lease. As I explained, this needs to be done before the lease expires itself. Otherwise, if we don't have the button, then we try to acquire the lock. So we run that process there, where the SQL command will, in the logic, will try to get the button if the lease of the previous owner has already expired or is empty. And then this will be continuously running whenever we don't have the button. So all other, there is one application that has a button. They are responsible of renewing their lease all the time. That one. But the rest, the other users, the other applications run by the other users that don't have the button, those need to be trying to get the lock. Trying to get the lock is just take a peek at the centralized data, in this case, the database, see if the lease has been expired, and then you can get the lock. All right, so this is the key, one of the key parts of the algorithm. And another ones I wanted to show to you is, I think that's it for now, because the rest is just secondary things. Okay, the actual process, do background work. Here you can see that the actual process is calling the REST API. We have standard REST client components here, REST client, REST request, and REST response. They have already been set up with the right parameters, as shown with the REST debugger, here. So these exact same parameters have been already set in these components. So it's very simple and straightforward. Those components will execute, get the response. If the response was positive, then we do some processing of those REST responses. And it's right here. So we process and purge, and then in a real world application, you will be updating your own database and updating some fields on the screen, on your forms, whatnot. You will do some real work as a side effect of the updating that you wanted to get from that external API. This will be your real integration server. All right, so enough for now. Let's run this application so you can see how it works. The first application, I had the button to start. I will not start right now. Let me launch at least two of them to begin with. I have intentionally have them with random colors so we can tell who is who. All right, so we have two instances of the app. I will leave a third one in the background just to be ready. Let me launch a third one. All right, so we have a third version of the app here. In this case, the randomness was not. Let me just close it and get another color. Make it obvious. All right. So now we have very different colors. Good. Let's go ahead. Put them here. Now I will start the execution of the programs. The first one that starts will get the first lock. So, okay, the first one, acquire the lock. He's a worker. And you can see it's every 3 seconds, it's running the background process. Here is again, it's just a demonstration. So I'm just putting a lock here of the data that was acquired. It detected the new items or the changes on prices, whatnot, and then it's being locked here. And also, you could see that the lease is being renewed every time it does. It runs the background process. The lease is also being automatically updated in the background. Now let's start the other application. So suddenly, this is user A. User A has the button. He's running the background process. Now let's go to B. User B starts using the application. He tries to get a lock, but it's busy. Then another instance is the worker. And this, again, this is on a visual way so you can see what's going on. But in your application, the user should not even know what's happening. The users should not know that you implemented this algorithm. This is only your resource because you are using the power of these applications as a background server. It's a distributed server where one has the button and is the one actually doing the work. So normally the users would not know what's happening. It's just they will see the refresh of the data because the data was refreshed by any of these ones. Let's start the third one. And you can see the same condition. This one is also detecting that another application already has the button. And we could go on and launch more applications. They will all behave the same. As long as the original application that got the button is running and is updating the list time, then it will keep running the background process and have the button. There's two cases here that are covered by the algorithm. One is when you gracefully exit the application. If you're exiting the application, there is one method there. I didn't show to you, but there is one method that cleanly empties the list. It simply removes the list. So that's an immediate fact for the other applications that, hey, I'm done. I'm not running anymore. So they can immediately start getting the button. So that is like a clean way to flag to the others. I'm gonna exit the application now. And you will see that the first one of these two that tries to get the lock will get it now. Oops, they didn't. Okay. Here, because I said that the list time was 10 seconds, so it would take 10 seconds. They are refreshing every 3 seconds, but the list time didn't expire until after 10 seconds. So now the purple one has got the lock, he's got the button, and now he's running the background process every 3 seconds. And the other way that it could release the list is if for some reason your process gets stuck or hang or whatever. In other words, the application is not exiting cleanly, it got stuck, then the list time will not be updated. So in this case, the list time is not being removed in a clean way. It's simply not being updated on time. And then other clients will detect that the list time has expired, and then they will try to get control. To emulate that behavior, I will simply stop this application from running. So it's not being refreshing every 3 seconds. So when the list expires after 10 seconds, you will see the one here. You say, okay, now I'm the worker. It detected that the list expired. So in this case, the list was not clean or erased. The list was simply expired because for some reason, the one that had the button stopped working. So these two cases are the ones that are covered gracefully by this algorithm. And in the end result, you have a background process, a server process that as long as you have one instance of your application running, this process will always be run in the background. All right. So this is what I wanted to show you. You will have access to this source code in the repository. I'll show you to you later. The benefits of this is that you need no servers to deploy. There is no cloud resources as well needed. No IT coordination. You don't need to get permission or have some approval or whatnot from any IT department. It's a very simple architecture. You're leveraging the power of the computer where your application is being run already. It's a very low cost. And it's ideal for desktop first environments. In theory, you could do this also with a mobile application. Yes. And if the process is truly lightweight, yeah, you could do that. But it's actually better or more oriented because usually you are running these processes on applications that, as I said, the use cases are updating prices or getting some integration. So most of these kind of applications are run in a desktop environment, not on mobile. I'm not saying that it cannot, but normally, most of the times you will have a desktop environment. And it's built with native C++ builder code that your team already uses. So you don't need to have which is a common scene in many companies, is that, oh, I need to run this process in a server and then someone else needs to take it because that falls in the umbrella of another team of developers. They use JavaScript or they use Java or .NET, whatnot. Then finally your process needs to be ported to a different language because the server that is available for actually putting the process is not necessarily with your C++ builder. But in this case, because you're leveraging your own application, then your process is all native, is completely within your environment of development of C++ builder. There's limitations. When you should not use this is if you truly need high-frequency updates, which is common in some corporations or high-intensity kind of processes. Those definitely, you don't want your users to complain that your app behaves very sluggish because the power of the computer is being used to run your process in the background. So you don't want to do that as well. You need to use common sense. I mean, you could do that, but you are actually impacting your end users there because the app now is truly busy doing something else instead of having a nice user experience for your users. When you also need 24/7 guaranteed uptime, of course not. This algorithm is very good because it's run only when at least one user is using your app. But when no user is using your app, then the process is never running. But if the requirement is to have 24/7 guaranteed uptime running all the time, then yes, you need to deploy a server, or you need to go to a way of have a cloud or whatever to have it to meet this requirement. By the same token, if very large workloads, it's really a big amount of data that is being processed. Same thing, you don't want to back down the responsiveness of your application to your end users just because it's running a very heavy process. And again, this is common sense. For mission critical operations, you don't want to rely on, let's see when a user launches the application, then to have the data updated. Mission critical things, by its own nature, you must have dedicated hardware, dedicated processes for that. And this may look odd, but this is very common, is sometimes you simply cannot have a shared resource. Let's say you have offices around the world, and for some reason, because of the firewalls or the policies of the IT department, it's simply not practical to have a single database or endpoint or you name it. You cannot get a single resource that everybody can access within your app to do the coordination. Then in those cases that you are restricted or it's simply not practical to have that single point of coordination, to having the shared resource, then also you will not be able to implement this algorithm. Real world examples, getting ERP prices. Usually this kind of process are not so critical. Well, it could be critical for very specific scenarios, but most of them, like office use, when you need to update the prices for having a report or for some processing by the accounting department or for the sales orders or whatnot, usually is good enough to have the update when they are running your application. Same thing for CRM, customer resource managers, the same thing. As I said, some of the IoT applications would be just fine to have the updating when the user is running the app that actually gathers and collects the data from the IoT devices. In other cases, like industrial case, definitely not. That will fall more on the mission critical ones because those IoT devices are being used to monitor production conditions. But for normal home use IoT or for office kind of IoT use, they may be just fine by updating when they run your application. There will be a lot of traditional overnight batch jobs that can run in someone's PC. Today, even the simplest of the PCs is much more powerful than the server level machines that we had 20 years ago, where you truly needed a server to run batch processing. Nowadays, 80% or even more of what used to be a heavy batch job can be run with modern PCs with no problem. Then yes, that'll be a candidate also as well for this algorithm. And maybe strange, but also for shared company-wide scheduler is a program that is scheduling that needs to update time availability. This kind of applications also you don't need to be running like a mission critical application. Is if someone is running your application, your scheduler or whatever, that's the moment they need the data to be refreshed. When they are not watching the scheduler, is because they don't need to schedule it. And this is by its own nature another application that fits nicely with this algorithm, this use case. Conclusion: you don't always need a server. Sometimes you just need a smarter application. In short, cut the server, keep the automation. With a shared coordination mechanism and a simple background worker, your C++ Builder application can handle periodic tasks reliably with zero infrastructure, zero servers, and zero hassle. These are the resources. The source code of this presentation is available at this link. You can get the QR code there on your right-hand side. It's on GitHub. Bear with me for a moment. Still having some refreshing, but this code will be updated in less than a couple of days with exactly what you saw on this presentation today. But the link is valid. The repository is there already. Just bear with me for a moment. If you go there right now, you might not see everything that I just showed to you, but it will be there within a couple of days. So thank you very much. And now let's go to questions and answers.
Well, there you go. Sorry about the echo there. That's probably on me as much as anything else. So we will fix it for the replay. The good news is live in the green room is Miguel. How you doing? Yeah, it's been a struggle. We didn't quite manage to get your session out yesterday, the Delphi one. A few people have asked about will we upload the Delphi version, and the answer is yes, we will do that as a separate session as well. It's the same presentation but with Delphi code, is that right, or am I misunderstanding?
Well, I'll be honest with you, 60% of the presentation is common. The only difference is the actual code. So it's actually the portion that has the echo that will be different, because it'll be the part that when I'm showing the code. But right now, the repository that I showed, I said that it was a bit delayed, but now while waiting, it's been fully refreshed. So you can feel free to go to the repository. It has both projects. So if someone wants to go ahead, the concepts explained in the C++ Builder apply 100%. The code, they just go and grab it from the repository. They will have the Delphi version already there.
Okay, so let me just it was bit.ly, wasn't it? I'm just going to type it in, bit.ly/MAMR-CodeRage-2025. Is that right?
That is correct.
Wow. I'm very impressed that a man like myself with no memory. Yeah, that says it's the right one. Okay, well, I can actually do this. Yeah, okay. I'm really impressed with myself that I read that and remembered it.
That's the idea.
because
You know,
normally I
that's the
don't.
rule of thumb when you create short links. If you cannot remember them, then it's not a short link.
Yeah, correct. Yeah. I usually prefix mine with IB and then something easy to remember, and usually it's usually available then if I put IB in. So for those of you that want to get to that code, Miguel's bit.ly link is there, and that does go to his GitHub with the CodeRage stuff in there. And let me have a look. Yeah, and you've got the C++ and the Delphi example as well. That's great. That's fantastic. The reason I persist through Miguel occasionally worrying me by going, "Oh, I will get to the presentation," and being a little bit later than many other people, is because you're such a good developer. You really, and you're a great presenter as well. I mean, I know there's a little bit of an echo in the middle of that video, but that's as much our fault as anybody else's, I think. But what you show and what you talk about is absolutely spot on. You're a smart guy. And you know, you do work on some other things. Anybody that's ever used the Excel mapper, for example, you occasionally pop up on there, and you and who's the other person? Oh, I can't remember now.
Roger.
Yeah, how could I forget Roger? Yes, who plays the musical instrument? Doesn't he play the French horn or something? Because one Christmas he did it. So, yeah, he's a good guy. But you know, what I think was incredible about your presentation as well is not just the effort you put into it, but you did it in Delphi and C++ Builder. That's awesome. I mean, does it need to use the modern version, or will it work in older versions of C++ Builder? So, do you know? I mean, is it 13 or is it, or will it work in 12?
It will work with any C++ builder any C++ 11 compatible. So I would say it goes back to maybe Alexandria when we first started having, because I'm truly using some advanced C++ 11, like auto, that I love auto, that you don't need to declare the types of the variables. So I would say 90% of C++ users, C++ builder users will be able to run it. Only those that are in truly old versions, they won't be able to compile it.
Yeah.
And also there's another constraint there. It's not only the C++ 11, but it's also the FireDAC. So if you go too old, you also don't have FireDAC. So it's the two constraints.
Yeah. So 11, I mean, 11 is kind of as old as I think most people should be using anyway. Before that, then you start really, scraping the bottom of the barrel. I mean, I'm looking directly at the camera to all those people out there that are using C++ Builder. I know I'm wearing the Embarcadero shirt, so you expect me to say it, but we really believe that version 13 of C++ Builder is the best one we've released for many years. That is a common thing that people are saying. Volker Hellman, for example, who's a C++ guy, he used to detest C++ Builder for a long time, and now he's the biggest fan. And that's a good thing. And I don't mind saying he didn't like it. I'd rather that we were honest and he said, hey, there was this problem, that problem. Not anymore. He's very, very positive about version 13 of C++ Builder, but he's not the only one. A lot of people, it uses CLang 20, so it's using C++ 23 as the standard as well. There's some things that need sorting out, but actually it is way better than it ever was. Which is good. And Paul Jackson from YouTube says, I plainly and very easily understood exactly what Miguel said, and that's a Delphi guy. Although I think actually he might do C++ as well, but yeah, it's good stuff. I mean, I like this idea of the distributed kind of system like that, because it helps with reliability as well. As you said, really anything can be the server. That's what you're basically saying. There's no such thing as a server as such. Is that right?
Well, the main motivation of this project is because I had a project with a customer where my first thought is, oh, I need a server for these kind of updates. It was an integration project where you need to keep getting data from an external API, a REST API, and the data being fed. And once you have that data, you do additional processes on your side and then update databases and whatnot. It's a typical integration project. So the first thing I thought, I was going to tell the customer, you need a server in order for the project to run. But you find that nowadays, more and more people don't need any kind of servers at all, because now we're in the cloud ages, cloud times. So with the popularity not only of AWS and Google Cloud and Azure, but also you can see that today, these guys, for example, they don't have any single server even for Office applications, because everything is Google Docs. So everything is fully cloud. Then you cannot, well, even if I wanted to, they will say, what a server, we don't have anything. We got rid of those. We're in a modern times. So that just forced me to rethink about it twice and say, well, but this process is not really heavy, and nothing happens if the process doesn't run when the application is not being run. In other words, they need to refresh the data the moment they are using the app. But when you are not using the app, who cares? That no one will be watching that the data is not refreshed. And finally, I came up with this algorithm.
I think classic example of that kind of technology as well, where interactive cooperative applications are very good, is there's two apps, Spotify and the YouTube app. Now, obviously, they have to store data somewhere, so there's got to be some kind of database storage. But if I start playing on my Spotify app on, say, my Android phone, and I then go on my Mac and decide, they're not connected, Android and Mac, and open the Spotify app, it goes, well, you obviously want to carry on. Do you want to carry on playing just on Spotify on the Mac? And I'm like, yeah, actually I will do. So the app stops playing on the phone, but starts playing on the Mac. And then exactly the same thing happens if I do it on my smart TV or my iPhone. And I think this kind of cooperative development is, cooperative, not server state, but I think a shared concept of state. And as you showed, the locking mechanisms and things like that, I think it's very good. And because the worst thing you want is you're playing a YouTube video and then you go onto your PC and it restarts the same video. No, you want it to carry on from where you left off on the other machine and stop that other machine. So yeah, it's good.
Yeah. The catch on this, or what I would say to what was unique here, is that the project truly called for a server process to be run. In other words, if there was truly a server available, I would immediately done that. But with the modern times, again, as I said, most and more companies, even medium-sized companies, are no longer having this kind of service because of the cloud. Then you need to rethink about yourself. You cannot just go and tell them, oh, you know what? In order for this project to go ahead, you must have a server. No, you need to be smarter. And in this case, I made it clear for most of these medium to lightweight processes, with this clever algorithm, you just make the application to run it. But the catch is that this process cannot run in parallel. This is not paralleling. This is just making sure that one application is running it at that time, but no more than one. Otherwise, you start having garbage or conflicts of the processing.
And there's a differentiation between data storage and activity on a server where the server app doing something as well. You don't necessarily store everything in your app, but what you're doing on the server side is not clever as such. That's all done in the application distributed. And we've seen things like Kazaa back in the day and all that kind of thing. Even Skype worked by that kind of technology as well. Melvin Stevens says he used C++ builder, and even from version 12 to 13, the difference is huge. Yes, it really is. There is a big difference. I'm not just saying it because I work for Embarcadero. There is a big difference. And I asked Paul if he used Delphi or C++, and he said both. He uses both. So there you go. It's a good thing. And Melvin said, I don't know whether I agree with what he's saying here, but the only bad thing about C++ these days is the US government is discouraging its use because it does not have garbage collection and the ability to directly memory manage. And that's not quite true. There was a NSA list of safe languages. And weirdly enough, Delphi was on there, which actually made a lot of Delphi programmers laugh and say, well, yeah, I guess if you use it properly,
Right.
it could be safe, but most of us have done something really dumb and caused memory leaks. I think we all thought that was quite funny when you say, well, you can use pointers in Delphi. You can. That's not safe, memory safe. You could point to some random memory that's not initialized. And how many times have all of us tried to free a pointer twice or something? A class or object, an object twice, and components, and yeah, it's just. But I get it. I mean, I know that C++ has got its use cases and its not use cases. I always jokingly say, and Melvin says C++ was not on the US government list. Correct, it wasn't. But I always jokingly say C++ is the answer you get if you say, how hard can I make it to be to write computer programs? And that's the answer you get, C++. But it's not true. It's joking. Delphi is designed to be very easy to understand, but if you want real raw power and absolute control over what you're doing, then C++ is probably the only game in town, I think, compared to most other solutions. And Rust is really an evolution of C++ in some ways as well. So, yeah. Great stuff. Well, I think people liked your session, Miguel, so it was worth the massive amount of effort you put into it. I appreciate it. I know it was a struggle to get here, but you did good, and I like it. So thank you for that. Yeah.
So for those that wanted the Delphi version, yes, there will be the video. I'll just replace the coding part with the Delphi version, but the rest of the theory applies, and they can just go ahead now on the repository and play with it. Exactly what I showed on this C++ builder on how to run it and whatnot, they behave exactly the same. So actually, it's only the implementation that is different, but the whole concept and everything I explained applies to both simultaneously.
Excellent. Yeah, and like I say, if they scan that code, it will go to the repo as well, and we'll make sure that we link things up. So people saying thank you and blah 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 blah. I read an article about it. Yeah, okay, yeah, I understand what they're saying. People now arguing about memory safety. It is what it is. All right. Well, thanks a lot, Miguel. I will see you another time around and about, and I'll speak to you soon. Thank you for taking part.
Cheers. And thank you, everybody, for watching the presentation. Okay.
Okay. Adios. Thank you. Bye-bye.
See you.
That was Miguel Moreno. Very smart guy. Talking of smart people, we've also got Eliseo Gonzalez. Today is Spanish Day. I think we were getting quite a few people turn up with Spanish names and Spanish content as well. So that was Miguel, who is he's a smart guy. We've had some people on who I look up to really, from the point of view of coding. So the next session that's coming up, we're starting a little bit late, but it's definitely worth sticking around for, and that is, let me get to it. So this is one that I think is going to be quite popular based on the number of people that have joined up the Embarcadero Academy mobile app offer, and that is turn your idea into a mobile app. Now this is in Spanish. It is subtitled in English, and I think that Eliseo is going to be live because he's joined in the back end of the studio, so that will be good. But I'll see you in about 38 minutes for live Q&A. See you soon.
Bienvenidos a CodeRage 2025. Es un honor estar aquí en una edición muy especial. Por primera vez, este evento se abre a múltiples lenguajes, ampliando su alcance y permitiendo que más desarrolladores alrededor del mundo participen en su idioma. Mi sesión se titula Convierte tu idea en una aplicación móvil, y en los próximos minutos vamos a transformar una idea en una solución real que vive en tu bolsillo. Mi nombre es Eliseo González Nieto, soy consultor preventa para América Latina y es un gusto estar aquí en este webinar. Esta sesión está pensada para quienes aún no tienen experiencia en el desarrollo móvil con Delphi, brindándoles las bases necesarias para comenzar con confianza. Pero también para quienes ya cuentan con experiencia, ya que encontrarán enfoques y detalles que pueden resultar interesantes o de utilidad en sus proyectos. La agenda de hoy está dividida en 3 partes. Primero hablaremos de cómo pasar una idea a los primeros pasos concretos. Después haremos una demostración para que vean cómo se puede construir algo funcional a partir de esa idea. Y finalmente tendremos una sesión de preguntas y respuestas donde me encantará escuchar sus ideas y comentarios. Este es el instante mágico donde nace una idea y comienza a tomar forma. Hoy vamos a recorrer ese camino desde la inspiración hasta una solución funcional. Como sabemos, toda solución comienza con una necesidad, una frustración o una visión. Por ejemplo, tienes un amigo, un familiar o conoces a alguien que quiere organizar sus finanzas de forma visual y rápida. Aquí es donde nace la idea. Y en ese momento de claridad que nos llega y nos preguntamos, ¿y si creamos una solución? Lo importante no es solo tener ideas, sino tener el coraje y las herramientas para convertirlas en aplicaciones reales. Con la idea en mente creamos el prototipo. Y como en toda aplicación, el diseño es la clave. No solo hablamos de estética, sino de usabilidad. Así que antes de comenzar a escribir código, es importante dibujar bocetos. Por supuesto, hoy en día hay muchas herramientas que lo hacen fácil, incluyendo, claro, la inteligencia artificial. Pero sé que muchos de nosotros aún conservamos esos bocetos de nuestras primeras creaciones. En este ejemplo, tenemos bocetos de cómo acceder a la aplicación, ya sea a través de un inicio biométrico o de un inicio de sesión, además de contar con la posibilidad de registrar usuarios. También una pantalla de inicio de sesión vía usuario y contraseña. Además, una pantalla para el registro de usuarios. Una pantalla para registrar ingresos y gastos. Y por último, una pantalla que nos muestre, por supuesto, el balance actual. Ahora, tenemos que definir el flujo de las pantallas para dar orden a esas ideas. Y pues ya estamos listos para dar vida a esta gran idea. Para nuestra aplicación utilizaremos un enfoque basado en frames, los cuales gestionaremos creando una clase de navegación apilada push-pop para la transición de los frames dentro de la forma principal. Quiero aclarar que optamos por este enfoque por su claridad y eficiencia y, por supuesto, reconociendo que existen otras alternativas igualmente válidas e incluso mejores. Y como todo concepto, este podrá ser mejorado y evolucionar. Nuestra imaginación es el límite. Y bueno, hasta aquí hemos hablado de conceptos. Ahora es tiempo de poner manos al teclado y ver nuestro código. Comencemos con la demostración para ver cómo una idea que comenzó como un prototipo se ha convertido en una aplicación funcional desarrollada en Delphi. Vamos a mostrar cómo estructuramos la aplicación de manera clara y modular, separando la interfaz, la navegación y el acceso a la base de datos. De esta forma, logramos que cada parte cumpla su función sin depender innecesariamente de los demás, lo que facilita el mantenimiento y la evolución del sistema. Durante esta presentación vamos a recorrer 3 elementos principales. Primero, la forma principal, que actúa como punto de partida y contenedor de todo el flujo. Segundo, los diferentes frames que representan las pantallas del prototipo y que se cargan dinámicamente según la necesidad. Y tercero, 2 unidades clave. Una dedicada a la gestión de la navegación y otra encargada de ejecutar los comandos SQL, tanto para consultar como para insertar datos a la base. En esta demo no vamos a tratar el update ni el delete. La idea es que paso a paso puedan ver cómo se integran estos componentes y cómo la arquitectura pensada desde el inicio nos permite tener una aplicación extensible y fácil de probar. Al final de la demostración tendrán una visión completa de cómo se conecta la interfaz gráfica, la lógica de navegación y el acceso a datos, y cómo este diseño puede escalarse para nuevas funcionalidades sin complicaciones. Así que comencemos con la forma principal. Esta forma actúa como un contenedor central donde se cargan dinámicamente los diferentes frames. La ventaja es que la forma principal nunca se acopla a los detalles de cada frame, ya que cada frame tiene su propia lógica, lo que facilita extender el sistema a más frames o a más procedimientos. Agregamos 3 objetos: un FD Connection para la configuración de la base de datos, un wait cursor para controlar el cursor de espera y el componente biometric out que proporciona un medio de autorización mediante datos biométricos en dispositivos móviles, por ejemplo Face ID o huella dactilar. El código dentro de esta forma incluye lo siguiente. Vamos al código. Incluye un constructor donde establecemos el color de la barra de estado de nuestro dispositivo. En este caso únicamente trabajamos con Android, pero también es posible hacerlo con iOS. Estamos asignando un color. Este color que tenemos ya lo asignamos en nuestra forma, en la propiedad field, como un gradiente, y lo que hicimos fue hacer un gradiente lineal para que nos genere este efecto. ¿Ok? Entonces ya tenemos el color definido. También establecemos el bloqueo de orientación vertical para prevenir que se gire la pantalla. Y finalmente establecemos los parámetros de la base de datos Interbase que vamos a utilizar. Aquí lo podemos ver, es una base de datos Interbase. Vamos a utilizar Interbase2Go para poder acceder a los datos. Y también los datos de usuario y contraseña. Esto no debería estar en código duro, por supuesto, pero para efectos de nuestra demostración lo estamos dejando. Se incluyen también los eventos de Authentication Fail y Authentication Success del objeto Biometric Out para gestionar lo que debe suceder en cada uno de los casos. En el caso de que falle la autenticación, decidimos abrir la pantalla de login, pero ustedes pueden decidir qué quieren hacer cuando falle la autenticación, mandar un mensaje, cerrar la aplicación, en fin, esto ya depende de sus requerimientos, de sus necesidades. En esta demostración lo que hacemos es pasar directamente a la pantalla de login, que es un frame aparte. Y si la autenticación es correcta o tuvo éxito, bueno, pues nos vamos directamente al frame de movimientos para ver el balance de nuestra aplicación. También incluye el método onClick de nuestro button back, que es este. Lo que va a generar es preguntar si puede retroceder. Bueno, pues simplemente elimina o cierra el frame más el último frame, ya que estamos utilizando una navegación apilada. Cierra el frame para poder mostrar el siguiente o el primero. Y también tenemos un evento onShow. Este evento onShow ejecuta la consulta de usuarios para determinar si hay algún usuario registrado y se sincroniza la interfaz de usuario abriendo la pantalla de Home. Para ello estamos utilizando un hilo secundario, ¿sí?, donde instanciamos el objeto queryHelper con nuestra clase que en un momento vamos a ver, nuestra clase tQueryHelper, y con una conexión activa, le estamos enviando una conexión activa y ejecutamos la sentencia select full name from user. Si la tabla está vacía, asignamos no hay usuario registrado, y si hay registros, tomamos el primero y extraemos el campo full name. Finalmente, lo que hacemos es actualizar la interfaz de usuario de forma segura. Ahora veamos la unidad Query Helper. Esta unidad tiene como funcionalidad principal la de simplificar la ejecución de las sentencias SQL, ofreciendo dos métodos para su ejecución. Tenemos los métodos open y el método exec. El método exec ejecuta una sentencia SQL, ya sea un insert, un update, un delete. En el caso de nuestra aplicación, como les comenté, únicamente estamos utilizando el insert, pero está preparado para utilizar update, delete, lo que ustedes quieran. Es decir, se puede ampliar y se puede extender la funcionalidad de esta aplicación. Si hay parámetros, los asigna al query y ejecuta la sentencia. Este método no tiene devolución de dataset, no devuelve nada. El método open abre una consulta y devuelve los datos en una tabla de memoria FireDAC. Si hay parámetros, los asigna al query y abre la consulta. Finalmente, copia los datos del query a la tabla de memoria para trabajar con ellos. La otra unidad, que es Navigation Manager, es esta, contiene un gestor de navegación que pretende, entre otras cosas, mantener una pila de frames siguiendo el principio LIFO, último en entrar, primero en salir, a través de esta lista, que es una FStack, y también pretende controlar la visibilidad y jerarquía. Al navegar hacia adelante oculta el frame anterior y al regresar muestra el frame previo y lo trae al frente. Y finalmente gestiona memoria. Podemos decidir si liberamos un frame o simplemente lo ocultamos y lo quitamos del host. Esto está dentro de este procedimiento y ahorita lo vamos a ver. Contiene tres métodos, como lo vemos, que es el push, el pop y el can go. La función push oculta el frame anterior si existe, crea un nuevo frame, asigna sus parámetros de align y parent y finalmente lo muestra y agrega al stack. ¿Sí? El método pop, que es un procedimiento, contiene un parámetro que es aFree, ¿sí? Valida primero si la pila está vacía y si está vacía sale del método. Elimina el último frame y si este parámetro es true, que por default es true, pero lo podemos asignar como falso. Si es true lo destruye y si no, solamente lo quita del host y lo oculta. Y finalmente reactiva el frame anterior, lo hace visible y lo trae al frente. Por último, la función can go back, la cual nos devuelve true si hay más de un frame en el stack, es decir, si se va a mostrar el botón de regreso de nuestra pantalla principal. Y bueno, con esto tenemos ya lo que hace esta clase de del gestor de navegación. Regresamos a nuestra forma principal y vemos que estas dos unidades son básicas para el funcionamiento de la aplicación. Ya vemos aquí que utilizamos la unidad Query Helper para ejecutar consultas y la unidad de navegación para mostrar nuestros frames en el contenedor principal. Una vez que se muestra la forma principal y ya obtenemos la información de nuestros usuarios, lo que hacemos es abrir el frame de home, el cual tiene 3 objetos que utilizaremos como botones para acceder a la aplicación, ya sea por biometría, por un login, un inicio de sesión, ya sea con usuario o contraseña, y un objeto para registrar o para el registro de usuarios. Vamos a ver el código. Este frame es muy simple ya que únicamente tenemos 3 métodos. Cuando presionamos el botón de registro, lo que hacemos es abrir el frame de registro y actualizamos la visibilidad del botón de retroceso en nuestra forma principal. Si presionamos el botón de login, bueno, pues abrimos el frame de login y también actualizamos la visibilidad del botón de nuestra forma principal. Si damos clic en el botón de Biometric, bueno, pues simplemente ejecutamos la autenticación biométrica. Vamos a abrir el frame de registros. En esta unidad definimos una clase para el registro de usuario, lo cual nos permitirá capturar los datos del usuario, seleccionar una foto desde el almacenamiento del dispositivo y guardar esta información en la base de datos. Los componentes que estamos usando son unos labels de esquía. Estamos utilizando edits, campos edits, donde podemos ingresar o darle entrada a usuario, contraseña, correo electrónico y nombre completo. También tenemos 2 iconos SVG de esquía, los cuales nos van a permitir, por un lado, seleccionar una foto y por el otro, guardar la información capturada. Y tenemos un objeto image para mostrar la foto que seleccionemos en este paso. Los métodos que tenemos en esta clase, bueno, vamos a comenzar con el frame create, el cual suscribe al sistema de mensajería para recibir notificaciones cuando el usuario selecciona una imagen. Estamos utilizando el T-Message Manager y el Subscribe to Message. Estos son los que estamos utilizando para esta suscripción. Cuando presionamos el botón de Get Image, lo que hacemos es ejecutar el procedimiento Open File Selector, el cual crea un intent nuevo para abrir documentos de tipo imagen. Aquí le estamos asignando el tipo y nos permite seleccionar un archivo desde el almacenamiento compartido. Además, estamos agregando una categoría para filtrar que solo aparezcan archivos que puedan abrirse y no carpetas. Y finalmente lanzamos el selector con un código de request constante que identificará esta operación. Este es el request open image, que su valor constante es 1001. Y cuando se elija una imagen, Android nos va a devolver el resultado de la aplicación y ya podemos procesarla a través del siguiente procedimiento. Este procedimiento es que es el Handle Activity Message, el cual recibe el resultado de la actividad Android, que es el selector de imágenes, y si el resultado es correcto, aquí le estamos preguntando si la respuesta es correcta, lo que queremos que nos abra, o sea, el resultado es el Request Open Image. Bueno, pues si es correcto, entonces obtenemos el dato del intent y nos regresa un identificador uniforme de recursos, que es un URI de la imagen. Y con este URI llamamos al procedimiento Load Image from URI. Este procedimiento utiliza un Content Resolver de Android para abrir la imagen desde el URI el cual posteriormente vamos a convertir el JInputStream de Android obtenido en un TStream de Delphi desde la función JInputStream to Stream. Este método o esta función lo que hace es convertir el JInputStream de Android en un stream de Delphi para poder trabajar con él y poder cargar la imagen a nuestro objeto image. Una vez que tenemos todos los campos ya llenos cuando estamos capturando la información, ya tenemos el usuario, la contraseña, el correo electrónico, el nombre completo del usuario, la imagen. Bueno, vamos a dar clic en el botón Save para guardar la información en la base de datos. En este evento creamos la instancia de la clase QueryHelper para insertar los valores capturados a la base de datos utilizando el método exec de la clase, pasando la sentencia SQL insert y los parámetros dentro del procedimiento anónimo. Posteriormente cancelamos la suscripción al sistema de mensajería con el método unsubscribe de nuestro TMessage Manager y finalmente regresamos al frame anterior con el método pop del gestor de navegación. Entonces regresamos a nuestro frame home donde podemos ya iniciar sesión con el método de login que ejecuta el método push del gestor de navegador para abrir el frame de login. Abrimos el frame de login y vemos que este frame solo tiene dos campos de entrada que son usuario y contraseña, y una vez capturados podemos ejecutar el evento onClick del botón inicia sesión, donde creamos la instancia de la clase QueryHelper y ejecutamos la función open que nos regresa una tabla de memoria. Estamos enviando el SQL de login, que es un select con parámetros, y estamos también enviando los parámetros username y password en el procedimiento anónimo. Y una vez que nos regresa la tabla de memoria, validamos si esta es vacía, y si no está vacía, entonces mostramos la pantalla de movimientos. Abrimos el frame de movimientos, la cual está diseñada para mostrar y gestionar los movimientos financieros del usuario. Veamos a detalle esta pantalla. Bueno, esta pantalla contiene algunos layouts, un tab control, donde tenemos tres pestañas con los títulos todos, cargos y abonos. Tenemos un botón SVG para añadir nuevos movimientos, una etiqueta para mostrar el balance y un list view para mostrar movimientos. Es importante mencionar que decidimos utilizar la apariencia dinámica de este objeto, de este list view, ya que nos permite diseñar nuestro propio layout con textos, imágenes y controles con toda libertad. Es por eso que decidimos utilizar este tipo de apariencia. En el código tenemos algunos eventos. Por ejemplo, el evento de frame painting, el cual inicializa y carga las imágenes cargo.png y abono.png que representan gastos e ingresos y que hemos agregado en el deploy de nuestra aplicación. Esto lo tenemos en Project Deployment. Y aquí tenemos ya en tiempo de diseño cargados nuestros iconos que vamos a utilizar para mostrarlos en el list view. Y aprovechando, bueno, pues ya tengo aquí toda la configuración de mi interface to go, que ese se agrega de la siguiente manera: es add feature files, y tenemos interface to go y decidimos en qué plataforma queremos utilizar esta base de datos. En este caso simplemente ocupé Android de 64 bits donde le quité el reg IBLite, que no lo necesitamos, simplemente dejo IB2Go y todos los demás archivos necesarios en esta parte. Ok, entonces con esto ya tenemos lo que es nuestra base de datos. Aquí tenemos la base de datos ya también. Al momento que la estamos agregando a nuestro proyecto, la agrega, simplemente hay que indicarle en qué path remoto queremos que pues se guarde. Tenemos otro evento que es el tab control change, el cual nos va a permitir, según el índice de la pestaña, que se recuerdan son 3, definimos la consulta SQL que vamos a ejecutar. Aquí tenemos las consultas, ¿sí? Son constantes, esta sí es todas, son select asterisco from transaction. Si es un 1, si en nuestro tab index es 1, vamos a mostrar los expenses, ¿sí? Que esto ya le indicamos que nos filtre todas las transacciones que están de tipo 0, y si es income, que el tipo sea 1. Con esto de entrada ya tenemos qué vamos a filtrar o qué vamos a mostrar en nuestro list view. Para llenar el list view, ¿sí? Bueno, ¿qué vamos a hacer? Ejecutamos este método que es el tab control change y creamos la instancia de nuestra clase query helper ejecutando un evento open en segundo plano, pasándole la sentencia que corresponderá a lo que ya habíamos visto dependiendo del índice del tab que estamos utilizando, que estamos seleccionando, y posteriormente llena el list view en la sincronización de la interfaz de usuario. ¿Okay? Entonces, ¿qué es lo que vamos a hacer? Aquí vamos a hacer un recorrido entre todos los miembros, en todos los registros del memtable que recuperamos de nuestra consulta en segundo plano, y vamos a utilizar el procedimiento add item, pasándole, bueno, son unos datos. Se necesita pasar el list view, una descripción, un monto, un ID, en fin, todos los datos que requiere este procedimiento. Y lo que va a hacer es agregar cada uno de los registros en el list view, mostrando la descripción, el monto, validando de qué tipo es, y si es un gasto, pues lo ponemos en negativo. Aquí está nuestro if then, ponemos la fecha del movimiento y el importe del gasto, así como la imagen que le estamos pasando dependiendo de si es un gasto o es un ingreso, un abono. Posteriormente tenemos el último método, que sería el método de add new. Aquí tenemos el add new, que es al presionar el botón add new. En este ejecutamos el evento y simplemente vamos a ejecutar el push de nuestro add mob frame y pasamos la fecha a este campo, que es la fecha actual. Entonces ya con eso vamos a poder agregar un nuevo movimiento. Entonces vamos a abrir este frame, donde vamos a poder agregar o un gasto o un ingreso. Vamos a poder capturar su descripción, el importe del movimiento, la fecha del movimiento, que de entrada por default va a ser la fecha actual, pero se puede cambiar en su momento. Y tenemos un botón para guardar nuestro movimiento. De igual forma, en este botón creamos una instancia, ¿sí?, donde vamos a pasar un insert que tenemos aquí, un insert de transacciones con los parámetros que tiene nuestro procedimiento anónimo. Aquí vamos a pasar nuestros parámetros para que se asignen al query. Entonces con eso vamos a generar y finalmente lo que hacemos es terminamos utilizando el evento pop para cerrar este frame y regresar al frame anterior, que sería el de movimientos, y actualizamos la visibilidad del botón de retroceso en nuestra forma principal. Y estas son todas las pantallas que tenemos en nuestra aplicación. Ya tenemos todas las ventanas, todas las pantallas, todos los frames a partir del home. Y si recuerdan, teníamos este prototipo donde tenemos la pantalla de home, la pantalla del registro de usuarios, la pantalla de login, la pantalla de movimientos y la pantalla de agregar movimientos. Okay, entonces con esto tenemos ya todo completo. Ahora lo que nos resta es ejecutar esta aplicación en un dispositivo Android y lo vamos a hacer en este momento. Vamos a ejecutar nuestra aplicación. Ya tengo un dispositivo Android conectado aquí en mi aplicación y bueno, pues vamos a ejecutarlo. También ya tengo un visor para ver cómo funciona esta aplicación en el dispositivo. Aquí ya nos muestra la pantalla principal y ya hizo la consulta a la base de datos y bueno, no encontró usuario registrado, por lo que nos pone no hay usuario registrado. Ya nos muestra el frame de home, que es el primero que nos va a mostrar y que nos permite la entrada a nuestra aplicación. Aquí tenemos la opción de biométrico, la opción de login y la opción de registro. Voy a entrar al registro. Y ya tenemos aquí nuestro frame de registro. Vamos a agregar algunos datos. Y voy a seleccionar una foto de mi contenedor. Voy a tomar esta foto y ya con esto voy a poder guardar mi información. Aquí ya estoy registrado, ya me dice Eliseo González Nieto y ahora voy a entrar con el inicio de sesión. Voy a indicarle mi usuario, mi contraseña y vamos a iniciar sesión. Aquí ya nos muestra nuestra ventana de balance. Como no tenemos ningún movimiento agregado, bueno, pues vamos a comenzar a agregar movimientos. Voy a agregar, por ejemplo, un ingreso que sea salario por un monto de 50,000 pesos y la fecha de mi movimiento. Digamos que fue el 1 de diciembre y agregamos. Y ya tenemos nuestro primer abono, que es salario. No tenemos cargos y todos son únicamente esto. Agregamos otro que sea un cargo. En este caso sería un gasto. Y vamos a agregar transporte escolar. El monto, bueno, vamos a ponerle 4.500. Esto lo pagamos igual el 2. Y ya tenemos el transporte escolar, 4.500, abono 50.000 y ya tenemos nuestro balance en 45.500 pesos, lo cual está haciendo el proceso de registro correctamente. Si se dan cuenta, aquí tenemos la posibilidad de regresar a nuestro home y ya la flecha, como ya no hay más frames activos, bueno, lo que pasa es que se deshabilita este back. Si entramos a registro, bueno, también ya nos aparece la probabilidad o la posibilidad de poder regresarnos. Y así es como funciona la navegación apilada, como lo habíamos comentado. Aunque no se ve, voy a tratar de hacer entrada por biométrico. Y bueno, ya con esto nos está mostrando todos los cargos, los abonos, en fin, todo lo que es nuestro balance. Y ya está lista nuestra aplicación para poder agregarle más módulos, más frames, poder agregarle más funcionalidades, en fin, todo lo que ustedes quieran ya podrían ingresar o agregarle a esta aplicación. Y bueno, pues con esto damos por terminado nuestra demostración de esta pequeña idea que transformamos desde el prototipo hasta la aplicación funcional. Espero les haya gustado y que sea de gran utilidad. Gracias. Hoy vimos cómo una idea puede transformarse en una aplicación móvil real. Así que la próxima vez que una chispa de inspiración llegue a tu mente, recuerda, tienes las herramientas, la comunidad y la visión para convertirla en una realidad. Finalmente, quiero agradecer sinceramente por su tiempo y atención en esta sesión de CodeRage 2025, esperando que las ideas compartidas les inspiren a transformar sus propias visiones en aplicaciones reales. Ha sido un honor estar con ustedes.
Fantastic stuff from Eliseo. He is here in the studio. He hasn't got his camera on. I think he's joining us live. Yes, he is. Yeah.
Yes.
There you go. I saw the camera turn on right at the last minute.
I am.
Hola, ¿cómo estás? How's it
Muy
going?
bien.
Yeah, good. Good to hear it.
Yeah.
I liked the session. It's very good, and lots of very positive comments from people as well. Someone was admiring, who was it? Patrick, of course, he's always there. Patrick was admiring your use of the FD mem table as well, and thought it was novel. It's a good thing. He was also saying it's a nice mix of Delphi, FireMonkey, and the Android API. I actually find as well that the more that mobile platforms move around, because every new release there's something, you can't really get away from having to do some differences between iOS and Android and all the rest of it. I think that's true to say. FireMonkey does protect you from a lot of it, but sooner or later, there's going to be something, isn't there? Right?
Yeah. My English is not good, but I try to answer questions as best I can.
Yeah.
About the Patrick Premartin, I wanted to include different features to show precisely what we can use in Delphi. Delphi is a lot of features, a lot of frameworks, a lot of ways to create any application.
Yeah, and that's what I like about it as well. That I mean, I have created iOS apps and Android apps, and between the iOS and the Android apps, in many cases, there was no difference in the code. It just worked. you know, not always. Sometimes there are some differences because iOS does something a little bit weird, and there's a Android thing. You know, usually permissions, security, and hardware. That's when it seems to be that they kind of go like that. You know, Android and iOS, but. I like it. I was a big fan of Delphi long before I worked for Embarcadero, and I'm sure afterwards I will be too. It'll happen one day. One day I won't be working for the company, or maybe not. I don't know. But it was very good. And for us, the one saying, "Wow, great presentation, Eliseo. Food for thought as well." Yeah, I don't want to torture you with too much English because I know you speak English, but it's not your first language for sure, and you know, we don't want you to struggle.
Yeah, I understand English, but when I try to talk, it's very difficult for me.
Yeah, I've said this earlier on that it's the same for me with French. I can listen to Patrick Premartin streaming in French and probably understand 95%, unless he starts going crazy, because sometimes he goes, you know, and I'm like, no, I didn't catch any of that. But usually I can understand what he's saying. But if I had to then reply, my brain suddenly turns into a small child, you know, and I'm having to, my vocabulary isn't there, you know, and that's when it's a struggle. You know what you want to say, but you can't know how to say it in, you know, French or Spanish or whatever. So it's frustrating, I'm sure. We bump into each other quite regularly in meetings, you know, from time to time. So it's good for us to be on CodeRage together. But it was a great session. I really appreciated the effort you put into it, and I liked what you showed, the stacking of the frames, the use of frames in general as well was very good as well. Oh, and also you've just given me the. Let me just put that.
Yeah, I can chat. I can use the chat, so you can download the code in the my GitHub.
Yeah. Okay. So do you want me to put that address on the screen, or do you want me to take the code and put it onto our CodeRage thing? I don't mind either way. I'll put it on the screen. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So this is where the code is. Is that right? Is that okay?
Yeah.
Good. Okay. I didn't know if you wanted to just privately tell me and say, take this code and use it, or no, don't show my address.
Yeah.
So that's where the Balance Plus app is from Gonware, which is your domain. We'll probably may put it on our CodeRage examples as well, or maybe just fork it or copy it or something like that. But you know, we're trying to make sure that any examples we've got, we're putting them up on our domain. But yeah, it's great. I liked it. It's good. I mean, you know, with all demos, it's demos, and you know, when you actually put out an app on the App Store, then there's a lot more to it. And every time you try and submit an app, Google say there's something you need to change. Apple say there's something you need to change, even though you think everything's perfect, and that they come along and squash. You know, it's how it is. But yeah, I appreciate it. Is there anything you want to say before we go, or are you good?
Sorry?
Is there anything you want to say before we go, or
no? It's just there is a question. How did you find the process of deploying to the mobile? Well, just run over the device. I don't use the store.
Yeah, with Android you can put it directly to the device. With iOS, you can, if you've got an enterprise app account and you are all the people that are your users are in the same enterprise, then you can. I've got videos that tell you that. But with Android, you can sideload it. With iOS, you can use. Can't remember the name of it off the top of my head for a moment. Oh, I've gone blank. Anyway, they've got different ways of having apps, but generally, if you want the general public to use your app, then yes, you've got to go through the app stores, and that's when it starts. So that's when you hate Apple for about 3 days straight, when they reject everything for no reason. You know, it is what it is. And Also, Marco, I can't say all that name. Muchas gracias, excelente, mi estimado
Eliseo.
Eliseo, saludos. Yeah, there you go.
Muchas gracias, Marco Antonio.
Yeah, that's my my attempt at speaking Spanish. It's failed miserably.
No problem.
Yeah, and Patrick says next change Android's apps is Age API for Google. Yes, that is coming up. There are some requirements for Google where you need to understand the age of your users and actively use the API to detect that. Apple are also producing that as well. It's a European law, but also Texas have introduced a law. Thank you, Texas. I live in Texas. But Texas are making it a requirement if you write apps to know the age of your user. Not exactly, but you need to know if they are minor, so under 18, under 21, or whatever the appropriate age is, or adult, and that means above 18 or above 21, and you have to comply. And if you don't use the APIs that are provided, Apple will throw you out the App Store. And the reason is that Apple don't want to get sued by the Texas state of Texas, and neither do Google. So this is coming out. Test Flight, yes, that was the name of the thing I was trying to remember. Patrick reminded me. Test Flight, that's another way. But yes, Dave Nottage says, Chris Pimlott and I are looking into the Age API. Yes, and well, I have raised this with the PMs, Marco Cantu and his bunch of people, and we're aware of it. We're trying to look into it and see what the implications are for us. We did know about it before, but obviously it's becoming more relevant because Texas passed a law that makes it quite important. And Patrick says, strangely enough, I'm not surprised. You're doing a great job with Castry. Yes, Dave Nottage is a hero of Delphi mobile stuff. So yeah, it's a good guy. Okay, well, I'm going to let you go. Thank you, Eliseo.
No, I'm very excited to be part of this great multilingual event. Thank you so much, Ian.
It's a pleasure.
That's all from me. I think you must be tired.
Yeah, I am always tired during CodeRage. I do quite long days and process videos and things like that. But you know what? I actually have the easy part because I just sit here. You guys are the ones that are putting in the effort and creating the videos.
Yeah.
If I had to do 43 videos, I'd be dead. so I'm glad that you know.
Thank you very much.
Do video,
all of you.
Bye. Well, thank you. Muchas gracias. Adios.
Adios.
Thank you. All right, that was Eliseo, and he's a great guy, as you know from his session. And that is it for today. Now, where's my camera gone all blurry? Hello, camera, focus. Oh, well, probably better if I'm in soft focus right now, given that I'm as tired as I am. So tomorrow is the final day, and this is what we've got coming up tomorrow. I will point out to you now that some of these sessions have not turned up yet. Surprise, surprise. But I'm hoping that they will all turn up. Some of them we've got, for example, Ricardo Boro has produced his. I think I've got Cesar's session as well. Wagner Landgraf and Adrian from TMS, they have produced theirs. And David Millington, I believe, has also got his video ready as well. We're literally finishing on a very interesting session. The final one is David Millington. I'll also be giving away the final giveaways tomorrow as well. So that will probably be when I can fit them in. But as long as people are registered, they are automatically part of, the camera AI needs some rest, he says. Yes, I think so too. I've worn out everything we've got. So if you are watching this on the replay or something like this, if you're watching this on YouTube, click on the subscribe button and then you'll get notified. If you don't receive the emails or the spam filters it out, if you click on the subscribe button for YouTube, it will tell you when we go live, and you'll also get a notification of the replays. If not, if you want to be part of the giveaways tomorrow, you need to register now before 6:30 a.m. my time on Wednesday, the 10th. So if you're registering after Wednesday the 10th, after 6:30 a.m., I might not know about you. I will try and get the very latest email addresses that come through. But if you go to this page and click on View Giveaways and then subscribe, you will get I will get a spreadsheet at 6:30 a.m. my time, and I'll try and refresh that as well. Make sure we've got everybody we possibly can. That's the only way I've got of including you in the giveaway. There's nothing I can do about it, but that's the only way I've got of including you. We've had 2,500 people, I think, register already, so you're amongst friends. But we've still got some good licenses and stuff like that to give away, some very valuable gifts from all sorts of people like Mitoff Software and Nostige, Steamer. I've got a whole bunch of Steamer Pro licenses to give away tomorrow, and I'll be giving them away throughout the sessions. And then if we've still got any left, after David Millington's session tomorrow, which is at 2 p.m. my time, 8 p.m. UTC/GMT, I will give away the final one. So don't worry. If you're registered and I get it before 6:30 a.m. on Wednesday at the 10th, I'll make sure that you're included, and you've got a chance of being included in the giveaway. Like I say, register there. That's the only way I've got of knowing how to contact people. But until that, I think we're going to say goodbye to everybody. Bruce says, I only have to register once. Yes, as long as you're registered, you're good. Mr. Nottage, I'm not going to read out your comments, or Patrick. Yeah, I mean, again, as long as your email's valid and your name is valid, then, you know, I will find you. The random number generator is by Google, and it literally goes by the number of lines in the spreadsheet, and I pick your name. And if your name comes up, great. It's not a lottery, it's a giveaway, and it's the only way I've got of fairly picking people. Otherwise, I could just, you know, randomly go through a list of people I liked, couldn't I? And that wouldn't be fair. The only exception we've got is if you're an employee of Embarcadero or IDERA, then I'm afraid I can't do it because there are some regulations about that. The other rule is that if your country or your state prevents you from having the giveaway, or our country, which is the United States, or the country of the person doing the giveaway, so Steamer or whoever, if their country prevents us from being able to do the giveaway, then there's nothing we can do. We have to follow the law. We can't break the law to just give you something free. And so that is the only exclusion. Other than that, if your name is in the list and you get picked, great. If I do see 100 names saying Dave Nottage, Mr. Nottage, then I will be suspicious and I will not be happy. Okay, just telling you. By tomorrow, the dog sleeps. Yeah, the dog. Actually, I was thanking Eliseo because his video was 40 minutes long, and I managed. The dog wanted to go out, and I live on a second floor apartment, and that means I actually have to physically take him out. I can't just let him out in the backyard or something. And I had to go and take him out. And luckily, Eliseo's video, which I have seen before, was long enough that I could do that. The dog was cross because he wanted to go for a very long W walk, you know. But it is what it is. But yes, the dog will sleep. He'll be fine. Respect from Turkey. Thank you very much. All respect to my speakers rather than myself. And Adama, yes, Terry, Adama, to tomorrow indeed as well, and all the rest of you. Thank you very much. I'm going to go and get the dog some beef, and you know, from the store. He'll be very happy about that. And I'm looking forward to the last day tomorrow and the final giveaways. And it's got some really good sessions. Yeah, have good luck developing Delphi Global. Yes, we do what we can. And I'm looking forward to all the sessions tomorrow, but the final one from David Millington is one definitely to catch as well. It's an interesting one. But until then, thanks very much. See you all tomorrow. Bye-bye.